Over the Oddesen Bridge from Copenhagen, one of the most spectacular highways in the world, and neighbouring the coastal resort of Aarhus, lies the town of Kristianstad in Sweden, home to 40,000 residents and with 400 years of history, named after King Christian IV, and home to Sweden's lowest point, 2.4 metres below sea level. It's also the birthplace of the Swedish film industry, and home to one of the most exciting karting circuits in the world. Here at Kristianstad Karting Club, 3 world champions have been crowned over the last decade: Paolo Di Conto, Lorenzo Travasanuto, and last year the home favourite, Noah Milel. But it's Champions of the Future that rocks into town this weekend for the OK and OK Junior categories, and it's a great title fight in both disciplines, which makes for an exciting weekend with unpredictable weather and the challenges and twists and turns that the circuit always provides. This is one of the toughest circuits in Europe, especially for those who are here for the first time. From the fast-flowing opening bend through to the fast but tight chicane, there are many changes in camber, even in the opening sector, before you reach the first of a combination of short straights with big braking zones. Countless overtaking opportunities are expected everywhere you turn. And of course, out of turn 4 comes the jump. Whether drivers actually get airborne over this crest is debatable, but certainly a thrill for the drivers. In the tight and twisty section that finishes the circuit, drivers need to be brave and confident to pull off the overtakes. But even more than that, they need to ensure they can look after tyres as they wear quickly on a track with very little grip due to the aggressive nature of the asphalt. With great battles in both categories, here in Sweden, it's a chance for the locals to show the world how it's done. You can watch all the action as it unfolds on Motorsport TV, on the Facebook page for the Champions of the Future, and of course on the RGMMC YouTube channel. There's plenty of action in store, and you're in the right place to watch it all.
Good morning och välkommen till Sverige. Hope that sounded okay. Good morning and welcome to Sweden. What a difference 24 hours makes. Yesterday was peachy keen and purely serene. Today the heavens have opened and descended on what was already one of the toughest tracks in Europe. So it's time for Lady Luck to either curse or bless the fortunes of the drivers up and down the grid in the Champions of the Future OK and OK Junior battles. It's round 3 and it could be a major turning point in the title fight. The way things look so far, the purists will be delighted to learn we could be going down to the wire. Jake Sanson here, opposite the starting line on the circuit that has a reputation for being brutal, challenging and spectacular to behold. We're starting the day with OK Junior for Groups B versus F, and on pole position, it's René Lammers.
Yeah, the pace has been good all weekend. I always manage to stay in the top in the practice sessions. Now in the qualifying I managed to get a good lap in on my own and managed to put it on P1. Obviously all the teams keep working, so if we stop they'll come at us and maybe overtake us. And so we had to try chassis, try rear axles until we were there, and we managed to get a good chassis and be there. Yeah, I'm confident in both areas. I feel like I can have a good pace in the wet as well, and pace in the dry is there as well.
Well, the Parolin Motorsport driver is set to head into the unknown this morning. The drivers all completed 2 races each yesterday, with a win in the first for Nathan Tye ahead of Alex O'Grady and Nicholas Roos, with Alfie Slater and Andy Consani bagging a top 5 finish. Then Lucas Fluscher won from pole ahead of the spectacular Maciej Gladish, who charged his way to second ahead of Lewis Werrell, Kirill Ditiev and Anatoly Kevalkin. In the third, Dimitri Matveev triumphed in front of Lammers, with Enzo Tarnvanichkul in a strong third in front of Maxime Verbruge and local star Ludwig Fransen. In the second heats, Kevalkin picked up the win ahead of Gladish once again in his second encounter ahead of Leo Nilsson, with Ditiev and the Scotsman Zach Drummond in tow. Then Lammers, the man who starts from pole this time, grabbed a victory ahead of Werrell and his teammate Edu Robinson from Jan Pisarowski and Thomas Strauven. And finally, Matveev went on to make it 2 out of 2 ahead of Emanuele Olivieri and Maxime Verbruge, with Elliot Kaczynski and, crucially, Nathan Tye in P5. So Matveev has the upper hand and could claw back a chunk of that 25-point deficit that he has this weekend. But now that it's raining, who knows what could unfold on this 1.221-kilometre circuit that's going to test brains as well as brawn, especially in these conditions. This is a track with very little grip in the best of times. Add the rain to it, and this is going to be like skating like a drunk dad at a wedding. It's going to be very tricky indeed. The competitors are going to be very, very difficult to match out on the circuit. those that had the speed in the dry are definitely going to find it difficult to maximise their potential here in the wet conditions. Leo Nilsson lining up on the front row of the grid alongside René Lammers for this one, and Jan Przodowski and Adam Hideg for the Tony Kart Factory team and the Sodi Kart Racing Factory team on the second row of the starting grid. This is title fight time in Champions of the Future, and in both the OK Junior and Senior categories, it is likely to be blown wide open by the circumstances and events that we've already had from time qualifying yesterday and the opening 2 heats. Each of the drivers in Senior and Junior will have 3 races each today, so it's definitely going to make things pretty spicy. As far as the title fight is concerned, nothing is secure, and it's looking quite likely that neither title is going to be secured this weekend. We're definitely going to have it very, very exciting from the get-go over the course of this weekend here at Kristianstad. And we're going to have a very interesting and intriguing title battle on our hands by the time it's all wrapped up. 10-lap races for the juniors in the OK category. And now they are heading out onto the circuit. Push started by the mechanics. And this is time to figure out what will happen and how it will unfold. We are definitely splashing into the unknown here at Kristianstad this morning. 11 degrees air temperature. The track is drying, but it's definitely not dry. René Lammers and Leo Nilsson from Jan Przodowski and Adam Hideg. And then Thomas Strauben and Zach Drummond from Jimmy Helias and Andres Cardenas. Salem Hanna and Tiziano Monza from Aaron Garcia and Marcus Saita. Augustin Sepulveda and Kirill Kutskov from Oliver Kinmark and Niklas Schaufler. Arthur Dorisson and Dante Vinci from Jens Zuera and Marcel Kaspricki. Matthias Orjuela and Nico Lanalati. Fred Sarex, Kian Fardin and the Romanian lady Zoe Florescu. 25 drivers taking to the circuit for this first heat of the day. Hello to everybody tuning in, however you are watching, whether you're on motorsport.tv, great to have your company once again. If you're watching via the YouTube channel of RGMMC, or whether you're watching on the Champions of the Future Facebook page, that is where you can leave your messages, comments and questions. And we will do our very best to share them out with the world. Make sure you like, subscribe, hit the notification bells, and we will make sure that you never miss a moment of the action in Champions of the Future. On this circuit, we have had some fantastic races over the past few years. This is our first visit for Champions of the Future, and what a welcome Kristianstad Karting Club has given us. Passionate about the racing, phenomenally kind and welcoming, and absolutely eager to please and put on a show. And this place, absolutely phenomenal. Just a few miles away from the seaside resort of Aarhus, and a fabulous, fabulous location for great racing. There is the race director, Martin Bean, along with the chief steward, Chris Lambrecht. They're going to be the guys in charge of all of the action as it unfolds here on the circuit. And what a phenomenal battle we are in for. Nobody really had a dominant run yesterday, not even Dimitri Matveev, who, although he took 2 wins out of 2, definitely had his work cut out to get those races won yesterday, and things have completely transformed. A lot of drivers are racing here on the Kristianstad circuit for the very first time. The last time there was a major OK international competition, OK and OK Junior event of any kind, was 4 years ago at the World Championships. So this is a big opportunity for a lot of drivers to learn the circuit for the first time. Most of the competitors on the circuit this weekend are here racing at this level in this championship for the very first time. A lot of the local ringers have come in to try and show the established guard how it's done, and certainly the likes of Leo Nilsson up at the front end trying to showcase his local knowledge. The drivers are in the tram lines. We're getting ready to go racing, and we're out and underway. Good start for René Lammers. Perfect as well for the man in third on the grid, Jan Przodowski, as they tiptoe their way through the first corner. Very difficult in the greasy conditions. Now up to the chicane. Is everybody going to get through? There's a little bit of argy-bargy in the midfield, but everybody just about keeping it on the island. That's very important in the early stages, as Lammers runs in front of Przodowski, and Strauben as off in the background. That's one of the Koski Motorsport karts running off the road and dropping it there slightly. That was Oliver Kinmark, I think, going off. He manages to recover and rejoins at the back of the field. Fourth place, Leo Nilsson. Fifth place, Hideg is up the inside. There goes Jimmy Helias, bouncing over the curbs to get through on Adam Hideg, and Zach Drummond is trying to get himself in the mix there as well. So already the competitors tiptoeing their way through the second sector. Back on the throttle, you've got to be so careful as you blip the throttle, trying ever so smoothly to balance it. You want to use a little bit of curb in the wet, because it does actually help to point the kart in the right direction. Big move up on the inside. Oh, that was lovely from Jan Przodowski. Dives in on the race leader, René Lammers, halfway round the first lap, and as they come out of the final turn, it's going to be the pole that leads the race. What a start from Jan Przodowski, just taking it corner by corner, had the line, had the opportunity, and gets into the lead past René Lammers and Tom Strauben. Then it's Nilsson, Elias, Hideg, Drummond, Cardenas, Schaufler, Saita, Kutskov and Aaron Garcia ahead of Tiziano Monza, who will be hoping for an absolute miracle to get himself into the final after 2 DNFs yesterday. At least this time, Tiziano Monza has made it further than turn 4. He got taken out in 2 incidents in 2 consecutive races yesterday. Now the Singaporean is actually showing what he can do. Whoa, big slides out of turn 5 as the drivers are really starting to find a little bit more grip. At least they're seeking for it. Whether they found it or not is another story. And now Jimmy Elias will dive in on the inside of Leo Nilsson, who tries his best to hold him off, but Adam Hideg squeaks through as well. This is where drivers can really be bold and brash, trying to make these overtaking moves. It's not torrential out there. As we said before, the circuit is drying, but it's definitely very greasy out there. It's going to be very technical for the drivers. All those who have managed to put on the perfect tyre pressures in the setup, they're the ones that are going to get the best of it. Oh, getting very close in there behind Hideg as Drummond tries to make his move on Leo Nilsson. And Jens Zuera has ended up with a warning flag. Now in Champions of the Future, the warning flag comes with a 5-second time penalty that cannot be contested or appealed. So Jens Zuera, unfortunately on the Falcon, has already ended up with a 5-second penalty on the 2nd lap of the day. So now Zach Drummond once again trying to go after Leo Nilsson up and over the crest. Now that is a jump in certain categories. Certainly in gearbox they would go just the slightest bit airborne, and a few drivers have sworn to me that in the OK category they go airborne there as well. Not so much of an issue in junior, although you definitely feel the engine rev limiter spike at that particular point. There's Nicholas Schaufler trying his best to get back on terms with Marcus Saita. And he's got the 46 in there behind. That is Kirill Kutskov in the Parolin, trying to work his way further forward. Up the inside, that's up to Dorisson in the number 2. The Tony Kart driver from France, managing to make his way up another position. Now here's Tom Strauven in the 19. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport car trying to close up on the Dutchman, René Lammers, who is racing in the famous Racing Team Nederland colours carried by his ex-Formula 1 driving father, Jan Lammers, who of course raced those colours at the Le Mans 24 Hours several years ago. Up on the inside, here's Andres Cardenas of Peru on the inside line of Leo Nilsson. Gets through. Nice move there from the Peruvian on the energy course. They skate their way through the chicane, the back end coming out a little. Absolutely no question about what these drivers are on in terms of tyre choice. It's wet tyres all the way at the moment. The circuit is still very damp indeed, and you're not going to get any traction at all from the slicks. Mind you, we're going to need to keep an eye on the lap times, because you can see that there is a drying line developing already. So there could be 1 or 2 brave drivers in the OK Senior or OK Junior heats that follow this, and they might decide, well, let's go for a gamble. Let's go for slicks and see what happens. Nilsson desperately trying to hold it in front of Aaron Garcia, the Spaniard, on the Leclerc by Lennox racing cart. And yes, that is named after Charles Leclerc himself. So a bit of a battle. So as Charles Leclerc races in the sunshine in Barcelona, his youngsters are out here in the damp and wet at Kristianstad. It's the number 61, Marcus Saita, is under pressure from Dorisson. Dorisson went into the lead there of that little battle, as Jan Przodowski is in the overall lead, just charging his way forward in the Tony Kart, hopping over the curbs, really starting to get good balance in the machine as Tom Strauven is struggling to keep up with René Lammers. Now Lammers picked up a win and a 2nd yesterday, so Lammers is very much in the hunt for position. Lammers picked up a win and a 4th yesterday, I should say, so he's accumulated 4 points from the heats thus far. Though as it currently stands, he would be on 2 points today, so he had a win in the 2nd, and now he's looking for another 2nd. Of course, in the qualifying heats, you score points based on where you finish in the heats, but you score as many points as the position you finish in, except for the win. So you get 0 points if you cross the line in 1st, 2 for 2nd, 3 for 3rd, 4 for 4th, 5 for 5th, and so on. And then basically it's like the world of golf. Whoever has the fewest points on their scorecard at the end of the qualifying heats will be in the Super Pole for Super Heat 1 tomorrow morning, and the 2nd best in the rankings will be on Super Pole for Super Heat 2, as they are spread out across the 2 Super Heats in the morning of Sunday. It'll all make sense as we go along, and you can see, look, drivers are trying to come off the racing line now, and they're actually trying to go onto the damper part of the circuit to cool the tyres down. So you can see that the drivers are actually struggling on the wet tyres in the dry, because the circuit is drying out, a dry line is developing, but it's not bone dry yet. It's on the inside. There goes Marcus Saita. Losing out is Leo Nilsson. So Saita goes through. The Norwegian in the Ward Racing Machine gets past his teammate. And next up is going to be Kirill Kutskov, the Parolin racing driver, trying to make his bid to come through. So already a lot of interesting battles out there on the circuit, a lot of squabbles. But as you can see, there is a dry line developing on the circuit, and that means that the drivers are having to work very hard to keep these tyres cool. You'll notice them on the straights in particular, coming off the dry line and trying to get more of the damp patches of the circuit so that more water goes through the treads, and that cools the tyres down a little bit. So there is the 18, that's Salim Hanna Hernandez, the Colombian, in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport car with the Lando Norris chassis in front of the 98. That is the Falcon of Jens Zuera, the Dutchman. As they come over the line, you can see the Alonso colours there of the number 30. That is Tiziano Monza, the Singaporean. As on the inside, Jens Zuera is going to get through past Salim Hanna Hernandez. So he dives in at turn 2, gets the move. Nice overtaking bid there, and manages to move up another position. 6 laps completed, 4 to go. Tricky situations all around the course. There is Dante Vinci, the Australian, who is still very new to the world of European karting, and he's tucked up behind the BWT colours of the Austrian Niklas Schaufler. And Schaufler trying to keep his position. He is definitely one of the smallest drivers in the OK Junior category. It's not actually going to be a big benefit to him in the wet. The taller drivers are going to be the ones that will have the stronger ability here in the wet, because you add a better centre of gravity to the kart in the wet conditions, the higher and the taller and potentially even the heavier that you are. So in the wet, those kind of conditions are actually going to favour the taller drivers. 3 laps to go for Jan Pesodowski out front as we watch Saita and Nilsson still battling away over 10th place. Monza in 12th, then Kutskov. There's Andres Cardenas, the Peruvian, in the energy course number 60, as he tags in behind Zach Drummond, the Scotsman in the Parolin, still in his first season in Europe. There's the number 2 after Dorisson a week ago. He took his first win in the Academy Trophy at Genk in Belgium, straight to Sweden from there. Didn't get the chance to test drive on the circuit because he was very busy with his campaign representing France in the Academy Trophy. Now he is battling away in Champions of the Future and gunning for another strong result. So there is Andres Cardenas tiptoeing in behind the 28 of Zach Drummond. He's trying to make his presence felt, hoping for an opportunity to try and get by on the inside line. Not so easy to look for an overtaking opportunity. Tyler Jex is watching along back home. Let's go, he says, and you're going to have plenty of entertainment through the course of the day. Look how quickly the circuit is drying out on the racing line. And as I watch out of the commentary box window, look, the drivers are pulling right off the racing line. They're trying to get water into the tyres now. Now, a lot of the teams and drivers in the later race after this one, the OK Senior Heat, could possibly be thinking, well, if the drivers are having to come off the racing line to cool the tyres down, is it now the time to consider slick tyres? That would be a big gamble this early on, but certainly if the drivers are having to struggle to keep the tyres cool, because obviously if there's not enough water on the circuit to run through the treads on the racing line, then the tyres are going to be screaming at them. So they've got to be so careful. This is where drivers can make mistakes on the relatively dry line in wet tyres. There's not going to be a lot of grip to play with, but René Lammers is keeping himself in touch with Jan Pesodowski. As they tiptoe their way through over the curbs. They use a lot more curb in the wet than they ever would do in the dry, and that's Dante Vinci. He's tangled with Kirill Kutskov. So Vinci and Kutskov, I'm afraid, have come together there at turn 6. So they have tangled at the hairpin. So that's all done and dusted for those two as Jan Pesodowski goes into the final lap, and he's set the fastest lap of the race as well, a 1 minute 2.955. That's about 10 seconds off the pace. So they're definitely going faster and faster though. Purple sectors in sector 2 and 3 at the latter stages of the race for Jan Pesodowski. So the circuit is definitely getting quicker. If somebody wants to roll the dice in the senior category and go for slick tyres, this is almost certainly the time to do it. See how concentrated Jan Pesodowski is behind the wheel. He works very hard there. These clear visors make it very easy to see the driver's expressions in the drier conditions. So Jan Pesodowski working hard out there in front in the Tony car, and the Polish driver definitely continuing his march forward as the drivers continue on their way, tippy-toeing through the curbs and making it nice and simple on this final lap. No major catastrophes for Jan Pesodowski since he took the lead on the opening lap, and he is going to charge over the crest to take the first win of the day, and that's a big one as far as Jan Pesodowski is concerned. Good victory for him. René Lammers in second place. Third position for Thomas Strauben of Belgium in front of Jimmy Helias of France and Adam Hideg of Hungary in the Sodi car. So an excellent start to the day as far as Jan Pesodowski is concerned. That's going to really improve his score. 0 points will be added to his total because you take 0 for the win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. But It's very important to try and finish the races, even if you're not going to be in for the win. You see Pisarovsky just trying to soak up as much moisture on the tyres to cool them down as humanly possible. You can see that the average speed reduced massively in the wet conditions. 68.45 kilometers average speed. They're obviously cruising a lot more. This is not one of the fastest circuits in the calendar, of course. It's obviously one of the more technically demanding and challenging circuits. This isn't quite the same as Portimao or Zuera, where it's hot, fast and fluid. Here it's a lot more technical, a lot more challenging. The chassis is flexed a lot more on this circuit than in other places, so it's a real challenge for both team and driver. Jan Pisarovsky takes the provisional win then from René Lammers and Thomas Strauben. Jimmy Helias in 4th position ahead of Adam Hideg and Zach Drummond. Andres Cardenas in front of Arte Dorisson and Aaron Garcia. Marcus Saita of Norway takes the top 10. Leo Nilsson drops to 11th in the end, very sad for him. Jens Trua in front of Tiziano Monza and Marcel Kaspericki. Salim Hanna in front of Matthias Orwela of Colombia. And then Nico Lanalati comes through to 17th place in front of the Swiss driver Kian Fardin. And then we have Nicolas Schaufler in front of Oliver Kinmark, Augustin Sepulveda, Fred Sadex and Zoe Florescu. The last two drivers in the mix were Kirill Kutskov and Dante Vinci after their tangle on lap 8. After lap 8, I should say, because they tangled together on lap 9 of the race, with both of them retiring on the spot at turn 6. So an interesting battle to start the day then. OK senior time now, and things have become very exciting very quickly in the OK category. We'll tell you all about that in a moment. First up, though, let's hear from our first pole sitter for the day, Alex Powell.
So far, the pace this weekend has been really, really good. All the practice sessions, we've showed strong pace. Honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed with the lap I made in qualifying. I know there's a few paces that I could have improved, but I mean to be poling group, it's already a good start. So if we can just keep on working as we have been the whole entire weekend, I think by Sunday we can stand a pretty strong chance for the win. To be honest, it looks like it's going to be quite half and half wet, half dry. So it's going to be definitely a challenge for the drivers, but as well for the mechanics and all the team members, the guys that make the decision in the trailer. You know, they're all. It's going to be tough for all of us. We haven't done any wet testing here, so it will be interesting to see how we get on in the wet. But I think in general, it's just going to be about who can make the right calls during the heats and maybe even on Sunday. But we'll have to see how the weather holds up. Zuera was a good weekend for me. So if we can have another one weekend as strong as that one, I think we can just have a strong chance in the last round in Franciacorta.
So with the Jamaican running beautifully this weekend, the big story in the OK category is the title fight about to be blown wide open again. Rintaro Sato took the first win yesterday, the Japanese driver ahead of Freddie Slater, with Thomas Stolchemanis, Ian Eichmans and Zachary David close behind. Then Evan Gilter bounced back to winning ways in front of Luigi Coluccio and Chuyan Pu ahead of Matthias Ferreira and the reigning world champion Tuukka Tapanen. Then Arte Rojon added a win from pole position from Juho Valtonen and Matthias Morgato in front of Powell and Maxim Rem. Then in the second of the heats, Gilter made it a double ahead of Slater and Chu, with Ferreira and Karol Pazovic tight behind. Coluccio then took victory ahead of Morgato and former world champion Lorenzo Travasanuto ahead of Alex Powell and Christian Bertucca. And finally, Arte Rojon also made it a double, just like his VDK Racing teammate, ahead of Juho Valtonen, Rintaro Sato, Malo Bollier and Thomas Stolchemanis. But the big story in amongst all of that is the absence from the front end of the grid of Joe Turney. His qualifying practice couldn't have gone worse for him, as he ended up being classified 53rd out of 67 drivers, and that puts him right down at the back of the starting grid in every race. In the very first heat, he was out on the very second lap of the race in a tangle with Max Popov, and then, of course, he would come back to have a big struggle in his second race yesterday as he splashed his way to 14th position. It's going to be a very difficult day at the office for Joe Turney, who only has a 13-point lead in the series standings ahead of Luigi Coluccio, and with Coluccio getting a very solid start to his day yesterday with a second and a win, it looks like things could be very different by the time we finish this weekend. And for all of a sudden, Joe Turney is going to have to really struggle to get back into contention. Certainly for the purists who like the title fight to go down to the wire, looks like they're in for a treat. We might not be finished with Champions of the Future in either category until we get to Franciacorta next month. So it could be very exciting there. But certainly for the moment, Alex Powell and Freddie Slater line up on the front row of the starting grid. Alex Powell, the Mercedes-AMG F1 Junior from Jamaica, alongside Freddie Slater on the Lando Norris chassis for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, the team with which he won the European title last year in Junior and the World Championship in Junior the year before that. So, the OK category running very well indeed from the start, as everybody getting themselves eager out onto the circuit for qualifying heat for groups B versus F. And it's Alex Powell and Freddie Slater on the front row of the grid from Matthias Morgato and Ian Eichmans, Christian Bertucca and Karol Pazovic from Lucas Samalisto and Dion Gauda. Then Lorenzo Travasanuto and Jacob Rashki, Menahert Kroja and Max Popov, Adrian Mariero and Richard Olsen, Rashid Aldeheri and Rafael Modanese, Josh Erfen and Emil Tangard, Luca Griggs, Arda Tapinen, Kevin Lantinga and Wilgert Leek. Now, I know what some of the passionate die-hard fans of OK Racing are thinking at this point for the first race of the day. They're thinking, hello, what's Lorenzo Travasanuto doing back in OK? He was in KZ last week. Well, indeed he was. But he is back here in Champions of the Future, hoping to aid his teammate, Enzo Deligny, who is, of course, his mentee these days. He's decided to go racing this weekend to help him collect data and to support his young charge to battle for another title. He's definitely not going to be in contention for the Champions of the Future title, because obviously this is his first weekend as a competitor in the OK Senior in 2022, but he's here to prove a point. He's on the circuit in which he's already won 2 major international titles, World Champion 2018, International Super Cup last season. So this is a place that's very kind indeed to Lorenzo Travasanuto over the years, and starting from 9th on the grid, it's not quite where he wanted to be, but he's proven in racecraft already that he can charge his way through. He was 3rd in his 2nd race yesterday, so let's see what the Parolin driver can create today. Alex Powell, though, pole position. 2 top 5 finishes so far for the Jamaican. Hadn't quite got the speed yesterday to turn it into a race victory, but he's hoping that today things will be different. And Matthias Morgato, resplendent in his new livery, the Castrol Racing colours resplendent on his fantastic DVK Racing-backed machine, the Alonso-based squad. And he's actually wearing the Alonso livery on his overalls today. He has fresh new Castrol race suit standing by, but of course he's hoping that it dries out so that he can wear that a little later. He's just going to make sure that he has his old race suit to get damp if he needs to. Now, what's going to be interesting here is how many drivers have decided to go for slick tyres, if any at all, because things could be very interesting from the get-go as the mechanics are watching and hoping for a good start. We get a good start straight away, and up to the first corner. Powell's got the launch from Morgato. Round the outside, Slater slots into 3rd place. That's a good start from the British driver, hanging on, just only losing 1 position as the rest of the field tiptoe their way through. And now it's going to be fascinating to see who's got the grip as they work their way through on the first lap. But Powell, Morgato and Slater very close together. Morgato's going for the move on Powell very early doors. Hasn't been able to do so. Slater's going to try and construct a move instead as he goes wheel to wheel with Morgato. From round the outside and further back, that's Eichmans making his bid to go through into 4th position. He gets through on Bertucca. So now Morgato trying again on Alex Powell, nudging, nudging, nudging as they try and guess their braking zones in the wet conditions. Travasanuto's up in the mix there as well. And that's a move as Morgato and Slater both get through on Alex Powell. So the Brazilian takes the lead from the British driver ahead of the Jamaican, and that is game over already for Emil Tangard. So the Danish driver has crushed out. That's a real shame for Emil Tangard as it all goes wrong for him. Slater trying to get through on the final turn. Eichmans does get through on the final turn as he takes on Alex Powell. So Morgato trying to protect in turn 1. Slater sliding through, trying to get through on the inside line of the Brazilian. Had to bail out of it off the throttle. So close already in this first race of the day for the OK category, and Slater loves these sort of conditions. This is where he really relishes it, and he's going to go for Morgato nice and early. Banzais into the hairpin and disappears. Morgato drops back behind Eichmans now. Well, big drama then for the Brazilian as he loses 2 places in one fast mode, and that's Bertucca. Bertucca spins out of P4. Well, big problems, and he almost gets tripped over by Kevin Lantinga, who spins. Oh, and that's another spin. Now that is Wilgert Leek. So Wilgert Leek has gone off as well. But for Christian Bertucca, it looks like the bad luck of the OK category comes back to him. He was mighty in KZ2 last week, but in OK, he is still suffering real problems at the moment. Has absolutely no luck at all as Christian Bertucca is up the inside. That's one of the declared by Lennox drivers trying to break through. I think that's Rafael Modanese trying to make up a place. They come down over the crest once more into turn 1. as we watch Rashid Al Daheri, the young man from the United Arab Emirates, battling away from Lucas Amalisto in front. And just in behind, that is one of the Ward Racing youngsters. That is the 252 of Menehert Kroja from Hungary. Oh, it's all kicking off further back as Dion Gouda tries to hold his position. But the Singaporean loses out there to Luca Griggs, the British driver. And then through comes two karts going through. The Energy Course slipping through. That's the 286 of Richard Olsen. But he's also lost ground. I don't know where to look as Griggs makes his move on the inside again of the 286 of Olsen. And battling away with Jacob Rashki. All sorts of battles as we tiptoe our way around the course. Everywhere you look, there is a squabble. Oh, that was cheeky from Kevin Lantinga. But the 291 picking up a few places in one fell swoop there. This is awesome. This is what's great about racing in the wet at Kristianstad. You never quite know what you're going to get each lap as you go through. Big lunge on the inside from Modenese, and the Peruvian gets up a position. Kevin Lantinga gets the warning flag, and that comes unfortunately with a 5-second penalty. Now there's Adrian Malheiro on the CRG carrying the Spanish flag, but Portuguese blood runs through his veins as Freddie Slater is now the fastest man on track. He leads the way. So Freddie Slater, and it gets a 59.9. Now that is the first indication that we're going to need slick tyres before too long. That's the first lap of the day that we've had under a minute. And Slater is just stretching out in front. It's been a long time coming for a win in the OK category in the RGMMC paddock for Freddie Slater. He's had flashes of brilliance, but now he's out in front, really enjoying his time in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport Lando Norris kart, out in the lead of the race. So Rashid Al Daheri tagging in front of the 268 of Jacob Rashki, Menehert Kroja, and then behind him, that is the 209 of Josh Erfan for the Ward Racing team. So Josh Erfan is trying to get through, get the speed. There's no room for negotiation as Erfan gets through on the inside of both Menehert Kroja and the wayward Jacob Rashki. A very tough battle as they all battle away. That was very tricky as they worked their way through. Goodness me, very tight racing in the OK senior category then, as up front, Slater has started to stretch away from Eichmanns. And then in third place, Morgado and Travis Anuto battling away. Fifth place is Malheiro, sixth is Pazovic. But this is where the real race is going on in the midfield. 291, Kevin Lantinga trying to get back on terms as he's got past Dion Gouda. Now he's going to dive on the inside of Kroja. Gouda's going to help him get there and try and get past both of them in one fell swoop. No, you don't, says Kevin Lantinga. You don't push your way past me. So that was nicely held there by the Dutchman. Lantinga hanging on in front of Gouda. And still they run in close proximity. A good formation run from these drivers at the moment. Some good battles out there as we watch Freddie Slater just extend his gap out front. Really starting to manage things nicely as he continues in close proximity. Great race battles for him. There's Ian Eichmanns, the Belgian, part of the fabulous Eichmanns dynasty. Of course, many people will recall Wim Eichmanns, a very talented kart racer and car racer in his own right. Of course, he raced in IndyCar a few times back in the late 90s. But fabulous opportunity now for young Ian Eichmanns to step out of the shadows and go for some big moves of his own. Morgado, Travis Anuto and Malheiro. Malheiro's having a good race here as he slides around in fifth position. Just trying to see if anybody decided to brave it and go on slick tyres. I don't think anybody did on this occasion, but it would not at all surprise me if the OK Juniors decided they were going to go for it on this next heat, because the circuit's definitely getting quicker. So Malheiro tries to take on Travis Anuto and manages to get through, but it was a little bit forceful. And I have a feeling Lorenzo Travis Anuto won't take too kindly to that manoeuvre. Actually puts his hand in the air to Adrian Malheiro. Come on, what are you playing at? He thought that was a little bit cheeky, did Lorenzo Travis Anuto. And Adrian Malheiro comes through into fourth position. And now he's going to try and make his bid on the Brazilian charge, Matias Morgado. So Malheiro working hard. Up on the inside, Morgado lets him go. Morgado waves Malheiro through. Now, I've never seen that before in this kind of situation where they're battling for position, but Morgado, who was in third place, that's not his teammate, they're not in the same team, there's no ramifications, but Morgado waves him through. Now, that is baffling. Maybe he thought, well, if you're the kind of forceful driver that you are, I don't want you to risk taking us off the racetrack. That's all I can think. Morgado clearly playing the long game here as Malheiro now closes right up on Eichmanns and he goes through. So a nice move there from Malheiro into second position. So Adrian Malheiro in one lap pretty much, has gone from 5th position to 2nd. The Spanish driver charging his way forward. I've never seen a driver concede 3rd position so easily. Matías Morgado waving Malheiro through. They're rivals, they are not teammates. As Adrian Malheiro gets a 59.4 out of the kart. Now, you do start to wonder, is he on slick tyres? Because he's suddenly found pace. No, he's on wets. So Malheiro is on wet tyres. They just must have got the tyre pressures absolutely spot on there. Because Malheiro is definitely finding pace that nobody else is at the moment. And he's trying to catch up to Freddie Slater, who is 2.2 seconds up the road. But he was 3 seconds up the road. So Malheiro is absolutely hammering round this circuit. And the Spanish driver could take Freddie Slater's first win in the OK category in RGMMC off him at this rate. So Eichmanns, Morgado and Travis Anuto. Yeah, Malheiro definitely on wet tyres. Those aren't slicks that he's on. They just seem to have nailed the setup absolutely perfectly with the CRG driver. So Eichmanns and Morgado battling away for 3rd position now. And this is what Morgado was obviously looking at. He was obviously trying to play the long game here. He didn't want to get into the wars with Malheiro. Decided, well, he's clearly quicker, let him go. And then I could still, hopefully, come up with 3rd position if I can get one over on Ian Eichmanns. So Bertucca, Wilgott, Leek and Emil Tangard are the retirements from the race, leaving just 19 drivers still in it. All the way down to the young lady Arda Tapinen from Finland at the tail end of the field at the moment. She had a good result yesterday though, so must just have been circumstances keeping her at the back today. She's not normally in dead last. Travis Anuto all over the back of Matías Morgado, and he's going to dive in the final turn. Lovely move from Lorenzo Travis Anuto. Well, he's pulled off a few of those in his time. He knows how the crack works at Kristianstad. In 6th position, that is Luca Griggs. So Griggs has been working his way through the field rather nicely. Started 19th on the grid, and here he is in P6. So Luca Griggs having a great race of it. Now, Freddie Slater has been told to step on it because he's just responded with a 58.9. 4 laps now ahead of Adrian Malheiro. So there you can see that he's on wet tyres. That's definitely not slicks for Freddie Slater. So he's obviously trying his best to get the most out of the kart. I wonder if he was just easing off a little bit for those last couple of laps, just taking it easy until someone emerged to challenge him. And then now that Malheiro is on the charge, Slater can start to push a little bit harder and get a little bit more from the tyres. But the cool conditions are definitely making life a little bit easier for those who are used to them. Freddie Slater, of course, grew up in the United Kingdom, where it's usually raining cats, dogs, pigeons, sheep, you name it, at most race circuits. So these sort of conditions will suit him well. Malheiro going beautifully in 2nd place, I have to say. And Eichmanns, Travis Anuto and Morgado running 3rd, 4th and 5th. 6th for Griggs, 7th is Modenese, 8th is Lantinga, ahead of Pazovic and Powell. So it just shows you how tricky it is from wet to dry. Alex Powell was mighty over 1 lap in the dry yesterday. But rather sadly, in the wet conditions, they're really struggling to hold the pace together. So it's a difficult situation for the competitors as they continue to make a good road of things, a good run of things, very tricky. So the battle's continuing all the way around the circuit. And the competitors really giving us plenty of excitement and drama out there on the circuit. Ian Eichmanns just trying to hang on in front of Lorenzo Travis Anuto. That's no ordinary driver you try to keep behind you. That is a world champion twice, as well as an International Super Cup winner in KZ2, so he knows how to get the job done in the best of times, and certainly here he's been one of the stars of the Kristianstad circuit over the last few years. This is definitely Lorenzo Travis Anuto territory. The battle's still going strong as far as race leader Freddie Slater is concerned. He's just keeping it nice and steady at the moment. No need to break into a sweat. 2 seconds ahead of Adrian Malheiro with 2 laps to go. As long as he doesn't push too hard, he's still got this race very much won. There is Adrian Malheiro, who's doing his best to close down that 2-second deficit to Freddie Slater. And he still believes that he's got the kart underneath him to do so. The CRG crew have definitely given him a decent kart to play with in these conditions. But Freddie Slater has once again pulled out nearly 1/4 of a second on that last sector alone, as Dion Gauda is going to lose out to Richard Olsen. Olsen for the Alexander Dahlberg Motorsport team goes through. Richard Olsen picks up the places. Into the final lap goes Freddie Slater. There is Adrian Malheiro, who's made up 0.6 of a second in the final sector alone. So Malheiro is throwing everything at it now from Freddie Slater. The gap is down to 1.6, but if he can make up 0.6 of a second per sector, anything's possible. Malheiro going very quickly to try and close up on Slater. He makes up another 0.3. But if he can make up 0.6 of a second per sector for the rest of the lap, then Malheiro might bring a nasty surprise to Slater in the final corner of the lap. Slater is pushing hard. He doesn't want to lose this. Malheiro is absolutely charging. He's not really relenting. And all of a sudden, that tenable position Slater had, look, the gap's down to a second now. So Freddie Slater's got to keep pushing. I know there's only a handful of corners left, but all it takes is one difficult manoeuvre. And Malheiro might just snatch this. Slater's got to keep calm, got to keep cool. And he has done enough. Malheiro sliding around, but Slater is going to take the win, but only just one more lap, and that could have been very different. Freddie Slater finally gets his first OK Senior win in the RGMMC paddock. Been fighting all season to get one, and now he finally claims his victory, and that will get the monkey off his back. A lot of pressure on him over the course of this year, considering how strong he was as a junior. He'll put a lot of pressure on himself to do well. He's always his worst critic. But this is a big moment for Freddie Slater in 2022. It may not seem particularly significant. It's only a heat win. But in terms of the psychological edge, that's going to give Freddie Slater now. Job done. That's the first heat win out of the way in the RGMMC paddock. Sets him up beautifully for the European title in future weeks. But obviously here in Champions of the Future, that puts him back into title winning contention as well, because that's going to give him a really nice edge as more rain starts to fall on the camera lens. Now that's a little bit annoying for the drivers, some of whom may have been thinking about slick tyres for the latter race. But certainly if there's more rain going to fall, that will make things interesting again. Freddie Slater takes the win in the end from Adrian Malheiro as Lorenzo Traversanuto steals third on the last lap from Ian Eichmanns. Luca Griggs in P5 and Matthias Morgato slumping to 6th. Kevin Lantinga, Karol Pazovic, Rafael Modanese and Alex Powell coming up with the top 10 finishes. Jacob Raschke in front of Lucas Samalisto and Josh Erfen. Then Richard Olsen, Dion Gauda, Rashid Al-Daheri and the two Ward racing machines of Menehert Kroger and Max Popov. The last driver home was the Finnish lady Ada Tepinen. The three retirements from the race then. Christian Bertucka in front of Wilgert Leek and Emil Tangard, who we sadly lost on the very first lap of the race. So a fascinating battle in both of the first races in the OK Junior and OK Senior battles. An interesting challenge for the competitors as we move forward. But next up, we go back into the action again for OK Junior. And having had a solid run for Jan Pesarovsky in qualifying Heat B versus F, what can Lucas Flusha of Spain do from his pole position? He took a race win yesterday. Let's see how he's feeling ahead of the challenge.
The weekend was pretty good for the moment. Hopefully it stays like this for the rest until the final. No, the practices were pretty good. We were fast, so I was confident that we could do good for the qualifying. You know, I didn't get the best lap possible and the best gap, but managed to make it work and with pole position. Yeah, the car's feeling really good, really smooth. And also I want to thank also Car Republic, Joan, my mechanic, Tom, and also my KVS for the engines. I'm gonna push my hardest and give it all that I have, and let's see what happens.
So the battles are going to be raging right from the get-go here as the competitors are gearing themselves up, ready for an exciting battle out on the circuit. Lucas Flusha and Nathan Tye will be there from the front row of the starting grid. Just a few karts to collect from the previous heat. Obviously, we had a little bit of a difficulty for Wilgert Leek, Christian Bertucka and Emil Tangard. So it could be an interesting situation for the competitors as they gear themselves up, ready for an exciting battle. So now we're going to see how the competitors are getting underway. Oh, I wish the guys from the photography crew would stand in a slightly different position. That's better. Yes, stay down. It's much better. And then we have Lucas Flusha starting from the front row of the grid. Nathan Tye alongside on the front row of the starting grid. Anatoly Kivalkin is going to be right there in the competitive part of the grid on the second row of the starting grid with Alex O'Grady, the Irishman, who is really putting on a great show so far this weekend on the second row. Alex O'Grady really is starting to take some names out there on the course, running very much at the same sort of level as Lewis Werrell, his teammate, who came fighting out of the blocks up to the front end. Now Alex O'Grady is joining him more often than not now. Kirill Ditiev and Elliot Kaczynski running on the third row of the starting grid together. And then Renaud Francout, the Dutchman, lining up alongside the young man from Luxembourg, Guillaume Bouzard of the Koski Motorsport team. And then we have Luna Flusha, the younger sister of Lucas. She is there, part of the Mercedes-AMG Young Driver program, of course. 9th position on the grid for her, alongside Vima Svan, who is one of the local stars here in Sweden, making a big impression here this weekend. Drivers getting out onto the circuit. So let's see how it all comes to battle. It's definitely going to be an interesting one as the competitors do battle out on the course. So Lucas Flusha and Nathan Tye on the front row of the starting grid from Anatoly Kavalkin and Alex O'Grady, Kirill Ditiev and Elliot Kaczynski, Renaud Francout and Guillaume Bouzard, Luna Flusha and Vilma Svan from Maciej Gladish and Alfie Slater, Jules Caranta and Jindra Pezel from Max Garcia and Andy Consani, Ene Frey and Nicolas Roos from Romeo Haag and Alp Hassan Aksoy, Alvin Ekberg and Harry Tegesen, and then Len Nys and Ariman Bansal will complete the grid. Several drivers having a tough day at the office in time qualifying yesterday. Gladish and Caranta in particular, the big names that really struggled in time qualifying. Jindra Pezel didn't quite get what he wanted out of it, nor did Andy Consani or Nicolas Roos. Alpa Sanaksoy really struggled. Len Nys just didn't get a decent lap under his belt at all in time qualifying. It was very tricky yesterday, but then of course Fridays are very, very important to making sure that the whole mode of the weekend goes right. So the battle's raging as they continue on over the course. There is Martin Bean, race director, getting himself geared up and ready. So Lucas Flusha and Nathan Tye out on the front row of the starting grid. There are definitely raindrops coming down again. So there goes the question, are we getting ready to go to slick tyres? No chance, no chance, not with the rain coming down again. It's going to make the tyres grip a little bit better now. And the forecast is set to be rain for the majority of the day. So despite the rain shower ceasing just at the end of warm-up and then the track drying out, no question now with the rain coming back, the circuit's definitely still going to be wet tyres only over the course of the next few minutes. Certainly for the next couple of races, I would estimate we're probably going to be wet tyres all the way. So Lucas Flusha and Nathan Tye slowing up to hold the pace. The grids will go into their 2 tram lines on the run up over the top of the crest, and then we'll be able to go racing once again. Lucas Flusha and Nathan Tye both managed to get a win apiece yesterday. Now they'll go against each other. Always fascinating when you have that little bit of battle going into the first couple of corners of the race. So let's see what the drivers are going to give us as they come up and over the top. Lights out, let's race. Good start from Flusha, also from Kavalkin, gets through to second place. Nathan Tye a little bit held up as they come over the top of the crest, round the far side, trying to make sure he doesn't lose too many places as they go through this chicane for the first time and up towards the hairpin at turn 4. And that is Kavalkin right in behind Flusha. Third place, that is Ditiev. Has Nathan Tye managed to hold on in 4th position, or has he dropped back a little further than that? No, that looks like in there in P4 in front of Renaud Francout, the Dutchman. So a good start as Kavalkin is going to make his bid nice and early for Lucas Flusha, but he runs wide on the exit. Flusha coming straight back at him. So Lucas Flusha, and now Kavalkin straight back in on Flusha again, but he can't get through. Flusha isn't letting that one happen, and then on the inside, Kirill Ditiev is going to go wheel to wheel with Kavalkin. He gets through, so does Nathan Tye. So Kavalkin almost took the lead there, but instead drops back to 4th position. That's how cruel it is in OK Juniors. Very close indeed. He can't afford to make a single mistake. He just ran a little bit deep out of turn 6, and that was enough to open the floodgates and everybody charging forward. And yet again, just like yesterday, Maciej Gladish is charging his way back through the field. He's in P6 already. And that is, I'm afraid, game over for 2 of the drivers in the field. That's Alvin Ekberg and Harry Tegesen. So Harry Tegesen and Alvin Ekberg. There goes Kavalkin on the inside of Nathan Tye as Gladish tries to go wheel to wheel with Renaud Francout. Tye has managed to keep the place. Francout is holding on in front of Gladish and Max Garcia, one of the new drivers in the fray for the DPK Racing Team, the young man from the United States. As Kavalkin gets back in on Tye, gets through, no problem at all this time. The Russian is through into 3rd position. And there goes the move from Maciej Gladish. He gets through. Oh, that was close for Renaud Francout, almost losing out to Garcia and to Elliot Kaczynski, the Swede. As on the inside, Guillaume Bouzard is trying to make a position up. Can't get through, has to bail out. So they are still tippy-toeing their way through. Now that's the recovery drive from Alvin Ekberg. It begins for him as he recovers and rejoins the field further back. Down on the inside, Max Garcia, welcome to Champions of the Future. Dives in on Renaud Franco. The door's still left open for Elliot Kaczynski. He gets through, and now Guillaume Bouzard is going to have a look at the Dutchman. But Max Garcia on his debut in Champions of the Future making a big impression as Bouzard gets his run on Renaud Franco and up into 8th place. So Lucas Flusha leads the way. Ditiev is then next up. Then it's Kavalkin, Tai and Gladish. Here comes Maciej Gladish. Has a look on the inside of Nathan Tai. Doesn't go for the move in the end. Bouzard, meanwhile, dives in on Kaczynski and gets through further back. So a nice run there from Guillaume Bouzard. The Luxembourger all over the back of Max Garcia now, the American, as Maciej Gladish is now hunting down the points leader, Nathan Tai. This is a good opportunity for Maciej Gladish to steal back some big points in the standings. And the Pole could well be in title contention by the time we finish up here at Kristianstad. Certainly the way his weekend is going. 2 second places yesterday, despite qualifying only 6th row of the grid for his heats. As Harry Tigerson out of the race. Insult to injury as he's given the warning flag. It will make no difference because he's out of the race. But now Gladish really starting to hunt down Nathan Tai. Up to the first corner. Doesn't want to take the big risk through turn 1, but through turn 2 he might have a chance. No, Nathan Tai keeps the car very strong on the inside apex. So Gladish is going to have to work harder still to get the moves on Nathan Tai. Now the Sodikart team have been working massively in the dry conditions, and we saw how strong they were at both Portimao and Zuera. In the wet, we still don't really know how good they are, and certainly Nathan Tai using his prowess in wet conditions as a youngster back home in Britain to good effect here. He's still struggling to keep on terms with Kavalkin and Gladish. He's going to need a big dive on the inside here to get past the Parolin, especially considering that Gladish is now really hunting him down for position. This is not going to be easy, as the competitors are still very truly joined out there on the course. They want to make sure they get a good move or two. Nathan Tai hoping to get back through on Kavalkin at the earliest opportunity. He came from a long way back, but might have been able to get past the Parolin there. Kavalkin puts the wheel on the grass. That's going to hold him up. Down the straight into turn 1. And Tai gesturing desperately to Gladish. Come on, work with me. Whether the Pole's going to work with him or not remains to be seen. He's probably got his own agenda. And he'll be thinking, well, come on, Nathan, you need to get past Kavalkin. Otherwise, I'll just get past you instead. And Gladish is definitely having a look at it. Ricky Flynn driver looking very comfortable sat in behind the Sodikart at the moment. He's not doing all the work. That's the thing, Tai is. But now Kavalkin runs deep. This is the chance for Nathan Tai, and he knows it. And Gladish is going to have a chance as well. Gladish gets through. Excellent from Tai and Gladish. They both get through, so the British driver and the Pole. 3rd and 4th place now as they move forward. And Maciej Gladish is still on the warpath, hunting down his opponents, making great progress. So Tai in 3rd position. A lot of the pressure is on him this weekend. He leads the title standings by 25 points coming into this one. And he would have loved to have shut the door on that potential possibility of anyone else getting closer to him, but it looks like it's going to be a harder mission than he first thought. And certainly Maciej Gladish is looking to be a thorn in the side here, as Nathan Tai desperately tries to shake off the Ricky Flynn driver from Poland. And there further back is Garcia. He's got past Kavalkin now. Max Garcia is having a fantastic race. The American is charging around this circuit like he owns the place. Brilliant run from the DPK number 95. His first appearance in Champions of the Future, and what a performer he is turning out to be. So Tai and Gladish, 3rd and 4th behind the leaders, Flusha and Ditiev. We've completed 5 laps, we've got another 5 to go. How much ground can they seriously hope to make up on Kirill Ditiev, the way things are currently looking? Max Garcia, though, is the star of the show, up to 5th position. Great work from the American. 15th on the grid and now P5. So definitely starting to take some names out there on the course here at Kristianstad. Over the straight once again, Flusha ahead of Ditiev, and they are being caught rapidly. So Ditiev may be in 2nd position, but for how much longer? Because Tai and Gladish are both catching him rapidly. There are Tai and Gladish. 3rd and 4th positions as the battle continues on around the course. Everywhere you look, there is a little bit of a battle going on. Rain coming down again. You can see that on the cameras. As Nathan Tai closes up on Kirill Ditiev with Maciej Gladish right in behind him. Nathan Tai sets the fastest lap, a 1 minute flat .5. So the circuit is definitely quicker than it was before, but with the rain coming back, it depends on how heavy it gets, I suppose. problem is that they've been on a drying track with only a little spot of rain. It's not been particularly heavy this time, not like it was when we first arrived at the circuit this morning. It was a torrential downpour this morning. So Nathan Tai still hanging on in third position, trying to do something about Kirill Ditiev up in front of him. Ditiev just taking it in his stride at the moment. He has a lot of data to take in this weekend, of course, with the Ward Racing team racing on home turf. They know this circuit very well, both in the wet and the dry. And they've probably got more valuable data than any other squad here. So Nathan Tai closing up on Ditiev. And Ditiev doing his best to control the pace. Don't forget, Kirill Ditiev actually won the opening round of the championship in Champions of the Future back in Portimao, so he is no driver to be trifled with. And Ditiev definitely knows how to get the job done. It was just that at Zuera he had the nightmare weekend, and he'd rather forget about it, to be honest, so that's going to be his drop round. Kirill Ditiev clearly still a title contender the way things are currently looking. He's up in the top 3, and that's where you need to be if you want to battle for the title. His season is definitely not over yet, Kirill Ditiev. And the Ward Racing driver, fresh off his win in the first round, is going to be wanting to keep pushing and keep charging forward. All it will take for him is a top 3 finish in the final tomorrow. And Kirill Ditiev and the Ward Racing team are right back in contention for the Champions of the Future title. And then it should go down to the wire at Franciacorta in Italy. I don't think it's going to be won this weekend, even with Tai having a 25-point lead over Dmitry Matveev. I think the way that Ditiev is currently going and the way that Matveev is currently going, I think Tai is going to have to wait to steal the title till Franciacorta in Italy, if at all he manages to do that, because obviously he's going to have big pressure from both Matveev and Ditiev by the time they get back to Italy. So Kirill Ditiev is actually now closing up on Lukas Flusha in the last couple of laps of the race as well. Look, Flusha is suddenly no longer a dot in the distance. He's now right there. So Ditiev is trying to increase his chances of getting back into the title fight for Champions of the Future by passing Lukas Flusha on the last lap. He's going to have one lap to do it. He's caught right up to the Spaniard. Flusha is doing his best. You can see that the tyres are starting to go off. The back end's kicking out almost every corner now. You've got to be so careful, so balanced, so delicate. He pulled out a gap. The problem is at the expense of the tyres, and now he knows that Kirill Ditiev is right behind him. Tai and Gladish are not far away. So anything could happen on this last lap. Flusha, Ditiev, Tai, Gladish, all 4 of them could win this heat. Just got to stay hungry, stay alert. You never know what could happen. So Flusha gets back on the pace pretty rapidly. Clearly had a little in reserve from his tyres. He just didn't want to push them too hard. So now he needs to step away from Ditiev, and as a result, Tai is going to get closer to Kirill Ditiev as well. Ditiev is throwing absolutely every apex to the wall here, trying his best to get back on terms with Lukas Flusha. Flusha's going back to full chat. This could end up in a stalemate, but at least they've all given it their best shot to try and get the heat victory under their belt. But Flusha is going to come away from this with the win if he keeps it together in the last couple of corners, out through the left. Then a big dive for the hairpin. This is going to need bravery from Ditiev, and he's not quite that brave. Out of the final turn, and Lukas Flusha has held on despite the final bit of a challenge from Kirill Ditiev. 2 wins out of 3 then for Lukas Flusha. The Spanish driver going in very good form there. He has the dual nations on his helmet, of course, Lukas Flusha, very proud of his heritage, half Spanish and half British. But Lukas Flusha coming through for the victory. Excellent work from him as he gets the job done in fine style ahead of Kirill Ditiev. Nathan Tai 3rd, Maciej Gladish 4th, but take a bow, Max Garcia, 5th position in his debut weekend in the Champions of the Future. Excellent run from the American for DPK Racing, and I'm sure that the Fernando Alonso karting team, DPK Racing, the team will be very impressed indeed with that. And a great run from the American. So some good performances all around, as a lot of drivers able to change their stars in the wet conditions, but Lukas Flusha just as quick in the wet as he was in the dry. So a solid effort then from the contenders in the OK Junior race once again here, the 3rd race of their weekend. And Lukas Flusha still right in the hunt for the Super Pole tomorrow. Lukas Flusha taking the win then from Kirill Ditiev, and Nathan Tai with Maciej Gladish in 4th place ahead of Max Garcia. Elliot Kaczynski and Guillaume Bouzard, then Anatoly Kivalkin and Jules Caranta and Nea Frey rounding out the top 10 ahead of Alfie Slater and Romeo Haag. Then Andy Consani for Sodicard ahead of Nicolas Roos of the CRG race team. Len Nige in front of Renaud Francourt and Jindra Pezel. Luna Flusha coming home in 18th in the end. A bit of a difficult race for her. Vilma Svan comes home in 19th position. Not quite the star turn that we saw from him yesterday. Alpasan Aksoy ahead of Alex O'Grady, Aryaman Bansal and Alvin Ekberg. Just the one retirement from the race, and that was Harry Tigerson, who managed to retire from the race on the very first lap. So a fairly decent start to the day then, after we saw the OK race earlier on, won by Freddie Slater. Now it's going to be Evan Gilter that returns to the top spot for the VDK Racing team. He has victory written all over him these days. We caught up with him after his qualifying lap yesterday to rate his chances.
I'm happy to do the pole position in my group. The pace was good all weekend, but I'm a little bit disappointed because I don't do the overall pole, so we will see on the heat, but we know that we have a good pace, so that's good. I think on the wet we will be fast also, because at Zuera there was a little bit of rain, so we was fast, and we will see with the condition. I don't do the first one at Portimao, so we don't fight for the title, but I think hit by hit, and we will see on the final.
Great to hear from Evan Gilter, who came into the weekend full of confidence and eyes wide open. He's been very strong over the course of the weekends so far. In Champions of the Future, he's already been very, very competitive up at the sharp end of the field. Always good to see people putting on an excellent display as the competitors continue on their way forward. But now we're in for a really good opportunity to see what will happen over the course of this coming race. It's obviously been a very tricky situation for the competitors. But now we have some really exciting battles for all of the drivers as we get ourselves ready for another great battle. Rintaro Sato returns to the front row of the starting grid alongside the VDK driver Evan Gilter. So we're very excited about how things have continued in terms of the warm prospect of race battles. And we're going to have some exciting competition from all of the competitors as they gear us up for some great drama. But Rintaro Sato and Evan Gilter both took race victories yesterday. Now they get to go up against each other for the first time this weekend. And neither driver is going to want to concede, especially the form that Rintaro Sato is currently in. He's already come out of the blocks very quickly indeed, and will obviously want to continue in that vein. He's not going to want to lay off at any point. So a very interesting battle awaits us for Rintaro Sato as he gets us ready for another exciting drama out on the circuit. So we'll have to see who comes up with the goods, because obviously both drivers have been in a very strong situation thus far. Rintaro Sato, who is of course the son of the fabulous Indy 500 two-time winner and former Formula One driver Takuma Sato, who is actually out in America at the moment training for the Indy 500. But it's his son Rintaro who's taking centre stage here today. So we're going to see how it continues on that front. Be really exciting to see how the competitors continue on their way. Should be a really exciting battle and some good drama from all of the competitors as they continue on their way forward. But we'll have some exciting battles as the contenders continue on their way. Second row of the grid, we'll see Chuyan Pu, the young man from China, running in third position on the grid. Another of the drivers for the Junior Mercedes AMG F1 program. And he's been very strong over the course of this weekend, actually. He's had a very competitive run out of the blocks to start us off with. So some very exciting battles to come, I'm sure, from him again today, as he will want to put on a really exciting battle. The competitors will continue, again in fine style as the drivers bear up against the strain. Alongside Chuyan Pu on the starting grid for the Energy Course team is the talented Latvian Tomas Stolčamanis. He's going to be in position as he goes off from the grid. So Stolčamanis is obviously going to have a really interesting challenge from his run. Fourth position on the starting grid for him. You can see there for yourself on the pit lane cam that we have there on the dummy grid that the rain is still coming down. It's not particularly heavy, but obviously with the circuit already having been fairly sodden over the course of the morning, then it's just going to continue to make the circuit very greasy and very slippery. And now we've got the weird situation of having had a torrentially wet circuit to start the day with. Then, of course, we now come into another situation. There's Martin Bean, race director, living his best life, singing in the rain on the top of the starting gantry there, having a wonderful time of it. He wouldn't have it any other way, let's be honest. He's living his best life, enjoying himself up there on the top spot. One thing that we can say about the staff here at the RGMMC and Champions of the Future, we don't half love it. We really do. No matter how much we whinge and complain about the weather being against us, we wouldn't be any other place in the world. Great to be at Kristianstad Karting Club. And as I was pointing out, you know, we've had a drying circuit out there on the course here in Sweden for the last 2 to 3 sessions now. That means that obviously a lot of rubber has gone down onto the circuit because the tyres have been worn on a drying circuit on the racing line. But now that the rain has come back, that's actually going to cause quite a few problems in terms of grip, because obviously there's rubber that's gone onto the road, hot rubber that's obviously bedded into the circuit, and then you've got that reduced grip element as the rain comes down once again. So the battles are definitely going to be very interesting as the day continues. Into qualifying heat C versus E for the OK category. Evan Gilter and Rintaro Sato on the front row of the grid from Chuyan Pu and Thomas Stochamanis, Matthias Ferreira and Caspian Hagman from Tukka Tarpanen and Gabriel Gomez, Albin Stureysen and Zachary David, Alva Simesvara and Joel Bergström, Nico Lemberg, Victor Gustafsson, Maxim Orlov, Axel Saniala, Marius Christiansen and Joe Turney way down the order, Anton Orgren, Theodor Oddmark, Yvan David and Silas Gibson. So a very tricky and complicated battle awaits us now for the senior category competitors. They're obviously going to find things very difficult out there in this heat, but obviously all eyes are going to be on Joe Turney, trying to get himself back into contention after what can only be described as a nightmare yesterday. You don't expect to see Joe Turney down at the back of the grid in any category. He is a serial race winner and certainly a potential champion in waiting. He's obviously one of the favourites for the European title. So to see him down and out in Champions of the Future here at Kristianstad towards the back of the grid, he had the longest face in history after qualifying yesterday. I wanted to find out what the problem was. Went and found him, asked him quite candidly what was wrong. And he said, I don't know, and walked off in a very foul mood. I've never seen Joe in a foul mood. He's usually very laid back, very happy and very chirpy, but on this particular occasion, he was very, very stressed out and very, very much against the wall as far as he was concerned. So a very tough situation for all of the competitors, but certainly for Joe Turney, his back is to the wall here as he prepares for the drama and the conflict to unfold. So we're going to get to see some pretty exciting and intriguing battles out there, that's for sure, as the drivers will obviously be pushed to the limit and working to the max as they go for a very strong run. So now the competitors are eager and gearing up for another strong battle out there on the course as we challenge ourselves for another spectacular battle. The drivers are gearing up for a great show and a very exciting battle ahead of us as they go around for their formation lap. It's not going to be a start on this occasion. They'll go around again for another go. The karts were not quite in position. I did think we were going to have to go around one more time. So on that particular occasion, that was exactly what we decided to do. So let's see how it all shakes out the next time around as the competitors are getting themselves ready for another spectacular battle out on the course. So it'll be a really interesting challenge for all of the drivers out there as we gear ourselves up again. A drying track, greasy surface with the rain coming down once more. So this is very unpredictable. Who is going to get the best of it? This will all essentially come down to tyre pressures above most other things, because everybody's really going to struggle to have got it right. Tough to tell, because the air temperature is not particularly high. It's only about 12 degrees Celsius air temperature, so the track temperature is only going to be about 14, 15 degrees Celsius maximum. So this is definitely going to be tricky to get right. And the drivers and the mechanics are going to find out after about lap 2 whether they've got it very, very right or very, very wrong, and then they'll have another 11 laps just to live it out. It could be a very long race for some drivers As they come off the final turn and along the tram lines. Are we going to go racing this time? Yes, we are. Perfect start on the front of the grid for Evan Gilter. And through comes Chu into second position. Stoljamanis has made a terrific start. He's managed to get himself up into fourth place. So Rintaro Sato not getting a good start at all and losing a lot of traction. He now finds himself managing to get himself back up there into third position through turn 1 and 2. But Matthias Ferreira has now slotted in front of Thomas Stoljamanis in sixth place. That is Tukka Tarpanen, who of course is the reigning world champion in the OK senior category. Next up, 224, diving in on the inside. That is the move from Zachary David, who really is on a charge, making up some good places. What about Joe Turney, the British driver? This is very much his opportunity to bounce back from adversity. So we watch the drivers as they are coming through. There's Sato in third, Ferreira, Stoljamanis. Quite a few drivers trying to make up as much ground as they possibly can. Ferreira all over the back of Rintaro Sato, trying to look my way through the field. And I can tell you that Turney has gone through about half the field already. So he is in about 11th or 12th position, I would say. What an opening lap it's been for Turney. Gilter, Chu, Sato, Ferreira, Stoljamanis, Zach David, Tukka Tarpanen, then Saniala, Sturesen, Hagman and Turney in 11th place ahead of Gustafsson, Christiansen and Orlov. Just the kind of start he needed. Unfortunately for Bergström, Gomez and Simasvara, that was not the start they needed. They tumbled down the order. I was talking to Gabriel Gomez, the Brazilian, yesterday, who was very confident in the sunshine and the dry conditions. He said to me, the hotter the better. So he really must not have liked the weather conditions when he woke up this morning. And it's going to be a very long day for him. Sato trying to hang on in front of Ferreira, but Matthias Ferreira goes through. And the Alpine Academy youngster gets up into third position, the Brazilian, managing to move up into P3. So a great run then from Matthias Ferreira. Sato in P4. Stoljamanis is fifth, then David, Tarpanen, Saniala, Sturesen and Turney. So Turney's made up another place. That puts him up into 10th position as the rest of the field is sliding around, trying to gain some grip from anywhere they possibly can find it. So definitely a very tough battle for them. So the battles are well and truly joined as they run in formation. A very tough race battle for them all as they continue in fine proximity around their route on the course. This is definitely going to be a really long race for the drivers that have got their setups slightly wrong. Sato in front of Stoljamanis, David, Tarpanen, and that's the Cosmic further back, that's Axel Saniala. And up the inside, Stoljamanis and David are going to get their move on Rintaro Sato, so they both managed to get by. So Stoljamanis and David just tippy-toeing their way over the curbs. You can use a lot of curb in these conditions because it actually helps steer the kart around the corner as you go, as the mechanics watch on from the viewing gallery. Very unique here at Kristianstad. They come off the final turns and into the last bend. It's downhill, then they come back up the climb. You've got to get this corner very delicately balanced as Chu sets off in pursuit of Evan Gilter, the VDK racing driver, leading the race once again, looking for win number 3 this weekend. He won 2 races yesterday. Now he's looking for win number 3 this morning. It's definitely going well as far as he's concerned. He's in a very strong and solid position. So let's see how it all plays out for them as they continue to battle away. A very tough situation. Absolutely sensational situation for them. Evan Gilter and Chu Yanpu still going. Oh, Victor Gustafsson has a mechanical flag. So that is the CRG in trouble. A technical flag for Victor Gustafsson, the former European KZ2 champion. Now, what has befallen the Swedish driver there? Not entirely sure what it is. We're going to have to look as they come by another time. So an absolutely phenomenal battle for the drivers. And it's definitely going to be an interesting situation for them all as they continue on their way. Up and over again. Gilter, Chu, Ferreira, Stoljamanis, David and Tarpanen. Rintaro Sato and Axel Saniala from Albert Sturesen and Joe Turney as they continue their run. Very tricky race battles going on out there at the moment as everyone is struggling to find the pure balance. And it looks like there's a problem for Yavan David, the Sri Lankan, is having misfire issues by the look of it as he comes through on the straight. There's definitely a mechanical problem for the Forza Racing youngster. from Sri Lanka. I'm afraid it looks like it could be game over for him as we battle away Sato and Saniala, and also up the inside there, that was Turney, I think, getting through on Albin Sturesen to move up into 9th position. So the JP Racing driver has to watch the Champions of the Future points leader, Joe Turney, storm back through. There is Joe Turney in the 205, the Tony Kart machine, trying to move his way back through after a tragic qualifying session yesterday where he lost absolutely everything. Anton Ågren now has a technical flag. So he's got a problem out there as well now. So we're not entirely sure what it is that's befallen those two drivers, but certainly Victor Gustafsson is going to come into the pits on the main straight, and well, essentially the kart is going to be out of the race. Oh, he's got a problem with the rear bumper. That's what's caused the problems for Victor Gustafsson. His rear bumper is flailing off the kart. I'm not entirely sure what the situation is for Anton Ågren, but certainly he's got similar difficulties to contend with, certainly a technical flag that's going to put him out of the race. And Anton Ågren is the last kart in the train other than Jevan David. So Anton Ågren is still battling with his opponents out there on the course. Jevan David, I'm afraid to say, has come into the pits to retire with engine trouble. So big problems, I'm afraid, then for the Sri Lankan. But Evan Gilter in front of Chuyan Pu, Matthias Ferreira, 3rd position, then Thomas Stolchemanis. There is Anton Ågren. Oh, that's why. Yeah, that'll be why. The rear bumper's also flailing from his car, just as it was from Victor Gustafsson's. So that's the reason why he's got the technical flag. There's Zachary David hustling Thomas Stolchemanis through turn 1. There's certainly not as much spray coming off the tyres as there used to be, as Tuukka Tarpanen gets side by side with David and out drags him in a straight line. Manages to charge his way forward. So Tuukka Tarpanen able to absolutely sprint past, as into the pits to retire comes Anton Ågren. So that's the 3rd retirement from the race then. Ågren, Gustafsson and David all out of the race. Evan Gilter still 3/10 of a second in front of Chuyan Pu. And Matthias Ferreira is not far behind them, actually. He has a chance to go for the victory himself here. We're on lap 7 of 13, so there's still plenty of time for things to change around. And the pace is quite low, actually, for this race, because it's now 1 minute 3. So this is a really exciting battle for them all. But certainly a very tricky and technical challenge for all of the competitors. So they're obviously going to find it very difficult to keep the karts running with decent tyre temperatures, because obviously they're having to come off the racing line now once again to put water through the treads of the tyres. Tuukka Tarpanen's going to make the same move that he made on David, on Thomas Stolchemanis, and he does indeed. That puts him up into 4th position. So Tuukka Tarpanen using his knowledge of the circuit to move his way forward. The young man from Finland, he will obviously have raced here quite a lot in his younger days. And up the inside, a nice move too from Zach David. Gets the run, beautifully orchestrated there. So that was a very, very nice bit of kart control as the competitors work their way through. So we're going to have a really exciting battle for it as they continue in progress. So the battle's definitely going strong as they run in position. A very exciting battle and a challenge for all of the competitors as they continue to make progress. So let's see how it all continues as we make good progress all the way through. Still going to be an interesting one as the competitors continue to challenge forward. But still the battles rage out on the course. So are we going to see more continuations from the drivers as they continue this battle all the way through? It's definitely going to be tricky as we see more and more tough battles out there on the course. There's the move from Chu. Finally gets through on Evan Gilter. So Gilter loses the lead for the first time this weekend. Now that is quite significant as far as the battle for Superpole tomorrow is concerned. We could be in for a very tough battle for all of the drivers out there. It's definitely going to be very difficult for them all as they continue on their way forward. So the drivers continue to battle away. And we are going to have some tough missions and some tough challenges for the drivers as they move forward. But is this going to be a move now from Ferreira? Is he going to get a run on Evan Gilter? Here comes the move on the inside line. Well, that would answer that question. Straight through, no hesitation from Matthias Ferreira. And so the two Kart Republic factory drivers in their F1 Academy colour schemes have managed to get past Evan Gilter for the satellite VDK racing team. So some big challenges, some big pressures from the competitors as they have moved forward. But certainly an interesting challenge and a big opposition has led to a fascinating challenge from them all. So a very close proximity battle as the race continues to make progress through. So now we're going to see how things continue for Matheus Ferreira. Can he gain ground now on Chu Yan Pu, the Brazilian driver, always a serial competitor to go up against. But you never quite know what you're going to get with these guys as the pressure continues to mount. The battles will still continue on the course. They're still putting in a good show. And an interesting battle from them all, but is there going to be a little bit more pace from Ferreira? He's certainly looking to try and maximise his potential here. See if there's a little bit more pace he can get out of it. Meanwhile, Tuukka Tarponen, look who's behind him. That's Joe Turney. Joe Turney has charged his way back into contention. He really needed the rain today, and he now finds himself in P5. There's Tarponen, and right behind him is his teammate, Joe Turney, from out of nowhere. Fascinating scenario, right back into the hunt again. And great to see him putting on such a great spectacle and such a good showcase out there once more. So the battles are well and truly joined once more as the competitors really putting on a great show. So they continue and working their magic out there on the course. So they will still put on some good efforts out there as everybody is trying to make good use of the situation. The battle's still very close. Now Joe Turney is going to have no hesitation at all passing his teammate Tuukka Tarponen. He wants to salvage his chances in the title fight. Tarponen is not quite in the title fight at the moment. That could change, but Joe Turney certainly looking to take no prisoners out there as he tries to get his move on his teammate. That's the world champion in front of him, but Turney's not going to let that hold him off at all. They may be teammates, but once the gates are closed, there are no mates in the world of karting. And Turney's going to get his move. Tightens in with Tarponen, and he has to let him go. Turney gets into fourth position. Well, the comeback drive begins here then for Joe Turney, as they both managed to get past Evan Gilter. So Gilter's tyres have just plummeted off the cliff. And so now the Frenchman finds himself in fifth place, in danger of losing ground to Zach David, as Chu has now got 0.4 of a second on Matheus Ferreira with 1 lap to go. That's why you've got to love the wet conditions in Kristianstad, because even in a drying track, it's all about who looks after the tyres best over this 13-lap period. Fastest lap of the race comes in again, and it's from Gabriel Gomez, the CRG driver, who has managed to get right on behind Zach David. So there is Chu Yan Pu looking for a victory, and it looks as though the Chinese driver might just be able to do that. But with Evan Gilter down in fifth position, that really does change the modus operandi of the weekend for the OK category. It shakes up the order a little bit as well. So with Yan Pu Chu out in first position, looking very comfortable. Matheus Ferreira is still right there, so the Chinese driver can't afford to make a single mistake. But Chu will be quite comfortable with the first position. That will do him and Matheus Ferreira in second place. The world of good in this battle. Across the line, the checkered flag flies, and for China, it is Chu Yan Pu that comes through for the victory in front of Matheus Ferreira, and Joe Turney up from 18th on the grid to P3. What a comeback. And I've got a sneaky suspicion that could well be the first of many that we're going to see in this battle as the competition continues. What a sensational battle it has been for the drivers. They really have been fantastic so far. And the challenge is well and truly joined for all of the competitors out there. So they continue on their way forward. Some excellent performances. But certainly from Joe Turney, this really does put him back into contention this weekend. And this will give him a little bit more confidence heading to the fourth heat later on today, having come up with a third place finish. He won't be satisfied because Joe Turney never seems satisfied with anything, but it's certainly going to get him one step closer to the big show. So he'll be quite happy with the way things have ended up. So the battle definitely looking strong at the moment for the competition as the rain comes back Chuyan Pu, Matthias Ferreira and Joe Turney in the top 3. Then Tuka Tarpanen and Gabriel Gomez ahead of Evan Gilter down in P6. Zachary David and Thomas Stolchamanis, then Axel Saniala and Maxim Orlov. Rintaro Sato is 11th in front of Albin Stureysen and Marius Christiansen. Alva Simesvara and Theodor Odmark in front of Caspian Hagman. Silas Gibson and Joel Bergström in 18th position. The last driver home in the end was the Finn Nico Lemberg. And then we had 3 retirements through the race due to technical difficulties. Anton Orgren, Victor Gustafsson, and with engine trouble, Jevan David. And it looks like we've had a breakdown on the way back to the pits. That's Albin Stureysen's kart stranded off on the circuit there, up at turn 7. So Albin Stureysen's kart has come to a stop on the slowdown lap. Now, he won't lose the position that he's finished in, but that definitely is a bit of a headache for him going into the latter stages of the race. So he will keep his 12th position finish, but it's definitely not the kind of preparation he wanted going out of this particular heat. So back into the action once again, and it's this time ready for the OK Junior battle, and it's going to be about Dmitry Matveev for the Koski Motorsport team. Let's see what he can do and make it 3 wins out of 3 possibly. Well, he was certainly confident after qualifying.
One of my clearest qualifying actually. Needed a lot of work to do before it because the practice was quite tough for me, but we found a perfect setup with Koski Motorsport, who did a really great work. And then in the quali I just let the group go to get a gap in front of me, which helped me a lot because the track was already warmed and I was alone, so I could concentrate perfectly on my driving. And then just lap by lap I was improving in each sector in just last lap. Did really great first sector and got perfect apex in second and third corner, which was important for me. And then the second sector went clean, and the third sector I just needed to finish, didn't do any mistakes, and won the quali. And wanted to say actually big thanks to One Engines as well, because these guys did a really great work and gave me perfect package. So thank you so much, guys. Let's work together for the win.
So, qualifying heat A versus D then. Dmitry Matveev and Lewis Werrell on the front row of the grid from Tobias Clausen and Eddie Robinson. Maxime Verbruge and Miguel Costa from Enzo Tarvanichkul and Tim Soleil. Then Emanuele Olivieri and Martin Molnar, Ludwig Franzen and William Go. Jensen Burnett and Stepan Antonov from Giacomo Pedrini and Harry Arnett. Then Maria Nito and Jason Bralich, Louis Deveau and Newman Chi. Then Scott Lindblom, Gazi Motlakar, Victor Smith, Hampus Vares and Mohan Abai. Now, I am told that Mohan Abai actually had a nasty problem that happened to him over the course of the build-up to the first heat, and unfortunately, despite qualifying in his Birolart, he is not able to race over the course of the weekend. I think he has mild damage to his heel after an altercation in the paddock yesterday, so apologies to Mohan Abai that we didn't get to see him out on the circuit, and hopefully he will be back in action again in a couple of weeks' time when the OK field returns once again. So the battles are hopefully going to be well and truly joined as the racers continue their prospect out in position. So let's see how it all continues for the competitors up at the sharp end of the field. So the drivers working hard, getting themselves into position as they race for supremacy. It's never easy at this level, especially when you've got a drying circuit with the rain starting to fall down again. But you can see for yourself that the rain isn't actually terribly heavy. So it's deceptive at the moment. It's causing a few headaches there for the drivers, as they all want to be in a similar position. But now the drivers are going to rank up into their 2 tram lines. But this is obviously going to be a very tricky situation for all of the competitors as they run in close proximity. The battle is raging for the drivers as they run in formation, and we are getting ourselves ready for the start of some excellent racing here at Kristianstad in Sweden. It just keeps going in frenetic dynamicism at the moment. They come off the turn on the tram lines, and we're racing. Good start from Werrell, up alongside Tobias Clausen, trying to go the long way round as Matveev is completely swamped in the middle, and there's a spin in the middle of the pack. That's Tim Soleil. So a big spin then in the middle of the pack from the 38, I'm afraid. of Soleil, the German. Everybody else has managed to avoid him, so that is very good news indeed. But Tobias Clausen leads the race, and in second, that is Maxime Verbruge. What a start from the Frenchman. Maxime Verbruge getting a much better launch, and now he's going to try and make the bid for the lead past Tobias Clausen. So an initial good launch then from Verbruge in front of Tobias Clausen. Clausen holding the early advantage as he goes wide through the hairpin. And Soleil, I'm afraid, the German is out of the race. A very difficult situation for him as he continues to make progress. There's Verbruge into the lead past Clausen. Good overtake from the Frenchman. And game on here in the OK Junior qualifying heat A versus D. Clausen trying to come straight back at him, and Dimitri Matveev there in third position, hoping not to fall victim to the same problems as Evan Gilter in the early doors. But the battles are raging as Dimitri Matveev runs in good position in third. Then it is Edwin Robinson in fourth position, then Tyrone Gul, then Lewis Werrell. So a good initial start from Lewis Werrell. He had a good confidence around the outside, and then he just got squeezed out of the chicane, I think. That's where he's lost out a bit in terms of his ground. So Dimitri Matveev running in third position, but at the moment it looks like he is going to lose his unbeaten streak. He is the only driver in the OK Junior category who hasn't lost a heat. Won both of his races yesterday, but now we're in the wet conditions and the damp conditions. Who knows how it's going to play out for the young Koski Motorsport driver who dives in on Clausen. That's a beautiful comeback move. Dimitri Matveev back in a second place. Quick in the wet, quick in the dry. He does not want to lose his unbeaten run. So he gets himself back in a second position in the hope that he can still make relatively good progress. So now he is going to be an interesting battle still to come. So now it's going to be an interesting battle for all of the competitors as they continue to make progress. Clausen, Matveev, and that's the battle for, well, Clausen now of course behind Dimitri Matveev as they battle for second position. Maxime Verbruge though is still your race leader, and what a battle he is having out in front. It's going to be tricky for Matveev to close him down if he keeps the sort of rhythm and the pace up that he is currently showing. But it's very tricky indeed out there for all of the drivers as they continue to make very strong progress. Already a good start to proceedings, but it's obviously always going to be a tricky one as the competitors want to come out of the blocks and give themselves the best chance of a solid result. So great to see people putting on a good show. And Famalien Loven has been writing in, best of luck to Hampus Varis in his international debut, the next driver from Skövde MK to go international. Christian sends his best. He was now racing in the Aquila Formula 1000 in Sweden. So great to hear from Christian Loven, who is battling his way in Swedish motorsport. And here at Kristianstad, young Hampus Varis is making good progress on his international debut. What about these two, though? Still a good run from Costa and Werrell. Miguel Costa getting through into sixth position past the British driver Lewis Werrell, who has the rain guard on his visor. You can see him there as he goes around. He's clearly finding that to his benefit in the rain, but it's a tricky situation for all of the drivers out there, and he's just as much as everybody else struggling for grip. Stepan Antonov in the 33, currently running in 8th position behind him. And he's trying to make steady progress as he continues on his way. So there is Lewis Werrell, that very unique rotating blade on the front of the visor. It's designed to keep the rain off the visor. And obviously some drivers use it, others don't. But Lewis Werrell clearly finding that it's going to help him out as we have the battle for second place again. Tobias Clausen's got back through on Dimitri Matveev. So Clausen has returned the favour on the man who currently leads the interim standings. So this is not where Dimitri Matveev wants to be at all. He doesn't want to be down in third position, but that's where he finds himself. Tobias Clausen getting back on terms with the Koski Motorsport driver. You see the rain is the ultimate leveller, especially when it's raining, but there's not a massive amount of water on the circuit. It drains quickly here at Kristianstad. And obviously it's been drying out for the best part of the morning's races, but there's not enough water coming down to really keep the tyres cool. So it becomes a bit of a lottery, and it becomes about the skill of the driver as to who can keep their tyres the coolest over the heat race distance. So Clausen's still in second place from Matveev. Do you go for the gamble of an overtaking move and risk cooking the tyres that little bit more, or do you stay in position and hope that the driver in front is going to burn out his tyres a little bit earlier? Maxime Verbruge has got an investigation flag. Now that's interesting. Maxime Verbruge, the race leader, and Chi Newman both have investigation flags going on. Now I wonder if that's going to stem from the start of the race, because that's two drivers there who are getting flags. Well, they've got the boards out on the digiboard for both Chi Newman and race leader Maxime Verbruge that there is an investigation going on. I would imagine at this early phase of the race that's got to have something connected to the start, but certainly for Maxime Verbruge that is a real heartbreaker. If he gets a penalty, if he's running in the lead of the race, then the victory is going to go essentially to Tobias Clausen. Now, I wonder if Dimitri Matveev has seen that and decided he's got to go for it. Oh, he nearly trips over Clausen as he makes his bid on the inside there. So Dimitri Matveev getting hungry to get back into the lead, but he's got to be careful. And that's game over for Lewis Werrell. Lewis Werrell walks away from his car. So something has gone terribly wrong for the Forza Racing driver. Oh, he's absolutely fuming. After running so well yesterday, top 3 in both races, he did not need a DNF, that is for sure. And he's feeling the pressure. Always pressure at international level. This could have been a very good result for Lewis Werrell today, but the rain just doesn't seem to go his way on this particular occasion. So now we're going to see if there is going to be any better opportunities for him as he continues to move forward and make progress. But it's not going to be easy to predict how things are going to go, that is for sure. Drivers wanting to put on as good a show as humanly possible. But now the drivers are obviously very much put under more pressure as they continue. Wheel-to-wheel drama from them as they make more big impacts around the course on them. Still some very tough battles as the drivers still looking for an opportunity to move forward. So across the line again, and Clausen in front of Matveev, but he's pulling away, I notice. He's not really moving any further forward. A very fed up Lewis Werrell. You've got a feel for him. The British driver returns his helmet to his seat so that he can watch the rest of the race. From Marshall Post 4, side by side, battling for position. What a great tussle this is in the midfield. We've got William Goh getting his way to try and move up on the inside of Chi Newman. And Louis Leveau is in the mix there along with Ludwig Franzen. So a lot of local talent trying to move their way forward in the mix there. The 97, Scott Lindblom, is trying to come forward and shake off the attentions of the Praga-based Formula K of Emanuele Olivieri. There goes the move from William Goh. Louis Leveau goes with him. Chi Newman trying to get back on terms with him. Chi Newman gets past. They both drift wide. Louis Leveu's going to get them both. Lovely bit of overtaking from Louis Leveau. Hangs it out, makes his bid, gets through. Lovely overtake. Now Lindblom is trying to get through on the inside of Newman. That Chi Newman is making it very easy to thwart the attack from the 52 of William Goh. As out of the final turn, good run from Edward Robinson in front of Miguel Costa. There is Stepan Antonov running in 7th place. The Australian is next up. Harry Arnett in the Parolin going well. And then Martin Molnar in front of Louis Leveau. It was Chi Newman. But with 2 laps to go, it doesn't matter where you look on the course. There is race drama and action everywhere you look. As Tobias Clausen is starting to chip away at Maxime Verbruge's lead. Now, if Verbruge were to get a penalty, he's currently under investigation. If he were to get, let's say, for example, a 5-second penalty, then he would drop to 3rd position behind Clausen and Matveev. So that's why it's really important for Clausen to stay as close to Verbruge as possible. Even if Verbruge were to get a 3-second penalty, that would be enough to promote Clausen and Matveev up into 1st and 2nd, as Costa gets his move on Robinson further back. So the Brazilian has got his way up into 5th position past the Spaniard. But there are great battles everywhere you look around the course here at Kristianstad as Clausen goes into the last lap, 1.8 seconds back from the race leader Maxime Verbruge. He was just hoping that Dimitri Matveev wasn't close enough. It certainly looks that way. Matveev is a 2nd back, so it looks like he's about to take his first defeat of the weekend. That means that not a single driver in OK Junior will have gone through the race weekend with a flawless run. There is still a chance that one man might do that in the OK Seniors, and he is coming out onto the circuit for the next race. But for this man, Maxime Verbruge, He is taking it nicely in his stride at the moment, and the Frenchman really having a good run of it out in the front end of the field. Making very good work of things as he continues his march forward. Excellent progress from Maxence Verbruge. He comes off the final few corners of the sector, keeping it nicely planted. Just a perfect balance in his kart at the moment, just keeping it nice and tidy as he continues to storm the Crows out of the final turn, looking really strong, really comfortable, back on the throttle. And for the moment, at least, Maxence Verbruge is going to be the first one across the line to take the checkered flag, setting the fastest lap in the progress, the 1:03.8. But the question is, with an investigation hanging over him, is he going to be able to keep that victory, or will he take a penalty? We don't know exactly what it's for yet, and that will obviously become apparent a little bit later on. But certainly some tricky scenes and situations out there on the course. So let's see how the competitors are going to play out with this one. As it continues, as we are currently stacked up in position, it's actually going to be a very interesting scenario, because if Verbruge takes a penalty, if it's a 3-second penalty, he'll end up second. If it's a 5-second penalty, he'll end up third. So it won't be a massive panic, even if he does get a penalty. So he's just got to be very careful how he takes this back to the pits. It could be very frustrating, obviously, for Maxence to lose the win. We hope he doesn't. But obviously, if he is under investigation, and he's not the only one, I should point out, for this race, because Gene Newman also has an investigation hanging over him coming out of that race. So he's not the only one in difficulties. But it's definitely going to be an interesting challenge for all of the competitors as they continue to put on a bit of a show for us here. Maxence Verbruge, provisional winner from Tobias Clausen and Dimitri Matveev, then Enzo Tarvanitschkel, Miguel Costa and Edu Robinson from Stepan Antonov and Harry Arnett, Martin Molnar and Louis Leveau, Gene Newman, Scott Lindblom, William Go and Emanuele Olivieri, Hampus Vardis in front of Giacomo Pedrini, Ludwig Franzen and Gazai Motlakar, and then it's Jensen Burnett in front of Maria Germano Nito from Victor Smith and Jason Bralich. Just 2 retirements in the end. Lewis Werrell going out on the halfway point. Taim Saleh, who spun off on the opening lap. There was one non-starter as well. That was Mohan Abai. So fascinating to see how the competitors have been continuing on their way, still trying to make as big a progress as they possibly can. But it's obviously a very bitter disappointment for a couple of the drivers out there. They all want to make sure that they're in the best possible positions out there on the course. So we'll see how all of the competitors continue to make vapid progress, as they obviously all want to make sure they are into the best possible settings to move their way forward. And of course, for Arthur Rojon, it's time to see how things are going to progress for him. After qualifying yesterday, he was the fastest of all. 2 wins yesterday. Can he continue that here on Saturday?
Yeah, it's really good to do the pole position for the team, VDK, also Kart Republic, for me. And I think it's, really good. The kart was always quick, but with one more lap, it's always a bit more easy. Yeah, because on the dry, we are quick. On the wet, I think I'm not so bad, so I need to manage the tires on the dry and on the wet, attack and win.
So for Arthur Rojon, he has the unique possibility here to come through and essentially be the dominant force of OK Senior, because now we know that Evan Gilter, who was the only other driver who had gone unbeaten up until this point, he has now sadly lost his winning streak because he ended up coming home in 6th position on the road in the heat this morning. So obviously a very tricky situation. He obviously wants to try and get himself back up into position if at all possible. But it's not easy to be up at the front end of the field when you've got so many people around to try and make things come to you. It's obviously a very tricky scenario for all the competitors out there. They want to make sure they're in the best possible positions around the course. But very tricky to predict how things are going to continue here. Obviously plenty of drivers working their magic to get forward in the hope that there's going to be some more badinage and banter out on the circuit as the day continues to progress. But we're not done yet. There's still plenty of drama to come from the competitors out on the circuit, and that is for sure. We're going to see some really close battles from our competitors out there on the course. They're all going to give us an awful lot of drama as things continue. But Arthur Rojon will line up alongside Luigi Coluccio, who is in the unenviable position of being on the outside line of the front row of the starting grid. Nobody really wants to be on that outside of the front row. However, what he does have is the knowledge that the title leader, who he is battling with for the Champions of the Future title, Joe Turney, is 13 points ahead, but several places behind him in terms of the overall rankings. So Luigi Coluccio, who has a win and a second from yesterday, definitely looking very confident and very strong as the battles continue out there on the course. So he's still very much in a decent position. He can't really afford to worry too much about the difficulties that are out there around him, because he still has plenty of chances to move forward. So there's still every chance that he can get himself back into a strong position as he looks to make progress. So it's not done yet by a long stretch, and it's certainly a long way to go as far as everybody is concerned. So we'll obviously get to see how the competitors battle out there on the course. They'll want to be right up at the forefront, and in order to do that, they obviously have to be very patient in the first couple of corners of the lap in particular. Out onto the circuit they come, and it's definitely going to be tight for Arthur Rojon and Luigi Coluccio as they battle for supremacy. But who's going to get the best of it? That's the first real credit that we need to keep an eye on over this one. It will be tricky. They all know that. So along they come, and it's Arthur Rojon and Luigi Coluccio on the front row of the grid from Juha Valtonen and David Walter, Maxime Rem and Kier Nakamura Berta, Marlo Bollier and Enzo Deligny from Oscar Pedersen and Douwe de Decker, Fabian Stureysen and James Igotzi from Harley Keeble and Bruno Mulders, Akshay Bora and Nasha Tunion, Oscar Wirtz, Nathan Schaap, Ella Stevens, Rick Gilliu, Max Angelard, Simone Bianco, and at the back of the grid it is Sofia Kotala. So still some big challenges wherever you go around the course. It doesn't matter who you're keeping an eye on. Everybody is really pushing themselves to the absolute limit. They want to be pushing up to the front end of the dais. So we will get to see some really big pressure cookers bubbling over the way things are currently resting out there for the drivers. They all want to be at the sharp end. And we'll see some spectacular performances from the competitors as they run up at the front end of the field. A lot of competitors wanting to be right there on the sharp end, with a lot of battles still to come. Valtonen was pretty strong yesterday, 4 points from his 2 races, so a pair of second place finishes. That puts him into a relatively strong position. We'll want to be very careful about how he goes out on the circuit. Not easy to predict how it's going to tail off for him. So we'll have to see where the pressure comes from the drivers in this one. They're all going to want to be up as the, obviously, fighting up at the sharp end of the field. So they're weaving up from side to side. Again, it's a bit of a mixed bag in terms of condition. But how is this going to work out? Now, what kind of battle are we going to get from this race? Because we saw the VDK kart of Evan Gilter really struggling in terms of tyre life. That was a real problem in the earlier heat. Is it going to be any better for Arthur Rojon? Luigi Coluccio obviously starting from that outside line. That's not going to be very easy to predict how that's going to work out. So the competitors are obviously working increasingly hard out there to try and get the maximum that they can from the situation on the grid that they're presented with, but there's a lot of drivers who want to make a bit of a comeback thanks to this. Are we going to go racing? No, false start, false start. That was a very early call from race director Martin Bean. False start there. Quite a few drivers were out of position on that one. As you can see, the rain is starting to come down again on the first corner. It's not particularly heavy yet, but certainly going about it the very right way of it. This is a fascinating battle so far for the drivers as they get themselves into position. And everybody obviously wanting to be right up at the sharp end of the dais. There's going to be some tough battles for all of the competitors out there. They obviously want to put on a good show. And how are we going to see the balance of the tyre life? This is the difficulty. It is wet out there. There is rain definitely coming down, but it's not particularly heavy. That is the difficulty. It's a very difficult situation for them, and there's not going to be a massive amount of tyre life through the opening part of the lap either, because it's just going to continue to get greasy out there. It'll be quite tricky. The Drivers are obviously going to want to build up the speed, but the tyres are going to be absolutely shouting at the drivers by about lap 5, because there's not a massive amount of moisture on the circuit, despite the fact that it's raining. It drains very quickly at Kristianstad. The temperature is climbing. The track is shown as wet, but it's not that wet. Lights out. Let's see how it plays out. Grosjean to the first corner. He's going to lose out potentially in turn 1, but Valtonen can't quite get the traction into the first corner. So the field slides through. And a spin! A spin from David Walter. And that's got 2 more karts crossed up with each other. Unfortunately, that is Kian Nakamura-Berta and Maxime Rem. And they're too busy shouting at each other to get going again. Oh, big drama. But Kian Nakamura-Berta, the man who won the final last time out at Zuera, is out of this race. And it looks like he's also joined by Bruno Mulders. Bruno Mulders is involved in that as well. But Walter spun. Rem and Nakamura-Berta locked wheels. And they're out. They're not going to be able to get started again. Big drama. And there's a change of lead potentially in the offing here, because Grosjean has got Coluccio all over the back of him. Bruno Mulders is trying to get going again. Looks as though he's managed to, actually. So one of the drivers involved in that first corner incident has got going. Oh no, that is Maxime Rem. So Maxime Rem has managed to get going again. But for Kian Nakamura-Berta, Bruno Mulders and David Walter, it's game over. There is Grosjean leading the way from Coluccio and Valtonen. Malo Bollier in front of Pedersen, Keeble, Deligny, and Nathan Sharp is in 8th position. Goodness me, the chaos of the first couple of corners has shuffled the deck big time. But now the move on the inside from Valtonen, trying to get past Coluccio. This is for 2nd position. Valtonen won't want to wait around here. So some big drama potentially coming from within the Tony Kart Factory team. Looks like Coluccio's going to struggle to keep Valtonen at bay. Valtonen all over the back of Luigi Coluccio, as Arthur Grosjean is your race leader again. Fastest in qualifying, winner of the first heat, winner of the second heat yesterday, and now leading the third. So can Arthur Grosjean continue his pace? He's certainly looking good for it at the moment as they filter their way through, but he runs very wide. But that could just be the karting line to get out wide, get a little bit of moisture onto the tyres and start to bring the kart a little further forward. Grosjean certainly looking good for now. From Coluccio, Valtonen, Bollier, Pedersen, Keeble, Deligny and Nathan Sharp in 8th place ahead of Douwe de Decker, making his debut in the OK Senior category. Look at that. 3 very fed-up drivers at Marshall Post 2 watching along. David Walter, Kian Nakamura-Berta and Bruno Mulders out of the race on the first lap. Very dramatic indeed for Kian Nakamura-Berta in particular. So the battles rage and continue. Oh, getting a little bit close to it. That's the 265 of Malo Bollier, giving Juho Valtonen the hurry up. Come on, mate. We need to get on with this now. After Grosjean's disappearing out into the distance. I don't want to lose ground to him any more than you do. And again, he just wrestles to get the move on the inside line, and Valtonen has to give best to Malo Bollier. That looked a little bit too close to argy-bargy there for me, and Valtonen is just trying to come straight back at him and play him at his own game. So Valtonen again trying to take on Malo Bollier, as Max Angelard looks like he's in some trouble. So that is the declared by Lennox driver, Max Angelard, really struggling to get anything from the kart. I wonder if he's got an engine misfire. So certainly he's dropping out of the race. That's a real shame. As Grosjean leads Coluccio, then Bollier, Valtonen, Pedersen. The trio battling for 3rd. Keeble is now P6. Then Deligny, Tunion, Sharp, De Decker, Studesen and Akshay Bora in front of James Zigotzi, Simone Bianco, Rick Gilou, Ellis Stevens, Oscar Wirtz, Sofia Catala and Max Angelard ahead of Maxime Rem. Now I hear tell that there is actually going to be, there's a little cheeky bet going on down at Ward Racing, in that if Sofia Catala were to make the final, one of her mechanics is going to take a swim in the lake apparently, or something along those lines, as Max Angelard comes into the pits to retire. So one of the other mechanics at Ward Racing said, I'll give Sofia Catala 2 new engines. I want to see her in the final just so I can see that mechanic take a swim. So it could be very interesting to see what happens as a result of all of that badinage down at Ward Racing. I think we'd all quite like to see Sofia Catala in the final, and there's a good chance of it today with the wet conditions. She's definitely not at the back of the field. She's working her way forward. She's got ahead of Angelard and Rem. Angelard has mechanical problems though, so I think Angelard is going to be out of the race. He's pulled into the pits with some form of mechanical issue with the engine, so he's out of the race now. Rojon, Coluccio, Bollier, and then in fourth is Valtonen. Not that Valtonen's particularly happy about it. Bollier going very wide on the braking zone down to turn 5. Almost went on the grass there. Valtonen looking for some payback on Bollier. Gets through. Nice move from Valtonen. That's revenge for earlier on then, as far as he's concerned. So Valtonen manages to make the move on Malo Bollier. Gets through. Clean move. And the Finn is up to third position. A little bit of payback there from the Tony Kart factory driver, Juho Valtonen, managing to get through. Oh, and that's one of the energy course carts off the road. That, I'm afraid, is Akshay Bora. So Akshay Bora in difficulty. So that's his race pretty much over, I would say, there as well. And he's off at turn 7. So that's in the S's. So big problems there for Akshay Bora. What a shame for the energy course driver. So they skate through turn 1. Malo Bollier doing a great job in his current position as he skates towards the apex there. Oscar Pedersen having a good run as he hustles in there in position behind Malo Bollier. And now going to try and make his move on the inside line. That'll do. Lovely bit of overtaking moves there. And a bit of a hustle from Malo Bollier as he tries to get back on terms again with Oscar Pedersen. Harley Keeble is behind these guys in their battle for fourth position. But through it all, Arthur Rojon is still running comfortably in the lead as Douwe de Decker gets his move on Nathan Schaap. And they're running side by side. The Pink Panther strikes again as he makes his move in his first weekend in the OK Senior category. Oh, Valtonen battling away with Coluccio and gets in a second. So Valtonen now up to P2 past Luigi Coluccio. And Valtonen trying to close up on Arthur Rojon. But Rojon is quite a long way in front now, 5 seconds clear. So Arthur Rojon definitely looking pretty comfortable out in the lead as Coluccio has lost a lot of ground. So once again, the VDK Racing driver Arthur Rojon just taking it nicely in his stride up front, not really losing ground. He's just continuing in very solid positions now as he continues on his way around the course. Looks like we've got a problem brewing at the very tail of the field. I think Oscar Wirtz has got some problems. So Oscar Wirtz in the Tony Kart looks like he's got some engine trouble. Meanwhile, that is the 260 of Nacho Tunion getting through past Enzo de Ligny. So Nacho Tunion passes the Frenchman on the Parolin. This is a very tricky circuit to learn for the first time, and Enzo de Ligny really is finding that out the hard way. So we've had Bruno Mulders out, Kia Nakamura Berta out, David Walter out, Max Angelard out, and now Akshay Bora out. And it's looking quite likely, I'm afraid, that Akshay Bora might be joined on the sidelines here by Oscar Wirtz. There's big engine trouble for the Tony Kart driver. Looks like it's a bit of an engine misfire. This man, though, Arthur Rojon, is looking so perfect out in front on lap 8. He's the only driver in the race to have broken into the 1-minute 2s. And now we've got pressure from Oscar Pedersen and Luigi Coluccio. So Joe Turney will be having a little bit of a grin about this one. He's been charging back. Coluccio is the one who's going backwards now. Here's the move on the inside from Pedersen. Job done. Oscar Pedersen into third position. A good run from the home favourite. And the Swedish talent has got himself back into third position once again, putting the smiles back on the faces of the Ward Racing team. As Arthur Rojon runs in the lead of the race still and having a very solid day's work at the moment in his third heat of the weekend and his first heat of the day. Arthur Rojon is coming across the line now as we watch Pedersen in third position trying to tuck up behind Juho Valtonen. That's how big of a gap Arthur Rojon has got on the rest of the field. Valtonen's now 5.7 seconds back with 5 laps to go. That's pretty much job done as far as Arthur Rojon is concerned. He just needs to keep the car pointing in the right direction. He doesn't really need to break a sweat anymore. So still the drivers banter through, keeping it nice and tidy as they run in close proximity to each other. Very tough racing out there, as always going to be. They're racing very tight up at the sharp end of the field. Battle's going strong. But still the competitors having a very solid run of it at the moment. As on the inside, that is Tunion getting past Keeble. So Nacho Tunion gets his move on Harley Keeble. A good start from his point of view. He's been very happy to get into that particular position out on the course. So looking very strong. But Oscar Pedersen charging his way through to third position. Nacho Tunion charging his way through to P6 in front of Harley Keeble in the Birala. as the laps continue to tick down. But Arthur Rojon certainly in a very comfortable position up at the front end of the field. Pedersen now second, of course. He's got past Valtonen. So Pedersen has now got past Juho Valtonen into second position. Fastest lap of the race from him, a 1 minute 19, 2/10 of a second quicker than Rojon has managed. So how is Oscar Pedersen managing it? Well, he's on wet tyres, same as everybody else, but he's obviously just got the kart dialed in a little bit better than everybody else out there. So Pedersen just tucking on nicely. There he is. A very good race of it at the moment. So the mixed conditions definitely working out in Oscar Pedersen's favour. The Ward Racing team obviously with so much data of this circuit. In the wet and the dry, they know this place incredibly well. They know its characteristics, they know where it's going to bite back, and they know that Oscar Pedersen is going to be a comfortable man behind the wheel. Only held up by the position he started in, really, Oscar Pedersen, down in 9th position on the grid. Had he been a little bit higher, he could easily have challenged Arthur Rojon for the victory, I think, in this one, but he's just going to run out of time to do that, with the gap now up to 6.8 seconds again, as Rojon has come back with his personal best lap. 1 minute 1.937, still the fastest lap though has been set by Oscar Pedersen. That's fascinating though. Pedersen set the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 1.937. Arthur Rojon has just set the fastest lap, 1 minute 1.937. He's done it to the 1,000th of a second. But the credit for it is obviously going to go to Oscar Pedersen because he set it first. But they have set exactly the same lap time to the 1,000th of a second. That's how evenly matched Arthur Rojon and his colleague Oscar Pedersen are. Very tricky situations for the drivers at the moment, just to try and tiptoe their way through. 2 laps to go for Arthur Rojon. He comes across the line on a 1:02.6. Pedersen a 1:02.7, so the pace has definitely fallen away a little bit. For Galluccio, this is not what he wanted. He didn't want a 4-point score. That's going to drop him to 6 on the tally, along with Chuyan Pu. And that's going to promote Freddie Slater into 2nd position in the rankings now, because with Galluccio taking a 4th place finish, as I mentioned, that's going to drop him to an accumulated total of 6. So a bit of an interesting start to proceedings for everybody, but certainly for the 2 drivers involved trying to make progress, it's definitely a tough one out there for the competitors. So we'll have to see how it all plays out once more. But the battles are well and truly joined as they continue to give us plenty of drama and action through the course of racing. On the penultimate lap, one man who's not really been in any of the action in this one so far is this man. Arthur Rojon goes into the final lap, having a perfect day of it. Who would have thought he'd just be so confident and so supreme? Absolutely phenomenal performance so far. This has been a real masterclass effort for the drivers up at the sharp end. Been phenomenal to see how the drivers have given themselves plenty to do. So now the battle continues. So they continue to battle away. Arthur Rojon out in front of Oscar Pedersen and Juho Valtonen. 7.4 seconds Rojon has been able to pull out now. He's quick in the dry, he's quick in the wet. Almost certainly Arthur Rojon is on the run to victory. So it's been an absolutely fascinating battle for him so far as the race continues on. But certainly at the moment, Arthur Rojon having a terrific run. And this is going to be the performance we've all been waiting for him this season. Arthur Rojon makes it 3 wins out of 3. What a performance and what a display. Very impressive work so far from Arthur Rojon. Oscar Pedersen in 2nd from Juho Valtonen. There are going to be 16 finishes to this one. It's been a real race of attrition further back. But certainly Arthur Rojon has been able to bring it home in style after a phenomenal drive at an average speed of 68.9 kilometers per hour. Much slower than we saw in terms of average speeds from Portimao and Zuera. But then it's a wet day. It's a much tighter, much narrower track. And obviously it's much more intriguing for the drivers in terms of the battles out there on the course. A very tough race to get right. So Arthur Rojon in a very solid position out there on the course. really enjoying himself all the way to the checkered flag. And he could be very happy with his effort there. A good run from Arthur Rojon as he finishes up in fine style. Sofia Katala punches the air as she finishes. I think she was just delighted to bring it home after some difficult performances in the wet in testing. Arthur Rojon ahead of Oscar Pedersen and Juha Valtonen from Luigi Coluccio and Marlo Bollier. Nasha Tunion and Harley Keeble from Enzo De Ligny and Due De Decker. James Zagotzi in the top 10 with Simone Bianco and Ricky Liu ahead of Fabian Sturesen, Ella Stevens, Nathan Schaap and Sofia Katala. Oscar Wirtz was the first, well, the most recent of the retirements, I should say. Maxime Rem finally gave it up after trying to recover. Akshay Bora, Max Angelard, and David Walter, Kiyo Nakamura Berta and Bruno Mulders were all out on the opening lap. So some big scalps as drivers have fallen away. A great effort there from Oscar Pedersen in second position. And obviously, in a day like this, it's local knowledge that's really going to be what counts in a situation like this as the rain starts to come down again. We decided to speak to two of the local stars here at Kristianstad who can tell us a lot about life around this circuit and about Swedish karting in general and how these youngsters and established stars have been able to make it up into the world of international karting. We ended up in conversation yesterday with Oscar Pedersen and Victor Gustafsson.
Well, it's great to be here in Sweden in the Champions of the Future 2022, and we're here with two of the top drivers from Sweden in the OK category, Oscar Pedersen and Victor Gustafsson. Good to be with you boys. Firstly to you, Oscar, obviously having grown up in the world of Swedish karting, it's obviously incredibly competitive here. Tell us a little bit about what it's like racing in the OK categories and the lower categories in Sweden.
In Sweden it's a bit different racing. Mostly we start off with the cadet class. It's like then we go to micro and mini and the mini 60. And from that you can either choose X30 way or the OK Junior. And I started with OK Junior and then moved up into OK Senior. But then I did some X30 races in between. So yeah, that's basically it. And then some drivers advanced to the K-set category.
And Victor, how competitive is the OK racing, the style of racing here in Sweden?
Very much so. I think especially this year there is a lot of young guys coming up as Oscar, being really quick, making me that now is a bit older. Our lives quite difficult, but it's fun, you know. And also hopefully my experience can play a little bit of a role, but we see what happens.
Now the two of you are racing in the same category against each other from the same country with knowledge of the circuit, but at very different stages of your career. Oscar, what's it been like coming into the OK category at European level and having to acquit yourself against some of the best drivers in the world?
Yeah, it's been really tough, but this is my first year doing all the season fully internationally, so it's having been very tough to race against the more experienced drivers.
And Victor, you obviously have done this for quite a few seasons now, but OK and KZ, you kind of switch between the two, so that must make it very difficult to have to adapt from one weekend to the next for a very different style of driving.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, KZ is the thing that I'm known for. I've only done one season in OK and then I switched to KZ very early on. And just in my second season I won the European Championship. So that was good, but now I got the opportunity to help the CRG factory team to grow again, and hopefully I can do a good job there. Obviously KZ is where my heart is, but it's fun to jump into OK and see our potential. Yeah, it's difficult to jump from one week to another in very different driving styles. So.
Back into the action we go once again for qualifying heat B versus E, and it's going to be Rennie Lammers and Nathan Tye on the front row of the grid for this one, with Jan Pesodowski and Alex O'Grady, then Thomas Stralven and Elliot Kaczynski, Jimmy Helias and Guillaume Bouzard, then Selim Hanna and Vilma Svan from Aaron Garcia and Alfie Slater, Augustin Sepulveda and Jindra Pazel, then Oliver Kinmark and Andy Consani, Alta Dorisson and Nicolas Roos from Jens Truer, Alpassan Aksoy, Matthias Orduela, Harry Tigerson, Fred Sarex, Ariman Bansal and Zoe Florescu. Now there is one driver out on the circuit who is supposed to be out on the circuit that is not circulating on this formation lap, so I just wonder if we seem to have a bit of an absence from the fray for the talented Swedish driver Fred Sarex. So I'm going to just do a little investigation into that one. And I'm afraid there is indeed, I'm afraid that Fred Sarex is not going to be taking any further part in the meeting, as he has been disqualified from the competition for resetting the front fairing to its correct position. So I'm afraid that is game over this weekend for Fred Sarex. But hopefully we will see him out again in the future. The champions of the future are getting themselves warmed up for another battle. And this is where we renew the interesting tussle for the title fight between Nathan Tai and Dmitry Matveev. Now, interestingly, Matveev came home in third position on the road in the previous heat, but a penalty was in fact given to another competitor, I do believe, so he comes away with 2 points rather than 3 points. So we'll have to double check on that one, but that has not yet been officially confirmed. So Matveev is looking at having only 2 points added to his score, while Nathan Tai currently has 8. So he could really do with a race victory here. Let's see if we go under racing orders. We do. First corner, René Lammers out in front of Pisadovsky. Nathan Tai's going to get squeezed. Drops to 4th position. He might make it to 3rd round the outside, but he has to let the field go. And as they hustle through the chicane for the first time, a couple of drivers having to take to the grass just to keep themselves on the straight and narrow. So hopefully everybody's going to get through without too much drama and incident. A couple of drivers sliding out of turn 4, but in essence everybody's still pointing in the right direction, as Jan Pisadovsky is right in behind René Lammers again. Remember how brilliant he was at the start of the day. He's hoping to do exactly the same thing, as we're obviously now in the 4th heat of the weekend for all of the drivers out there, trying to make their way through on the inside line. A couple of drivers bantering for position still. Nathan Tai trying to get into 3rd position, past the 19 of Thomas Strauben. Can he get through? Alex O'Grady having a difficult start. That's dropped him to 6th position, but that's not too bad. In behind Jimmy Helias. He can still make good progress from there. Everybody else is still facing in the right way, so everyone's going to complete lap 1 this time. But René Lammers is trying to get well clear of Jan Pisadovsky, Thomas Strauben and Nathan Tai in 4th. And the straight they come once again. Rain's still in the air here at Kristianstad. It's not done yet. Still plenty to do. Still plenty of opposition and great battles still out on the circuit. So René Lammers, Jan Pisadovsky, Tom Strauben, Nathan Tai, Jimmy Helias and Alex O'Grady. Then further back in the pack, we've still got some good battles around the course. Jan Pisadovsky really starting to hustle Lammers though for the lead of the race. You do get the sense that this battle could end up changing hands sooner rather than later. We still have that awkward position on the circuit where the track is still wet. It's not sopping wet, but there is still obviously damp patches around the course. It's not warm enough to go for dry tyres, and there's still a little bit of water coming down on the circuit. So we're in that really difficult and awkward phase of a race meeting where it's not wet enough for wets, it's not dry enough for slicks. So in these situations, the only tyre to be on is the wet, as Tai gets on the inside of Strauben, shuts the door on the exit. Nice move from Nathan Tai. But essentially now the race becomes one of attrition in terms of looking after the tyres, as to who can look after their tyres for long enough in these conditions, because you can see there's no rooster tails coming off the tyres. There's not a lot of water going through the treads, but there would be absolutely no grip at all if the drivers opted to go for slicks. So it's not even an option at this point to go onto slick tyres, but it just means that the wet tyres are almost impossible to look after for the 10 laps in the junior or the 13 laps of the OK Senior. You've just got to hope and pray that the tyres give you enough grip to cope for as long as possible during the course of these heats. There's Jimmy Helias starting to line up a move again on Tom Strauben. The one driver to watch in the junior field this weekend for me is Kirill Ditiev, because obviously he pulled off a great performance in his earlier heat, and he'll be coming out for the heat after this one for the juniors a couple of races from now. But he's one to watch for me, because having taken the win in the first round of the series at Portimao, he could be right back in the hunt again this time, as Lammers again hustling in front of Jan Pisadovsky. He does not want to get beaten by the Polish driver again after the race earlier today. And René Lammers appears to have learned his lesson against Jan Pisadovsky this time. It's not going to be so easy to run away and hide. But the racing team Nederland Parolin, so nicknamed because of the colour scheme that this Parolin has been decked with. It's still the Parolin colours, but you can see the black and white checkered squares that have become synonymous with the racing team Nederland colour scheme that's been incorporated into René Lammers' design out there on the circuit. As Alex O'Grady runs in behind the 7 of Jimmy Helias. And then the 77 in there as well. That's Guillaume Bouzard, the Luxembourger, who had such a positive start to the Academy Trophy last week. Here he is back with his beloved Koski Motorsport team. They're giving him the tools to go and battle with Alex O'Grady in the opening 4 laps of this race. So we're on lap 4. Buzar trying to get past Alex O'Grady. Hasn't quite been able to make the move on the inside line yet as Andy Consani picks up a warning flag. That's not good news. So the Sony kart driver, unfortunately, is also going to take a 5-second penalty with that. So problems for Andy Consani then. That will be bitterly disappointing to the young Frenchman, who continues on his way. The Sony kart driver is actually going through in behind Arthur Dorisson and ahead of Jens Truer. So he's now running in 14th place. Jan Pesadovski tries his best to close up on René Lammers. He can't quite get close enough yet, and the man who's going to challenge is Nathan Tighe. So Tighe has an opportunity to make something of this race now. Fastest lap of the race for him last time by, a 102.7. Significantly faster than everybody else out there who are still all in the 103s or 104s. So Nathan Tighe definitely has the pace in this middle part of the race, but whether or not he'll be able to keep it for the latter stages of the race, well, that's obviously the big question. So Nathan Tighe looking for his opportunity. You can still see occasional spots of rain on the camera lens. This is the difficulty. It's not drying out fast enough for slick tyres, or even dry enough for slick tyres, because obviously with the rain still piddling down every now and then, as it currently still is, there's enough water going onto the circuit for it to be wet tyres only, but there is not enough spray coming off the karts to actually make the wet tyres work to their best. So this is a bit of a lottery, essentially. In Formula One terms, you've got to think Monaco 1996. That's kind of the conditions that we're currently in at the moment. A very tricky situation for the drivers. 94, that's Vilmos Svan, hustling all over the back of Alfie Slater, trying to make his overtaking move to get through and past Alfie Slater. That would put him up into 8th position if he could do that. But he's got pressure from behind as well, because that's Nicolas Roos, the South African, as Dorisson gets his move on Aaron Garcia. And side-by-side, Slater has Svan all over him. Vilmos Svan is still trying to get through, but Vilmos Svan can't quite make the overtaking move at that point of the course. So the 3 leaders have obviously got well clear. They've pulled a nice gap on everybody else. As Roos gets his move on the inside of Svan. Svan is going to come straight back at him. That was nice and straightforward. Nice battle between the two. Roos diving back in for the inside line again. And Lammers, Brzezinski and Tighe still tuning away for position. And I can tell you that Roos did manage to get the move done there on Vilmos Svan. So Lammers, Brzezinski, Tighe. 4th place for Strauben, 5th place for Helias. Then it's Buzar, O'Grady, Slater and Roos ahead of Vilmos Svan. So there is Buzar closing up on the number 7 of Jimmy Helias. 7 versus 77. Helias versus Buzar, and in front of them is the 19, the Ricky Flynn Motorsport kart on the Lando Norris chassis of Thomas Strauben. Strauben can't quite get clear of Jimmy Helias. He'd be a lot more comfortable, I think, if he could pull out just a little bit of a gap on his opponent. He hasn't quite been able to manage that. Zadowski hasn't quite managed to pull away from Nathan Tighe either. But Nathan Tighe could really do with a bit to get into 2nd place. He really doesn't want to lose too many more points. And we got an off in the background as up there goes Jimmy Helias into the position past Thomas Strauben. Buzar's going to get through as well, but we've had an off. It's Zoe Florescu. So Zoe Florescu has retired from the race on the previous lap. There she is, the Romanian, as the rain has intensified a little bit now. So the rain has started to fall a little heavier. That might have just been flirting with the limits a little bit to the extreme as Buzar comes through on the inside now to get past Tom Strauben. Strauben gets straight back past him again. So there's certainly some problems here at Kristianstad for a couple of drivers in the field, as Strauben has a massive amount of problems and pressure from Guillaume Buzar. Buzar is really hustling down on him, trying to get out of the hairpin with a little bit more traction, a little bit more grip. But it's still proving to be a bit of a problem for Guillaume Buzar to get past Thomas Strauben. Can't quite make it stick. So still they duel for position, and Guillaume Buzar all over the back of Thomas Strauben, hoping to get through into position to try and move up into 5th place if it's at all possible. So some difficulties out there for a couple of the drivers on the course, as into lap 9 goes René Lammers in front of Jan Pesadovski and Nathan Tighe. Looks as though it's a bit of a stalemate between the leading 3. Then Helias, then Strauben, then Buzar, then O'Grady. Slater, Roos and Dorisson in the top 10. Then Hanna, Svan, Truer, Kaczynski, Garcia, Consani and Matthias Orjuela in front of Alpa Sanaxoy. So The battle's all the way down the field, but Nathan Tye really starting to rain down on the parade of Jan Pesanovsky. He really wants to get through to second place. He doesn't want to have to take any more penalty points than he feels necessary to carry. So third position would add 3 to his tally. He needs to pick up another position and make it only 2. I don't think he's quite going to get his chance on René Lammers. Lammers looks pretty comfortable. So I would suspect we're probably not going to get the big opportunistic overtaking move that he wants. So this is a really difficult situation now for the competitors. So let's see how it all goes according to plan as they come off the turn, down the straight, and up and over the top of the crest. They go through once again. René Lammers having a great run as he goes through position. Jan Pesanovsky in front of Nathan Tye and Jimmy Helias. Guillaume Bouzard in 5th place and Thomas Strauben. Then Alex O'Grady and Alfie Slater from Nicolas Roos and Arthur Dorisson. That's the top 10 at the moment. But through they come into position once more. As they skate around, this is a really exciting run. So let's see how the positions continue. René Lammers holding his own as he continues to battle away there in front of Jan Pesanovsky and Nathan Tye. Jimmy Helias, Thomas Strauben and Guillaume Bouzard from Alex O'Grady and Alfie Slater, then Nicolas Roos, Arthur Dorisson, and then Salim Hanna in 18th position. So René Lammers has kept it nice and tidy in this heat, and it looks like he's going to add 0 points to the score this time, and that will keep him on 4. And that puts him 2nd overall in the standings. So René Lammers looking really strong this weekend. And another victory for René Lammers. 2 wins and 2 seconds. Puts the Dutchman right in contention to win the final tomorrow. Looking very comfortable, looking very composed and very strong at this point. A very exciting run for all of them out there. And a wonderful result for René Lammers to hang on in front of Jan Pesanovsky and Nathan Tye, who takes another 3 points to his tally. This is looking like it's going to be a very nail-biting end to the season for the champions of the future, the way things are currently going. Next month, when the battle continues and the racers will meet again and have a fantastic challenge. So now we are in for a very solid effort and a great performance from René Lammers. Continues that trend. He's now 2nd in the aggregate qualifying interim in front of Lucas Flusha, Maciej Gladish and Kirill Ditiev, who for me is still a big factor in the weekend. I've got a feeling he's just going to be a factor all the way through to the checkered flag. René Lammers then takes the win in B versus E ahead of Jan Pesanovsky and Nathan Tye. Jimmy Helias and Thomas Strauben ahead of Guillaume Bouzard and Alex O'Grady. Nicolas Roos, Arthur Dorisson and Alfie Slater in the top 10. Salim Hanna in front of Jens Truer from Vilmos and Elliot Kaczynski. Aaron Garcia ahead of Andy Consani, Matthias Orguela, and the Turkish driver for Tony Kart, Alp Hassan Aksoy. 19th place for Augustin Sepulveda, the young man from Chile. And then it is Jindro Pezel in front of Harry Tigerson and Ariman Bansal. Oliver Kinmark, the last man home, from Zoe Florescu, who retired from the race. So good battles all the way through in the OK Junior battles. We've obviously had a little bit of a word on the local scene here at Kristianstad from Messrs Pedersen and Gustafsson. Now let's hear from 2 of the team managers who know this place very well, not just the circuit but the karting scene in general in Sweden. Joachim Ward of the Ward Racing team and Alexander Dahlberg of AD Motorsport.
Great to come back to Sweden once again. We're here for the Champions of the Future 2022 Round 3, and we're talking to 2 of the team managers within the paddock for Ward Racing, Joachim Ward, and for AD Motorsport, Alexander Dahlberg. Great to be with you both, obviously both Swedish nationals on your home turf. Joachim, first turning to you, this is a circuit with which obviously you guys have an awful lot of experience on, and a lot of the drivers seem to go very well here traditionally. So what is it about racing in this country that seems to inspire kart racers to do so well?
I really have no good answer to that, but of course our home market is very popular, and there is a lot of drivers coming to every race, and that help everybody to get better all the time. And of course we are happy to be in Sweden to race, because that gives us not any definite advantage, but of course it's easier for us here, and also for our Scandinavian drivers have been here more to race when they were young, so we have many things that we don't have to learn and we can just concentrate to try to go faster instead of getting used to the track. I think that is one of the advantages what we have when we race here.
And Alex, you are one of the newer team managers in the world of karting at this level. It wasn't that long ago that you were racing at this level. What was it about the challenge of team management that drew you to it, and particularly here in your native Sweden, to raise the talents up to international level?
Well, I always obviously been really passionate for karting, and then yeah, when I was driving, I was doing mechanicking and coaching and stuff, and I enjoyed it equally much as the driving. Then I've been mechanicking for some years. I wanted to take it to the next step, so yeah, I took the step, and yeah, I have a dream of becoming a big team.
Now, obviously, we tend to see a lot of these international events, but we don't get the chance always to see what goes on at national and domestic level behind the scenes. You're both well placed to tell us a little bit about that. So, Joachim, what exactly is the Swedish karting scene like, and how has it developed into the strong network for race drivers that it's become?
Well, I think that one thing that is an advantage for our country is that we have been able to keep it on a reasonable, basic, like a soft, what can you say, soft professional level, where it has not run out of our hands completely and run into a system like this, what we have here. I think that creates more wide, a wide lineup of drivers, and that is, I think, the advantage here. We have 200 drivers every single weekend on any race what we make, and we have 200 drivers in South and 200 drivers near Stockholm that race in the same weekend. So that means that we have between 200 and 400 or 500 drivers that can be out in one weekend, which of course create a good market for both for me and Alex. It's a great base in our home market, which of course comes out that we have some good drivers to bring over here.
And Alex, you of course have had to see this firsthand, both behind the wheel and in the awning. So having seen how it's grown both as a competitor and as a manager, I mean, how impressed are you with how the Swedish national karting scene continues to progress?
Yeah, it's really impressive that we can have around 50, 60 drivers sometime in one class. Because when I started racing many years ago, karting was big. Then it sort of got smaller and got a bit out of our hands, like Joachim's saying. Now we're starting to go back to the basics, I think.
Great to hear from two men who know the craft here in Sweden very well indeed. We're on the formation lap for the OK qualifying heat B versus E. It's Alex Powell and Rintaro Sato on the front row of the grid for this one. Teammates at Kart Republic Motorsport, Matthias Mogato and Thomas Stalchemanis, Christian Bertuca and Caspian Hagman giving chase. Happy birthday, Caspian, by the way. Lucas Samalisto and Gabriel Gomez from the Renzo Travasanuto and Zachary David. Menahert Kroja and Joel Bergström, although I note that Bergström is not actually out there on the course. I wonder if he's had a mechanical problem. And then Adrian Maliero, Victor Gustafsson, who we've just heard from, Rashid Aldaheri and Axel Sadiala, Josh Erfen, Joe Turney, Luca Griggs, Theodore Odmark, Kevin Lantinga and Silas Gibson. Could be a very interesting charge forward then from the competitors in this one. A very crucial race as the rain still threatens to fall, but it hasn't really done so yet. And it's a false start. So they're going to go round one more time. I can tell you that the rain is still coming down here at Kristianstad, but it's not heavy enough really to cause a bit of an issue for the drivers in terms of the grip of the tyres. So with the drivers out there on the course, they would probably like the rain to be a little bit heavier now that they're actually on wet tyres. They cannot afford to take the gamble to go onto slicks because there's going to be absolutely no traction in the corners whatsoever. The wheels will just spin and rotate and they will just pirouette off the circuit. However, there's not a lot of water coming down on the circuit at all, so the temperatures of the tyres are going to be absolutely baking. There's not going to be a massive amount of grip that they can give you anyway. So it's basically the position they're in at the moment is that they're in the lesser of two evils in terms of the tyre choice they have to make. And on that particular occasion, it's the wet tyres that are the best ones to choose. But it's not exactly an ideal situation, that's for sure. So the drivers gearing themselves up, getting themselves in position, and hoping for another strong battle, as the race is going to be very closely focused. We'll see how the competitors can get on. But we're definitely in for an interesting challenge as they come off the final turn. They're going to be in the 2 tram lines once again. Are we going to go racing this time? Yeah, we are. Up to the first corner. Good start from Powell. Morgato's going to try and get through to second past Sato, which he does. Bratuka trying to squeeze through on the inside as well. And as they get through to the chicane, drivers tippy-toeing their way through. Whoops, that's not the road. One of the CRGs just darting through in the middle of the road there and making up several places that they probably didn't mean to. A couple of drivers with their hands in the air there. It's all getting a little bit hectic as Bratuka dives through on Morgato. And also coming through there on the inside, that is Luca Samalisto. Samalisto's got both of them into second place behind Powell. Morgato now going for Bratuka. So this is a frenetic first lap, as the 3 drivers battling for second place are really starting to kick on a pace. And now the rain really is starting to come down. So this is good news for anybody who needed the grip in the tyres. That's Morgato getting through past Bratuka. Bratuka and Samalisto. Wheel to wheel. Sato in the mix there as well is Zachary David, the young man from Malta, and trying to squeeze through past them. That's Joe Turney. Joe Turney's absolutely rocketed through the field. Even for Joe Turney, this is an incredible opening lap. And he's right there now in the mix. There's Powell, the leader. Then Morgato, Samalisto, Bratuka, Sato, and Joe Turney in P6. What an extraordinary lap. Zachary David gets through past him now to get into 6th place. Past Joe Turney again. But Turney still has relatively good traction around this course in these conditions. Rain's definitely coming down heavier now, because I can see it on my commentary box window as Turney gets past, as so too does Travis Anuto. Travis Anuto now diving through on Turney. So Travis Anuto gets by. So does Turney. Zach David having to just concede on this occasion. And Travis Anuto a little bit sluggish for Turney. He almost made big contact there. But Joe Turney wants to get on with this. Travis Anuto closing up on the man in front. That's Rintaro Sato, the Japanese driver. So they're all trying to make big impressions on this one, but with the rain coming down and getting heavier all the time, this is more what the drivers needed. You don't want spitting, you want heavy rain. So it's certainly starting to accelerate in terms of intensity of rain shower now. That's definitely going to help in terms of the levels of grip. Turney and Travis Anuto side by side, both getting the move on Rintaro Sato down the straight. Travis Anuto lets Turney go. Says, come on, you go first. But that was strategy from Travis Anuto, because look, he's able to get him straight back again. Turney over the grass. Turney over the grass and then stops back in behind Travis Anuto. Now, that was tactical again from Turney. He didn't want to gain an advantage, so he goes over the grass, lets Travis Anuto get back through, so that'll be okay, I think. But Travis Anuto and Turney sliding around as the weather definitely takes a turn for the worst. The rain coming down again, a lot harder than before. And Travis Anuto getting a little bit clear of Joe Turney. Travis Anuto was very sneaky there in his attempts to move up, and that's Christian Bratuka getting a little bit sluggish out of the second sector. So Travis Anuto is almost certainly lining up a bid now to get past Christian Bratuka. Watch for the slingshot maneuver, dives in, tries to get through on acceleration. Bratuka holding his nerve. Bratuka is plummeting like a stone in this sector. Really struggling. Travis Anuto gets back off the power, rolls back on it again down the straight. And as Powell leads Morgato and Samalisto, Travis Anuto trying to get into 4th place. Hesitates, Turney getting alongside. And that'll do. Joe Turney through. Oh, they both go on the grass there trying to get back through the corner. Goodness me. Traction is at a real premium at the moment. Everybody's struggling to stay on the road. This is what I was talking about before. They've had drying track for the last hour and a half, which means that rubber's gone down on the road, but the weather has deteriorated again, so it's got wet again as Turney squeezes through to try and get on the inside of Bratuka. Bratuka hangs out sideways. The wet karting line doesn't have a lot of traction on it as the wetter parts of the circuit are now starting to get wetter and wetter. Bratuka slides out wide. Travis Anuto trying to counter-attack on the switcheroo as they come through off the hairpin. Travis Anuto trying to get back alongside Bratuka. He can't make it happen. But because so much rubber has actually gone down onto the road, and now the circuit's got wet again, it's greasier than ever. So this is a really tricky surface to play with now. So Travis Anuto still leads the way in the battle between these two if he comes off the turn faster. Bratuka trying to squeeze him. Travasanuto with his hand in the air. What are you doing? We're hemorrhaging time. So Bratuka trying to go the long way round. Travasanuto has it nailed. Again over the curbs, holding his nerve. So Travasanuto able to get the place, but he's frustrated with Bratuka. What are you doing racing me wheel to wheel when we've lost several seconds to the guys in front? We need to play the long game here. But Alex Powell is taking this nicely in his stride. The Jamaican up in the lead. He's doing a grand job as he runs in first position. Diving on the inside, here comes the move from Zachary David. He gets through on Christian Bratuka. So Zachary David, whoa, Christian Bratuka getting very close behind the Sauber Academy driver. Come on, man, get on with it. I want to get through. If you're too slow in the hairpins, I'm going to make my move. So very tricky between these two drivers now. The rain has eased up a little bit again. So once more, it's going to be a day of unpredictability. Alex Powell keeping it nice and lit, out in the lead of the race. 2.8 seconds ahead of Matthias Morgato and Lucas Samalisto. Joe Turney in fourth position. Battle further back, this is Bratuka versus Aldeheri. Rashid Aldeheri going well in the Forza Racing car. As Alex Powell, look, he takes a very wide trajectory. Keep himself up in the lead. Matthias Morgato still hanging on from Lucas Samalisto. And again, Matthias Morgato lets his opponent go through. That's the second time today that I've seen Matthias Morgato just wave his opponent go by. Well, I'm definitely going to need to have a word with Matthias Morgato. Why did you keep letting drivers go past you? You're a racing driver. Surely you want to get the best position possible, but maybe he's playing the long game here in terms of strategy. Maybe he knows that there's no point racing against the driver that he's going wheel to wheel with. May as well just let them go rather than try to hold them up and ruin any chance of a decent finishing position. He's got to look after the tyres, he's got to nurse the tyres. So maybe he just gets to a certain point where you think, do you know what, I'm not going to get past him, I'm not going to stay ahead of him, and trying to stay ahead of him, we're just going to lose dozens of seconds of time. I'm just going to let him go and follow him behind him. So Matthias Morgato, for the second race today, waves his opponent past him. You don't really see this in karting at all. It's every man for himself out there, or every driver for himself out there, I should say. But Matthias Morgato, in a baffling turn of circumstances, waves Lucas Samalisto past him. Either that or he thinks he can lull Luca into a false sense of security and go for a battle on him later on. But certainly for Lucas Samalisto, that is not quite what he had in mind when he was going to make the overtaking move on Matthias Morgato. He will never have had an easier overtake in his life, but certainly Matthias Morgato making it all the easier for him to handle. So a tricky situation, a tricky battle, still progressing here as the races continue wheel to wheel. And the drama still very impressive as they continue on the battle. Samalisto in second place behind Alex Powell. So they continue. So Alex Powell just controlling the pace on lap 8. 6 laps still to go. These are long races in the category, long races in the battle. So an absolutely fantastic run from Alex Powell out in front. He's keeping himself firmly planted in front. Just tippy-toeing their way through. But the race battles are still well and truly joined. In the middle of the gaggle, we can see there's a great battle going on. That's Luca Griggs running in front of Menahert Crozier. Kevin Lantinga's got through there as well. This is Axel Saniala trying to make his move on Josh Irvin. And Taro Sato's in the middle of all that as well, as Matthias Morgato has picked up a warning flag. Now, how has that happened? Matthias Morgato, there it is. He's got a warning flag. Now, he let Samalisto go by, but he's got a warning flag nevertheless. Now that's going to add 5 seconds to his tally. Now, considering how wet it is out there, I don't think he's only going to. I think he's only going to lose 1 place. He'll only drop, unless he loses more ground, he's going to drop behind Turney and Travasanuto. But Matthias Morgato has a warning flag. I didn't see what that was for at all. But certainly he moved over and let Lucas Samalisto by. Maybe he thought that was enough to not take a penalty, depending on what it is that he's been investigated for. Something must have happened that we don't know about, that we didn't see on the cameras. But certainly Matthias Morgado has ended up with a penalty. He's ended up with a warning flag, and of course with that comes the 5-second penalty that you cannot avoid. So, my goodness, a very dramatic case of affairs there for Matthias Morgado. But we'll have to see if that turns into anything. This has obviously got out of hand a little bit here. So now we've got to try and figure out what's next as far as the competitors are concerned. There is Joe Turney running in front of Travis Anuto. Travis Anuto still gesturing to Joe Turney. Not that he's close enough to see what he's actually gesturing to him. Clearly that's the international hand signal for let's go, but he's a little bit too far ahead for that. Rashid Al-Daheri has worked his way forward. He's now in 6th position ahead of Zachary David. Good work from him so far. So some very solid performances from the competitors at the moment. Very good run for the competitors as they continue on their way forward. But Rashid Al-Daheri working in front of the Maltese man, Zachary David. Still the drivers having a really solid motion out there as they duel for position. But Zachary David all in behind Rashid Al-Daheri. Al-Daheri versus Zach David. Still a good battle. So they continue making good headway and good work of the situation at the moment. Everybody working incredibly closely out there on the course. So still the drivers putting on a great display. But out in 2nd position, Luca Samalisto keeping it nice and tidy in his position. Not really getting himself too stressed out there. Matthias Morgado up and over the jump. Look at the gap back to Joe Turney and Lorenzo Travis Anuto. It's a big gap now. A good 5 seconds nearly between Morgado and Turney. So that 5 seconds penalty that he's got coming to him, he's going to need to pull out a little bit more over Joe Turney to maintain his position. But not much more, because he's currently only 4.2 seconds ahead. He needs to pull out another 0.8 of a second, but he can definitely do that. He's definitely in a strong position to do that at the moment. He just needs to find a tiny little bit more, and then he's got himself in the best possible position to make the progress he needs to maintain his 3rd position. He just needs to keep pushing now. The pressure is always on when you've got a 5-second penalty, when you know you've got a 5-second penalty on as well, because you've obviously got to try and ramp up the speed without pushing the car too hard. It's a bit of a balancing act. So the competitors continue to make progress, all still trying to move up the order. But with 2 laps to go, Lorenzo Travis Anuto is doing his best to close up on Joe Turney, but Turney isn't exactly making it easy for him, as Turney now drops to a deficit of 4.7 seconds to Matthias Morgado. So Morgado needs to pull out another 0.3 of a second. Look at the difference in line between these two. Turney hugging the curbs, Travis Anuto hugging the kart out to the outside line in order to get a little bit more speed and traction out of the corners. 2 completely different approaches to the circuit. As a result of that, they have very different cornering speeds at various parts of the apex. But obviously, in terms of the position they're able to maintain, it's kind of stalemate between the two. Neither driver is able really to pull out any of a gap on the other kart around them. As there is Alex Powell, 1.4 seconds. I was going to say 1.6, but it's now 1.4 ahead of Lucas Samalisto. As the battle further back is between Silas Gibson and the 206 of Gabriel Gomez, having a really tough race of it. So those two still continuing to have a bit of drama out there on the course. Alex Powell still in front of Lucas Samalisto. The rain's still coming down, not particularly heavy enough to do much for the tyres, but certainly enough that you notice it. So the drivers continuing on their charge forward, looking to have a really strong run of it. But it is going to be a very interesting continuation of the battle out there. Drivers still all giving each other plenty to do, plenty to think about across these heats. But what we are going to see is a really interesting bit of banter between the drivers as they run in close proximity. Alex Powell, though, the young man from Jamaica, doing an excellent job of it as he runs in close proximity and having a very solid run of it as they continue on their way out of the final turn. And Alex Powell gets a victory in Champions of the Future in the qualifying heats here at Kristianstad. So, fascinating stuff. And a very good continuation to the meeting as far as the racing is concerned. But for Alex Powell, that's an important race victory. He wanted to get as few points on the board as possible from this one. So to come away with a race victory, that definitely helps. So Alex Powell very much in a comfortable position now. He'll be happy with that. And that will definitely give him a little bit more breathing space as he continues his motivation to move forward. But a good run in qualifying heat B versus E. That really helps out. So now he can focus on his objectives as the race day challenge continues out here. And certainly with 4 races to go in the morning session, or the early session I should say, because obviously we're now into the afternoon, running 1:15 local time here. Alex Powell really has made this race come alive for himself. The Jamaican takes the flag. Alex Powell victorious in qualifying heat B versus E in front of Lucas Samalisto and Matthias Morgato. Joe Turney fighting to get himself back in contention. 4th place for him ahead of Lorenzo Travasanuto. And then Rashid Al-Daheri ahead of Zachary David, Luca Griggs, Kevin Lantinga and Christian Bertuca. Axel Saniala is 11th in front of Menahert Crozier. Then Theodor Odmark ahead of Josh Erfen, Rintaro Sato and Adrian Maliero. Thomas Stolchemanis really struggled in that one, all the way down to 17th place in front of Victor Gustafsson. Likewise, Silas Gibson ahead of Gabriel Gomez, who also had problems, and Caspian Hagman too, right down at the back end of the field. Joel Bergstrom failing to take the start of the race. Everybody managing to finish, although in various degrees of happiness about it. So the OK Juniors come out next out onto the circuit for qualifying heat D versus F. There's been some good racing in OK Junior and some great personalities out there. They're teammates at the Kart Republic Motorsport Factory awning, and we managed to catch up with the 2 Belgian talents. One of them has actually moved out of junior this weekend and stepped up to the senior category for the very first time, and that is Douwe de Decker. But we also managed to catch up with Len Nyes. We're going to have that little conversation with them a little bit later on in the day. We had planned to bring you that in just a moment, but obviously we're getting ourselves straight back into the action very shortly indeed. So we are going to continue with the race coverage up until that point, because we don't want to miss any of the drama out on the circuit. And what a battle it's going to be. Lewis Werrell will end up on the front row of the starting grid with Leo Nilsson, just as the rain gets heavier too. So it's really started to get quite heavy out on the circuit now. So for all those who wanted a little bit more grip and traction from the tyres, they're about to get it in spades, because it's now become very exciting out there on the course. And the rain definitely going to get a little bit more interesting now for the drivers. They get pushed out onto the course. So Lewis Werrell and Leo Nilsson will head out onto the circuit. So as the competitors are going to be getting out onto the circuit to warm the tyres and brakes to temperature, Lewis Werrell and Leo Nilsson on the front row of the grid from Edward Robinson and Adam Hideg. Miguel Costa and Zach Drummond from Thames Soleil and Andres Cardenas, then Martin Molnar and Tiziano Monza. William Go and Marcus Sater from Stepan Antonov and Kirill Kutskov, then Harry Arnett and Nicholas Schaufler. Jason Bralic and Dante Vinci, Chi Newman and Marcel Kaspritsky, Gazai Motlakar, Nicola Nalati, Hampus Varis and Kian Fardin will complete the grid. 24 drivers, Dimitri Matveev still very much the man to beat. And obviously they will go around for the outlap and the single solitary formation lap as well. So that's 2 circuits before we go racing. But Lewis Werrell in the very strong position. Pole for him this time. And he'll be very excited about the prospect of going from there, of course, because it's a very tricky position to start the race from, but at least it's an easier position to go from than what we'd already seen. So some big pressure from the drivers as they get underway, but at the same time, being in pole position in a situation like this one is without a doubt the best place to be. Several competitors are obviously going to find it pretty hectic once the racing continues. But with the rain still looking to come down on the circuit again, it's going to make things very tricky. Martin Bean is gesturing to me that I should join him out on the starting gantry if I want to keep talking about the rain. Hey, I joined you this morning, and it was a lot heavier, the rain then. It really was heavier. Don't worry. I've had my hair washed for the day, thanks very much. I'll come out a bit later, maybe. Don't worry, you're not suffering on your own. Oh, I do love the banter at RGMMC. It's always great fun. We enjoy ourselves in this paddock, we always do. Champions of the future. It's great, hard fun, but motorsport should be fun. That's the whole point of it. Lewis Werrell and Leo Nilsson on the front row of the starting grid then. Edward Robertson and Adam Hideg on the second. Third row, Miguel Costa and Zach Drummond, Type Soleil and Andres Cardenas, Martin Molnar and Tiziano Monza rounding out the top 10. Very competitive for the drivers in this one for the OK Junior category. 10 laps again, with the rain starting to come down a little harder this time. It's either going to make things better for the drivers or worse, depending on how they approach it. Out of the final turn, we're racing! Up to the first corner. Werrell gets a good start with his teammate Edu Robinson. It's going to be 1-2 for the Forza boys. Round the outside, Leo Nilsson's going to try and hold it and split them as they go into the chicane. And a spin in the middle of the pack. That is unfortunate for Zach Drummond. Drummond gets pitched into a spin and he's not happy about it. As up to second comes Miguel Costa. What a start for the Sauber driver. Charging his way through to P2. Oh, a big skate off the road. That is the 52. My goodness, that is William Go. And he skates right off the road, cuts across down the bank and rejoins halfway round the next apex. I've never seen anything quite like that before. And Zach Drummond, oh, absolutely furious. Zach Drummond had a great opportunity here and he knows it. Pitched into a spin at turn 1 and 2. And a very unhappy Zach Drummond. Well, he'll have his chance a little later on to get back into the action in the final heat. But this is not what he wanted at all. Kicking the grass with pure rage and frustration. So difficult as the race goes on without him. Werrell, Costa, Nilsson, Soleil, Kutskov and Robinson. So the field continues on and it's very tricky on this opening couple of laps of racing. So the battle's still continuing as the racers tiptoe their way through on lap 2. Lewis Werrell out in front. Second for Costa, third for Nilsson, fourth for Soleil. But this is obviously a very tricky race circuit now. As you can see, he just can't believe it, Zach Drummond. Oh, and that's for second. Costa runs out wide, but manages to get back in between Nilsson and Soleil. But Leo Nilsson picks up second place regardless. So Leo Nilsson into second position, as Miguel Costa tries to get himself back into P2. A very tricky start to the race as far as they're concerned. Well, big battles. Lewis Werrell, Leo Nilsson, Miguel Costa and Type Soleil. And then Kirill Kutskov, the Birolart driver. Lewis Werrell is not safe in the lead. Leo Nilsson looking very strong out of the final turn. And looks like he can make a play for it as they go through first corner. Up by the grandstands once again. And that's for the lead. Leo Nilsson dives in and takes the lead. A great run from Leo Nilsson. So the home star able to use his knowledge and grip of the circuit to advantage there. Lewis Werrell going to try and come back at him. So Lewis Werrell has a good opportunity, but Miguel Costa is now right behind him for second place. And Type Soleil, the German talent, is through the first couple of corners as well. Werrell is trying to keep himself in position, but there goes Costa and Soleil, and they both kick out wide. Soleil gets second, Werrell gets back into third, back on the inside of Miguel Costa. And this is what we're talking about the rain. You never know where the kart is going to be pitched. You can get a decent trajectory on the outside line, you can get a fairly decent one on the inside line as well. But it's driver preference as to where you position the kart. And you never quite know who's going to have the upper hand. Werrell now trying to defend a little from Miguel Costa to hold on to third position. Make sure that he doesn't lose too much ground. Too much traction, and Costa goes for the move on Werrell in the final bend. Gets through. Werrell doesn't seem like he's going to take that one lying down. Up to the first corner again. And Werrell is hustling Miguel Costa through to the first couple of corners. Can he squeak through on the inside? No. Costa protects on the inside line from the right. Through the left. And Werrell still all over the back of the Brazilian, but here comes the move from Kirill Kutskov. He's going to skate out wide. Lewis Werrell can't retaliate. So nicely handled there from the Forza Racing driver, but even more so from the Birolart driver. Now Werrell's going wide again, and Stepan Antonov almost getting through on the inside line. Werrell's got to be careful here. There goes Antonov. There too goes Martin Molnar, but Werrell at least picks that one back up again. So, for whatever reason, Lewis Werrell just tumbling down the order. And we got an off at turn 4. It looks like Hampus Varis. So Hampus Varis, I'm afraid, has had a problem up at turn 4. He spun the kart off the road, and now he is being recovered. So I'm afraid Hampus Varis is out of this race on lap 4. So this is where his race comes to a stop, and he's obviously got one more heat to try and make an impression on the super heats a little later on tomorrow. So Nilsson leads, Saleh second, Costa, Kutskov, Antonov, Werrell, Molnar and Edu Robinson from Hideg and Monza. So some big challenges all the way through the field. A lot of good opposition from the competitors on the inside line. There goes Martin Molnar, dives back in on Lewis Werrell, makes the overtake, come back to him. Good bit of racecraft, and still they duel. So now Martin Molnar going to try and close up on the German talent, Tame Saleh. Wants to try and make his bid to get through and make up another overtaking move if it's possible. He's certainly hunting for the move, isn't he? Looking for an opportunity to get past and up to another position. But still the duels continue. And the battles are well and truly joined. So still the drivers working very tightly with each other. Battles are still very close. But Tame Saleh is going to have a bit of pressure now. That's Stepan Antonov about to lose out to Martin Molnar. But Molnar can't quite get the acceleration through the inside line. He has to concede once again. Very close indeed between these two. So some big battles all the way through the field. But he's definitely going to struggle as the battles continue. Martin Molnar putting Stepan Antonov under massive pressure once again, hoping for another opportunity to work his way further forward. So now we're going to get to see what these drivers are really made of as they continue to make progress. Still the battles come back to them. Martin Molnar all over the back of Stepan Antonov. And Molnar still working his magic to get through on the inside line of Antonov. So Nilsson, Saleh, Costa, Kutskov, Antonov, Molnar, Werrell and Robinson. Tiziano Monza in front of Marcus Saita and Adam Hideg. So still they keep the pressure up. Still the battles rage. Molnar trying to get in on the inside. Oh, very close. As he tries to get through on Stepan Antonov. But there was no joy in that move. There was no major opportunity to come by. He had to concede. So as the battles continue, and still the action is very close. We're going to see some tough battles as they continue on again. Antonov slides out wide. Was that going to be the opportunity that Martin Molnar needed? Certainly for the moment, it's looking pretty hectic out there. And the drivers still very closely matched and highly motivated as the race battles continue out there on the course. There's some really strong opposition from the drivers in the early phase of the race. Still they battle, but Nilsson has got the advantage here over Tame Saleh. 4 laps to go, including this one, so it's nearly 3 laps to go because we're already at the 3rd sector. But can Leo Nilsson hang on in front of Tame Saleh? This hasn't exactly been the easiest mission for him. He's really had to work hard to keep his morale and motivation sky high. So still they battle for position. A great race battle. Down the main straight and over the line once again. Nilsson, Saleh, Costa, Kutskov, Antonov, Molnar, Werrell and Robinson. Now Kutskov is just trying to protect the kart and hold the racing line as much as humanly possible as they squirt their way through. But a very tricky scenario at the moment. Still they rage and battle on. Not easy to hold on to the positions here. So once again, Kutskov just hanging on in front of Antonov and Molnar. Molnar's trying to seek an opportunity. Antonov, oh! Antonov into the back of Kutskov, working so hard to defend from Molnar, and that has definitely loosened his front fairing. Oh, big mistake from Stepan Antonov. Hurtles into the back of Kirill Kutskov. So easy to make that mistake, so easy to get that wrong. It's not Stepan Antonov. You can't say that was a malicious maneuver at all. It wasn't. He just lost his braking by about a half a metre to a metre. Cannons into the back of Kutskov, strikes the rear bumper, and that's loosened his front fairing. What a shame for Stepan Antonov. And he's struggling now just to get the car pointing in the right direction out of the bends. That was a big hit. And now Molnar will have seen that and gone, right, well, he's vulnerable anyway. I don't even need to overtake him. I'll just sit behind him and I'll get past him anyway. Big pressure. It's easily done. The mistakes can happen at this level, and certainly in junior, The knife edge between perfection and mistakes is very high. Wow, it's been very tricky. Wow, an amazing situation and a terrific battle for all of the competitors out there. But what an astonishing race this has been from Leo Nielsen out in front of Teun Soleil. You've got to feel for Stepan Antonov because it's essentially nothing he can do about this now. He's just got to let this all unfold, unfortunately. But, well, there's very little now. He's just got to let it all unwind around him, sadly. But a very tricky race battle. Was always going to come to blows if it just got a little bit too close to the edge of the knife. But Leo Nielsen and Teun Soleil are on the final lap, doing their best to try and accelerate things and make a little bit more of an impact as they move further forward. But it's not easy at this level. You've got to be on your A game. You've got to be smooth, decisive, and look after the tyres through these heats, particularly in the slightly hotter conditions of the circuit. It's always a bit tricky, a bit tenuous. But on the last lap, Leo Nielsen fought his way back from an initial poor start, worked the tyres beautifully, controlled them in good style, and it looks to me as though Leo Nielsen is going to come through for a terrific victory in front of Teun Soleil and Miguel Costa. And this is an important one for Leo Nielsen. He gets him back into contention up at the sharp end of the field. You have to take every opportunity and make them count as far as starting positions for the grid are concerned for the super heats and the final. So Leo Nielsen doing a great job in this one. He takes the checkered flag, and deservedly so. A great run from the Ward Racing driver. That will restore his confidence. He'll get back on the horse after that one and get ready for the final heat later with a lot of good opportunities to come his way. Teun Soleil, the German driver, a good run from him in second position. And then Miguel Costa, third place from Kirill Kutskov in the Birolat. Stepan Antonov, rather sadly, of course, it looks as though he's going to have a loose front fairing after cannoning into the back of the Birolat of Kirill Kutskov. And then, obviously, Martin Molnar struggling there in P6 as he runs together. So the drivers will cruise around and cruise in. Excellent work, though, for Leo Nielsen. You've got a feel for a couple of the drivers in the field there. They've obviously had really solid race battles that have sadly got away from them. But for Leo Nielsen, that was the masterclass as to how to get a race won at Kristianstad on a circuit he knows, on a circuit he feels very at one with when the kart is running well. So that was smooth as a dandy for Leo Nielsen. A perfect victory. He can be very happy indeed with that. Ahead of Teun Soleil and Miguel Costa. Then Kirill Kutskov and Stepan Antonov. Ahead of Martin Molnar and Marcus Saita. Tiziano Monza ahead of Lewis Werrell and Newman Chi. And then you have Marcel Kopsplitsky in front of Edward Robinson, Andres Cardenas and Adam Hideg. Harry Arnett in 15th ahead of Kian Fardin, Nicholas Schaufler and Gazai Motlakar. 19th position in the end for Dante Vinci in front of William Go and Jason Bralic ahead of the Finnish driver Nico Ladalati. The two retirements, Hampus Vardis after his spin in the DR and Zach Drummond after being pitched off the circuit in a spin of his own on the very first lap of the race. Well, a very tricky situation then for the drivers in that one, but there's obviously going to be a little bit more to come from them. So let's hear, if we can, from a couple of the drivers we were hoping to hear from a little earlier on from the world of the Kart Republic Motorsport fraternity, from Len Nys in junior and Douwe de Decker in the OK senior category. Good mates and good buddies.
Getting ready for round 3 of Champions of the Future 2022, and we're with two of the talented Belgians in the field, Len Nys and Douwe de Decker, both racing for Kart Republic Motorsport. Douwe, good to catch up with you. Times have changed a little bit since the last time we saw you, because not only have you returned to your old team, Kart Republic Motorsport, but you've also stepped into the senior category mid-season. Tell us a little bit about that transition.
Yeah, I was driving OK Junior a couple races ago. This is now my first race in OK. We changed to KR again because in OK, KR looks really, really strong. I have good confidence. I'm fast today also with good practices. Just we need to learn because OK is a lot different than OK Junior. Yeah, actually OK is really much more fun, because it's like much G-forces and like much more faster. Also the tire compound is like softer, so it's really nice to drive it OK.
And Len, of course, this is your first year in OK Junior full-time, and you've obviously come out of the blocks very, very quick and starting to fight for podiums already. Are you surprised by how quickly you managed to turn that around in 2022?
Actually, a bit. Like, I thought it was gonna get a little bit more time. So, yeah, it's really nice. So, but sometimes it's not getting so good, but I managed to get in front.
The two of you are very good friends and obviously working in the same team. Is it going to be a little bit easier not having to meet each other on the same racetrack for a while?
No, actually, we're also like, when I was still driving like a junior with Kart Republic, we were always good friends. Like, not that we have a fight or something. Like, we can laugh, we help each other every session. Like, when I was session like 1 and he was session 2, he come to help me and I help him, like that stuff. So, like, we're not like rivals or something.
So now you actually get a little bit of inside information, Len, because when the two of you swap notes this time, you'll be hearing it from a senior driver rather than from a junior. That might perhaps help you.
Maybe it does. Maybe he has a lot of experience in this sport. So yeah, he does help me a lot. That's really fun.
So a sensational battle from those two drivers over the course of the weekend so far. I have a feeling that it's going to just continue for the likes of Len Nys and Zuera de Decker. Into the OK qualifying heat we go, and Zuera de Decker is coming out onto the circuit for this one, but it's Luigi Coluccio and Freddie Slater on the front row of the starting grid. So Coluccio pole position, Freddie Slater in second place, then David Walter and Ian Eichmans from Kia Nakamura Berta and Karol Pazovic, Enzo Deligny and Dion Gauda from Zuera de Decker and Jacob Rashki, Luis Sagozzi and Max Popov from Bruno Mulders and Richard Olsen, Nasho Tunion and Rafael Modenese, Nathan Sharp and Emil Tangard, Ricky Liu, Ada Tapinen, Simone Bianco and Wilgert Leek. And still it is raining. However, it's still not raining hard enough for these tyres to really be giving the best possible grip affordable to the drivers. So it's still a drying track with rain coming down, but it's not heavy rain, so it's just constant. That's the only problem. So the level of grip that the tyres are giving to the driver still not at their best, really. So as the competitors continue on their way, we still have an awful lot of work to do and a lot of battles to talk about. So we're going to have some fascinating banter from the drivers as they continue their way forward. But now it's obviously going to be about how the drivers balance the tyres. As there is the race director, Martin Bean, once again. Just giving the drivers their direction as they go around the course one more time with feeling. They obviously have to make sure that they are in the best possible position as far as warming up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature is concerned. They obviously have to make sure they're doing it in the correct manner, doing it in the best possible fashion. So tough racing, that is for sure, in the OK Senior category, and we've seen battles from all of the drivers so far. Arthur Rojon from Freddie Slater at the moment, but Evan Gilter is still in the mix, as he is currently running third in the standings in front of Luigi Coluccio and Chuyan Bu. So some good battles all the way. Valtonen ahead of Ferreira and Morgato. So there's a lot of really solid battles from the competitors as they continue on their way. So some really exciting battles for all of the drivers out there on the course. And they'll give us an awful lot of exciting badinage and banter. That is a retirement already. That is the 287 of Emil Tangard, who's already had some problems in terms of the... he's already had quite a few problems as far as getting things together is concerned mechanically. So yet even more problems, I'm afraid. So that has not gone well at all for Emil Tangard. And that really does provide all sorts of difficulties as the race continues. But now we're going to have to see if this race gets underway, which it does. We're up and under starters' orders. Up to the first corner, Coluccio and Walter. Nakamura Berta trying to squeeze in. Slater around the outside. He's got plenty of grip, but he's there. And this time Nakamura Berta squeezes into third position in front of Walter. A couple of drivers going up over the top of the course. But it's very close, ultra competitive as the drivers now get themselves into the battle. Is everyone going to get through the hairpin okay? It's a little bit tight, but everybody has managed it. So it is very, very tricky as the battles continue on their way through. They come off the corner once again, and still the battles rage across the course. Still some good battles out there. The drivers will obviously give it plenty of tough runs. That is still going very close. Battling away for position, but out in front it is still Luigi Coluccio in front of Freddie Slater. Kia Nakamura-Berta third. Fourth place is now Eichmanns. Eichmanns has got through from Pazovic. And then David Walter in front of the 212 of Dion Gauda. And then next up, that is the 276. That is the hard-charging Kart Republic Motorsport driver of Bruno Mulders, who is making up for lost time from the earlier heat he was taken out of. So Coluccio leading Slater and Nakamura-Berta. Now Slater and Nakamura-Berta, of course, last really crossed swords with each other in decent battle like this at Campillos last year in the World Championship for Junior. Both making a great play of it. Oh, and that's an off from Nacho Tunion. I do believe that, yes, that's Nacho Tunion in the DBK car. So he has gone off on the exit of turn 3 and he is trying to get himself back onto the road again. But problems for him, problems for Jacob Raschke as well, who has managed to get restarted. But Nacho Tunion is trying to push start himself. It's not going to happen, is it, Nacho? I'm sorry to tell you this, mate, but I'm afraid it's not going to happen. Well, the marshal desperately trying to stop it. He has managed to get started. That is as close as a marshal will let you get to restarting without actually managing to pull the cart home off to the marshal post. That's Jacob Raschke we were watching, and that's Nakamura-Berta up the inside of Freddie Slater, but he'll take a slightly tighter trajectory. Slater pulls across! Oh! Slater and Nakamura-Berta. Slater leaving absolutely no room for negotiation with Nakamura-Berta. Dion Gauda pulls across on David Walter. Now, I should point out there was nothing malicious about that from Freddie Slater. He was just taking a racing line, and I think he just assumed that Nakamura-Berta wasn't quite going to be that far alongside him by the time he pulled out. There was just the slightest rubbing between the two. Nothing malicious at all there from Slater. That's not his style of driving at all. He just happened to mistime it by a fraction of a second, that's all. So Slater in front of Nakamura-Berta, and the battle's raging already between these drivers in the OK category. The senior battle still very tight, very closely matched. And a lot of drivers trying to go for the ultimate battle out there on the course. So now we'll see just how it progresses with the close nature of the competitors out there on the course. So very close in terms of nature and in terms of proximity. Good race battles, and again we go for it. Slater again deals with Nakamura-Berta, who gets on the inside, and then Slater gets him straight back once more. Ian Eichmanns is loving this in fourth position. He's settling there in position and managing to get back into position once again. So it's really quite tight with these two. But what a stunning battle this is turning into. Nakamura-Berta gets back through on Slater. Slater retaliates again! Oh, goodness! Wrestling as they bang wheels with each other. This is almost personal between these two now. But Nakamura-Berta holds it. Slater in third position. And Nakamura-Berta directs out wide. Slater trying to get back on the inside. Wasn't quite close enough. Ian Eichmanns is there or thereabouts. Oh, it's getting very heated in the OK senior category. Nakamura-Berta into second then. Past Slater. Nakamura-Berta could do with a win after a DNF earlier on. Slater in danger of dropping back behind Gilter and Coluccio's tallies now as he slips to third position. He really didn't want to be that low. If he can get himself a point back again, then he still has a decent shot of it, but Coluccio out in front is stretching away from Nakamura-Berta in second position. Max Popov picks up a warning flag. That's not good news for him. So Max Popov definitely in some difficulties there with a warning flag that comes, of course, with the mandatory 5-second penalty that goes with it. But I'm afraid that cannot be contested or appealed for Max Popov. Slater now in trouble here. He's under the clutches of Ian Eichmanns. Eichmanns is starting to hustle him now as well. So Ian Eichmanns wanting to make the overtaking move. It's not going to be long before he dives in on the inside of Freddie Slater. He seems to be wanting to time it a little bit more delicately than Nakamura-Berta managed to. So Eichmanns all over the back of Freddie Slater. Slater tiptoes his way through, but look out, we've got Karel Pazovic for company now as well. So Pazovic wants an overtaking move. This is obviously going to be a bit delicate for Slater and Eichmanns as they tiptoe their way through. You can see almost no wet patches on the circuit now at all. And I noticed that it is still drizzling as Eichmanns gets the move on Slater. Slater's going to come straight back alongside him. Oh, Eichmanns sorting him out. Slater going to come back at him. Slater and Eichmann's now doing the dance of death in the range straight as they jockey for position. A little bit of grass for Slater and Pazovic as they close up on Eichmann's. That got a little bit heated. Nathan Schaap sets the fastest lap of the race on lap 4. But we're on lap 5. Oh, sorry, that was lap 5 they completed. We're now on lap 6, I should say. Karo Pazovic all over the back of Freddie Slater. Slater hoping to make the tyres last the distance, but again, you've got this problem now of trying to figure out what the race is going to do. The rain has ceased a little bit, so Pazovic dives in on the inside, but misses his braking point. Well read by Slater. The dive back in on Pazovic. And Bruno Mulders is now going to try and dive in on the inside of Pazovic. Thank you very much. And Bruno Mulders picks up an overtake. So that's how easy it is to make a mistake. You think you've got the overtaking move done, you miss your braking point by half a metre, or your opponent lets you into a false sense of security. Mulders again dives in on Slater, but Slater comes straight back at Mulders. Thank you very much. Great dueling. These two really are having an exceptional time of it out there. They're having an amazing squabble out there on the course. This is wonderful to see. There's some amazing duels and some spectacular battles from them all. We're having a terrific run out there on the course as Nakamura Berta now has Ian Eichmann's all over the back of him. Eichmann's is the fastest man on track at the moment. So Ian Eichmann's, the Belgian talent for the Eichmann's GP racing team. Battling away for position, trying to tuck in on the inside of Nakamura Berta. If he can squeak in on the inside, he's thinking about it. Hasn't quite been able to make it work, but Eichmann's is definitely giving Nakamura Berta plenty to worry about here. The Japanese driver still in second for the moment, but Eichmann's is going to try and go for the long way round and tuck back in on the Japanese driver. Maybe in the final turn he'll make his bid. As he comes through, Nakamura Berta trying to defend casually here. Eichmann's is still hustling him. As Nacho Tunion back on the circuit again, having nearly been out of the race, now sets the fastest lap of the race from the back of the field. Coluccio, Nakamura Berta, Eichmann's, Pazovic, Mulders, Slater, Volta, Schaap, Gouda and De Decker. Here's the move on the inside from Eichmann's. Forces the issue to squeeze on the inside line. Nakamura Berta has to bail out of the corner as James Igotzi now sets the fastest lap at 103.0. So James Igotzi is really starting to find some speed out there now. And you do start to wonder, even though there's a little bit of rain still falling, how close are we to slick tyres? Because there's a lot less grip in certain bends than others. A lot more grip affordable in other places as Gouda makes his bid on the inside of De Decker. So Dion Gouda and Douwe De Decker battle for position. And it goes the way of the Singaporean for the moment. Dion Gouda managing to break ahead. There's Ian Eichmann's, the gap down to 3.8 seconds between himself and Coluccio, and 5 laps remain. Coluccio across the line on a 1 minute 3.8. He goes Eichmann's across the line, and what has he done? A 1 minute, well, he's done the 3.2 seconds is the gap now, so he's obviously managed to find a little bit of time, which is very strong and very positive news from his point of view. But Ian Eichmann's gets a 103.2. Karol Pazovic gets a 101.7. He's making massive progress now on Kia Nakamura Berta. Clearly coming the way of the Birolot driver as the pole is going to try and make his bid to get into third position past Kia Nakamura Berta if he can. The gap between Coluccio and Eichmann's down to 3.2 as Pazovic closes up again. He just can't get past the Japanese driver at the moment. So Nakamura Berta still third. Pazovic P4. Wait for it. Wait for the opportunity to open up. It's not one of those moments that you have to force. You can see that Birolot is a lot quicker than the Kart Republic in a straight line. So just get the traction right off the turn, even after the final turn, get that corner right, and then you're absolutely laughing all the way to the finish line. But with 4 laps to go, Pazovic is a bit more impatient than that. He doesn't want to wait till the end. He wants to get the move on Kia Nakamura Berta as soon as possible. The gap, meanwhile, between Coluccio and Eichmann's has come down to 1.9 seconds. So Coluccio is not safe in the lead at all as Pazovic gets his move on the inside line and moves up to third position. Good move from the pole. So Karol Pazovic is now third, but Ian Eichmann's is chipping away big time at Coluccio. Coluccio's lead is being absolutely slashed by the Belgian. Simone Bianco now sets the fastest lap of the race, and 1 minute 1.5 for the Italian. But the man who is in first position, Luigi Coluccio, is losing traction. There's the gap, there it is. Ian Eichmann's is right in behind him now.
The gap comes down to 7/10. You can see Coluccio wrestling with the car. It could even be as early as the final turn. Eichmanns may get an opportunity out of the final bend to get faster on the throttle and get up alongside. Coluccio now knows that Eichmanns is there. Eichmanns is going to out-sprint him to the first corner. Boom! Job done. That was easy as peasy it could be for Ian Eichmanns. And now he's just going to disappear away from Luigi Coluccio. Extraordinary how much more speed Ian Eichmanns has found at this latter stage of the race. Just looking after the tyres compared to Luigi Coluccio. Look, 7/10 of a second he's made up in it in one sector alone. Eichmanns is going to walk away with this one. Absolutely dominate it. Meanwhile, Bruno Mulders has picked up a warning flag, so sadly that'll be a 5-second penalty coupled to that as well. And Ian Eichmanns, what a victory this is going to be for him as he just charges away from the rest of his opponents in this one. It's a really important opportunity for him to take. And he's been very, very strong. So it will be a really exceptional battle for the competitors as they continue on their way out of the final turn and charging up the home straight once again. The battles continue. The warning flag goes out there. That is the warning flag that's been handed to Bruno Mulders, the same way that we had one for Max Popov. And there is the retirement. That's Emil Tangard just watching on from the sidelines as the rain is still falling on the circuit, but it's nowhere near as heavy as it was. Ricky Liu now sets the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute flat 0.1, so this is where it becomes a little bit more of a lottery. You can see drivers trying to maximise what's left of the grip from the tyres. So very tricky. And the battle's really raging at the moment. As Ian Eichmanns has his look to pull away, that is a move further back in the pack as the 227 in dire straits. Freddie Slater's just dropping like a stone here. Freddie Slater loses out to Deligny, loses out to Popov, loses out to Ricky Liu. Something's gone very wrong indeed there for Freddie Slater, who was battling for the win at one point and now has tumbled all the way back to 12th. The final lap begins for Ian Eichmanns and he has pulled 1.7 clear of Luigi Coluccio already. Well, you've got a feel for Freddie Slater, who was battling for the win at one stage in this race, but now there's absolutely nothing left of his tyres. Ian Eichmanns, though, is just careening away, having a very solid race out front on this drying track. But look, he's still coming over to the wet patches to try and cool the tyres down a little bit. But what a battle it's been for Ian Eichmanns. He really has been exceptional here at Kristianstad in this particular fourth heat of the day for him. So Ian Eichmanns in qualifying heat D versus F. He's going to come through in front of Luigi Coluccio. He's pulling away just a little bit. He doesn't need to pull away any further. He just needs to bring it home now. So the Belgian talent, Ian Eichmanns, off the final turn, gets back on the power. He'll get some the cool run down the straight to get some temperature out of the tyres as Ian Eichmanns gets the win from Luigi Coluccio and Karol Pazovic. Definitely needed some water in the tread of the tyres there, so he's going to come off the racing line. It's getting pretty tricky out there for drivers trying to get the tyres to work and be operational, but Ian Eichmanns just disappearing ahead of Luigi Coluccio once he got the lead. A good run for the EGP Racing Team driver. Really making hay while the sun shines out there. Putting on a very good show. So we still continue the battles out on the circuit. Ian Eichmanns having a very solid run that time round. A really good opportunity for the drivers to feel the pressure and feel the intensity of the drama out there on the course, because it really was quite tricky out there. But some good performances from Ian Eichmanns in that one. He looked after the tyres well and comes through to be rewarded with a race victory. So Ian Eichmanns takes the flag this time with Luigi Coluccio in second place ahead of Karol Pazovic and Kian Nakamura-Berta. David Walter in P5, Bruno Mulders in sixth, so all three men that were taken out in the earlier heat able to finish top six this time. Nathan Sharp, Douwe de Decker, Enzo Deligny and Max Popov, Ricky Liu and Freddie Slater way down in 12th in the end. Simona Bianchi and then Louis James Zagotzi ahead of Dion Gouda, Richard Olsen and Arda Tabinen. From Rafael Modenese in 18th place ahead of Jacob Rashki and Nasho Tunion.
Wilgert Leek was the last driver home. We obviously lost Emil Tangard before the race even got underway. So some tough battles out there on the course. And we've had some very exciting challenges from all of the competitors out there so far. But we are going to continue on with the battles ahead of us. So let's hear from the drivers that we caught up with a little earlier on today. In the second part of the interview, we're going to bring Oscar Pedersen and Victor Gustafsson, who tell us about the nature of this circuit.
Well, one of the things I think we're going to learn in Champions of the Future this weekend is how difficult the weather can be here in Sweden. Oscar, obviously there's a bit of an interesting forecast. Some of the time it's predicted to be wet, some of the time it's predicted to be dry and very hot. What's it like to have to be very dynamic in terms of getting the strategy right as the weather changes?
Yeah, obviously I looked at the weather app to see what's going on, and then just sometimes I just about to chance which tires to use, if it's wet or dry, and then just go for it.
Victor, is this something that obviously with your experience you must have had some good days with getting it right on the calls with weather and some bad days as well?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a gamble most of the time, but I think as a driver it's really difficult, and I think that's where you see the really good drivers from the maybe not as good drivers, where the different conditions change over the heat, or you go out in the rain with the slick tires and you have to change the way of driving and all this sort of stuff. And I think that's making the really good drivers stand out. But yeah, we see if we get an example this week.
Now, we've spoken to a few of the OK drivers over the weekend. They say this place is very physical in the OK category. Oscar, having come up through the ranks of different categories, now you're here in Champions of the Future in OK. Just what is this circuit actually like to drive in the fastest direct drive kart on the planet?
It's very physical. You can feel it in the neck and the arms and everywhere. But I also think that we will come up to some harder tracks this year, like Frankfurt. I think will be tougher because of the weather. It's hotter there probably.
So because it's very technical, Victor, I mean, are you having to kind of relearn the circuit when you come here in a different type of kart, or is the fact that you've grown up here, can you learn from that data?
I think it's almost a disadvantage for me to being local. You're here testing when the track is not as good, there's not as many people driving, there's not the same level of grip, and you learn the track in a different way. Coming here now, you have your lines, you have where you put the gas, you have all these benchmarks. But when you get here and the grip changes, it's normally a completely different way of driving. So me personally, I almost think it's a disadvantage to be local. I would rather prefer being somewhere else, to be fair. Even though it's very nice to be here at home, you know everyone, is very relaxed for me personally and all this, but the track side of things is quite difficult, yeah.
So the challenges of the physicality of the circuit, particularly with elevation change, Oscar, just how much work are you having to do in certainly the slower apexes when you've got so many fast and technical sections of the circuit, and then you're having to go from fast high speeds to big braking zones?
Yeah, you need to be in the slow ones. You need to be very smooth and fast because the sprocket is not as big there, so we have to go more smooth and just try to go for the exits, and in the fast ones we just want to carry the more speed.
So junior action again, Dimitri Matveev, Lukas Flusha on the front row of the grid, Tobias Clausen and Anatoly Kivalkin, Maxim Vabrush and Kirill Ditiev from Enzo Tomvanichkul and Renaud Franco, Emanuele Olivieri, Luna Flusha, Ludwig Franzen and Maciej Gladish, Jensen Burnett, Jules Caranta, Giacomo Padrini and Max Garcia, Mario Germano Nito, Enea Frey, Louis Leveau, Romayo Haag, Scott Lindblom, Alvin Ekberg, Victor Smith and Len Nyes, and it's a false start just as well because there's one driver at the back of the field, and that is Victor Smith, who has not been able to get up to the rest of the field, so was just a little bit eager to get us underway for the OK Junior Qualifying Heat A versus C. So now Victor Smith, knowing that the repeater lights come on, will know that he's got a chance to get back up to the rest of the field and retake his place on the starting grid. Still spots of rain on the camera lens. It's definitely trying to make up its mind what it's going to do, the weather, but it's still in that awkward phase where it's raining, but it's not raining enough, really, for water to come through the tyre treads. So it's definitely going to be a tricky final heat of this rotation for the junior drivers. And after this race is done, there will be one more OK Senior race and then a short break for the marshals to give them a little bit of respite. And then we'll continue straight on with the final heats of the day in all of the categories. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one for the drivers as they gear themselves up for the super heats tomorrow morning. But certainly for the moment, our drivers are stretched to their limits in terms of the battles in front of them. Are we going to go racing this time by? Dimitri Matveev from the pole. Lucas Flusha from second place. So this is definitely going to be an interesting battle from here on out. Lights out, we're racing! Good start from Matveev, good start too from Flusha, but can he hold it round the outside? He's gone a little bit wide, but he's going to be there in about fourth position as they filter through the chicane for the first time. Is everybody going to get through? Certainly they go through the chicane in good position. And up through the hairpin. This is where things can get a little bit clustered, and it looks as though everybody's got through. So very nice start then from the juniors on this occasion. Clausen in second, third it is the 54 of Maxon Verbruge. Another good start for him, and Anatoly Kavalkin's done well in fourth position as Tan Vanitschkel gets his run on the inside of Flusha and almost loses ground there to Kirill Ditiev. He does, in fact, lose the place to Ditiev in the end. So as the karts hustle their way through, Enzo Tan Vanitschkel's now going to have some pressure from Emanuele Olivieri, the Italian driver in the Formula K chassis behind him. So Olivieri, part of the IPK official race team, trying to hold his position as they go down towards the final turn. So down out of the final turn, and Tan Vanitschkel knowing that he's got a little bit of work to do to hold his position into turn one. Dimitri Matveev in front of Tobias Clausen and Anatoly Kavalkin. Then it is Maxon Verbruge from Kirill Ditiev and Enzo Tan Vanitschkel. And then we have Emanuele Olivieri. The field comes off the turn once again, up and over the top of the crest, moving their way further forward. As they come through, it's going to be really exciting to see what the battles in the midfield can give us here again. Just tiptoeing their way through in a very comfortable position. So up on the inside, there goes the move from the Parolin of Renault Franco. He dives in on Lucas Flusha, who's really struggling in this one. The grip is struggling to stay with him at the moment. Matveev is 1.3 seconds on Clausen and Kavalkin. As, drifting off the road, Renault Franco loses back the ground from Flusha, and now Maciej Gladish is going to try and work his way past. This is the only race all weekend when Gladish hasn't been able to get into the top six at the end of the opening lap. Very tricky start this time. The 65 of Kirill Ditiev, tucking in behind the 54 of Maxon Verbruge, but there's very little grip out there to play with because the rain isn't heavy and the track is drying out significantly enough that there are no rooster tails behind the cards as Ditiev makes his bid on the inside of Verbruge. Watch out for Kirill Ditiev in this heat and the next one because he genuinely has a chance to get back to the top spot. He did win the final at Zuera, don't forget, so this is very much still a chance for him to get a decent result in the bag. He will not let that slip away from him. If he gets half a chance, he's going to make a play for it. So we're definitely going to have a very interesting challenge for the competitors. So they continue to run forward. Verbruge in front of Enzo Tan Vanitschkel. Still they battle on. The juniors very much in the knife edge here when it comes to the weather conditions. They're learning the hard way just how little grip, how variable the grip levels are from lap to lap with each race. So it's been very tricky all the way through. But what a tough battle it is for the competitors. They come up and over the top of the crest. Max Garcia, the American driver, is back on it again. A 56.1 for him. He did such a good job in the earlier heat to come through in P5. And the new boy from the United States really putting on a bit of a showcase here. It's a long way for him to travel to come all the way to Sweden. But Max Garcia establishing himself in very high esteem in this international competition as we watch Enzo Tan Vanitschkel, the number 6 for the Tony Kart factory team, tucking in behind the 54 of Maxon Verbruge and ahead of the 71, that is Emanuele Olivieri. So this is Kart Republic ahead of Tony Kart, ahead of Formula K. And again, look, Dimitri Matveev having to pull off the road, off the racing line, just to get some temperature back in the tyres, because it is raining, yes, but it's not heavy at all. And the track is drying out, so there's almost a slick line. So this should really suit dry tyres as Ditiev gets the move on Clausen. So Ditiev gets through past Tobias Clausen. Now that's crucial. Kirill Ditiev is looking very strong to get himself back into position as further back Enzo Tan Vanitschkel making his bid on Maxon Verbruge, and he seems to have got through. So the young man from Thailand has managed to get through another position. But certainly up in front, it is Dimitri Matveev going for another victory. He's had 2 out of 3 so far. And in the fourth race, he's going to go for a third one. But it's very tricky to hold onto the kart in these conditions because they've all got rain tyres on based on the fact that it's been raining all day long. But you can see for yourself that the track is drying out quite rapidly. It is still raining, not hard at all. So there's not enough water falling on the track to keep the tyres cool, which means that several times we're seeing drivers come off the racing line. You can see spots of rain on the camera lens, but it's not really doing anything in terms of improving or decimating the grip levels. It's just a lottery out there now as to who can look after the tyres best. 5 laps done, 5 to go. Maciej Gladish is trying to work his way forward. He's up to 7th place. That's a much better run this time from Gladish, who looks like he could still bag a top 6 starting position for the Superheat tomorrow morning. And that's obviously going to put him in about 1st or 2nd, possibly 3rd on the grid. If he can get that done, that's a nice move on the inside there from Ludwig Fransen, one of the local stars, as he gets past the man in pole position for this race, Lukas Flusha. So once again, a demonstration that starting at the front means nothing in terms of the race battle. You've got to get the job done and you've got to look after the tyres. Bit of an issue for Emanuele Olivieri. He ran wide. Now Maxime Verbrugge is trying to get back through on the inside. So can he make the overtaking bid? Certainly Anatoly Kavalkin is trying to keep Dmitry Matveev at bay. You can see Tarn Vanichkul coming off the racing line to cool the tyres down, trying to get some water into the treads basically. So that's the only way you can make these tyres run at reasonable temperature, is to have water running through the treads. Otherwise, you're basically on a very small contact patch on the tyre on a dry racetrack. And those tyres will be absolutely yelling at you in order to get the best of them. Nice move on the inside there from Franco. So Renaud Franco gets the move on the inside there of Enzo Tarn Vanichkul. The battles continue. Very close indeed over the sharp end. So very interesting battling out there from the competitors. Still they duel away for position. And we're going to see more terrific battles from them as they continue their march forward. But who is going to make the next big play? Renaud Franco all over the back of Maxime Verbrugge, dives in, I thought so. Franco to position that one up nicely in the final bend, and now they're going to come up but over the top of the crest once again. There's Maciej Gladish running in 6th position behind Clausen. Franco protecting, having got through past Maxime Verbrugge. He knows there's going to be a bit of a threat for him to get back again, as Enzo Tarn Vanichkul and Ludwig Fransen run in position. And there again is Max Garcia. He has charged his way through to 2nd position. Is he on slick tyres? He is, you know. Max Garcia's on slicks. He's the first one to go for it, and Garcia charges through to the lead. Max Garcia, the first driver all day to throw the gamble and go, do you know what, let's go for slicks. And he has charged his way forward. And he's disappearing out in front of Dmitry Matveev. Well, how about that? The American is teaching the Europeans how it's done. Max Garcia charging away on slick tyres. The only man in the field on slicks. They clearly decided, what is the worst that can happen? We get it wrong, we pull off, we're at the back of the field, never mind, we gave it a go. But they decided to roll the dice on slick tyres, and Max Garcia has charged his way to the front. Absolutely brilliant. And Max Garcia is having an amazing run in the DPK Alonso Kart chassis. That is absolutely extraordinary. What a terrific battle. And he is just charging his way forward around this circuit in fine style. Well, there you go. The one driver in the field that decided slick tyres was a good idea, and Max Garcia is disappearing. That's going to be a wake-up call for everybody in the OK Senior category. They're all going to go to slick tyres now, because if it works for Garcia, and he is one of the less experienced drivers in this field, if it's worked out for him, it'll work out for everybody. The gamble pays off for Max Garcia. Absolutely romping away. 53 seconds for the lap now compared to 57s and 56s for everybody else. Well, the gambler, Max Garcia, get that boy to Las Vegas because he'll clean up. Absolutely amazing from Max Garcia. Just charging his way around the course, finishing it off in fine style, and he has definitely made a name for himself here in Kristianstad. And this is going to give the young American in his debut in Champions of the Future a bit of a headline performance. He comes off the final turn. Max Garcia dances to the victory. What a drive. Slick tyres. Superb. The only man to try it. And it worked. 7.9 seconds, 8.9 seconds at the flag clear of Dmitry Matveev. Well, how about that? A true gamble from Max Garcia, and it worked beautifully. So everybody's going to go on to slick tyres now. And that senior heat is going to be a very quick one all of a sudden. The checkered flag greeting the American out in front of everybody else. That's the biggest gap you're going to see today from first to second. 8.9 seconds. That is practically 1/5 of the lap. Max Garcia, what a comeback drive from him. Sometimes, just try it. He started 16th position on slick tyres. On the first couple of laps, he might have thought this might not be the right way to go, you know. But boy, did he make it count. An excellent drive from Max Garcia. From 16th to 1st on dry tyres. Dmitry Matveev in second ahead of Anatoly Kavalkin and Kirill Ditiev. Maciej Gladish drives maturely for 5th place there ahead of Tobias Clausen and Emanuele Olivieri. N.A. Affray and Maxon Verbruge from Ludwig Franzen and Enzo Tarnvanichkul. Len Nige fought his way up to 12th place from the back row of the grid. Lucas Flusha in 13th ahead of Jules Caranta and Louis Leveau. Then Scott Lindblom and Alvin Ekberg from Giacomo Pedrini in 18th place. 19th for Romeo Haag in front of Luna Flusha and Maria Germano Nito. Victor Smith, Renaud Franco and Jensen Burnett. And every driver that started the race finished on that occasion. And what a surprise. Down there in pit road, everybody seems to be going on slick tyres. Well, that's not a massive surprise. But what is going to be interesting now as we go into the next race with the two Kart Republics on slick tyres on the front row of the starting grid together. Arthur Rojon versus Evan Gilter. While we wait for that, let's hear more from Joachim Ward and Alexander Dahlberg about this circuit and what it takes to get the setup right.
So considering how exciting it is here on Kristianstad circuit in particular, it's one of the most technical challenges that any race team, any race driver is going to have over the course of a weekend. Joachim, what are the biggest challenges facing a team coming to this particular circuit, trying to master setup?
Well, there is one big difference here compared to any other track. It's the asphalt, which is very aggressive asphalt to the tires. So if you not nail your good lap in the right moment, you are practically out of lap time. And I think that is just the knowledge about being on the right place at the right time to be able to be making the lap time what you need to be in a good position for the race. I think that's the main target. I think that setup wise or any other things is of course important, but I think the timing here is practically everything. And of course then you can help it to add or miss, go up and down a little bit, but I think the timing to be in the right place at the right time is much more sensitive here than any other place.
And I'm guessing, Alex, that sort of knife edge between one team and another getting it right can be the difference between 1/10 of a second, 2/10 of a second, and that can be, 12 or 13 places in qualifying. It must be very difficult to help the drivers to kind of achieve their maximum in those circumstances.
Yeah, you kind of have to look at it from the right angle. As Joachim said, it's so important to be within the limit of the asphalt and of the tires. So if the driver is not achieving that, then the go-kart, you can put the seat backwards, won't make a difference.
Well, one of the biggest challenges on this particular circuit is out of turn 4, coming off the hairpin, and the jump, as it's been affectionately known. It obviously makes for a very interesting challenge for drivers and for teams in terms of setup. You guys remember how it used to be compared to how it is now. How big a difference, Joachim, have the changes made to the flow and the rhythm of the circuit?
Well, the current layout is definitely better for us as a team owner, because the chassis are not destroyed by jumping over the chicane. Like it was when we had the old layout, you are flying over the curbs and the engine clamps hit the curb and destroy the chassis. Now with the layout is actually that you stay on the asphalt. Of course you have a little bit of a jump, but it is not any issue for that anymore. Before you really have to challenge yourself to fly over the curb, but today you just keep it full and you lift off the ground, and that's about it.
And of course, Alex, you have really recent and relevant experience of the physical attributes required to do that. I mean, just how tough is it when the drivers are out there at the limit of adhesion?
To be fair, driving-wise, I liked the old chicane. It was, yeah, like you say, a challenge and fun. But you have to hold the steering wheel hard, and yeah, the guys got to be in top shape.
So great to hear from two men who know everything there is to know about setting the karts up on this Kristianstad circuit, and it'll be interesting to see what happens now that we are definitely full of a grid of drivers that have decided to go for slick tyres after the epic performance in the junior heat of Max Garcia. I don't see a single driver down there still on wets, which is fascinating, and it looks to me as though the rain has finally decided to stop. It's still a little bit of spitting, I suppose, at the very most, but now it looks as though the circuit's actually going to be dry enough to run a full-length race in the dry. So now the teammates will go to battle on the front row of the grid. This will be interesting. Arthur Rojon and Evan Gilter, two drivers who are bidding to be the best OK driver of the weekend here in Champions of the Future. We'll have to see how it all plays out for them. Juho Valtonen and Chuyan Pu will be on the second row of the grid, and then we'll have Maxim Rem and Matthias Ferreira on the third. Although I noticed that Maxim Rem is missing from his position on the starting grid. Now that is a very intriguing position to be in. I'm going to have a look and see where we are in terms of Maxim Rem's absence. Him and James Zagotzi were both disqualified from their previous race. And in fact, Maxim Rem has been disqualified from the competition, I am told, for resetting his front fairing to the correct position. That is unfortunate. So he's out of the weekend. Arthur Rojon and Evan Gilter, Juho Valtonen and Chuyan Pu. Then Matthias Ferreira is on his own on row 3. From Malo Bollier and Tuka Tarpanen, Oscar Pedersen and Albin Sturdeisen, Fabian Sturdeisen and Alva Simas-Vara. From Harley Kiebel and Nico Lemberg, Akshay Bora and Maxim Orlov, Oscar Wirtz and Marius Christiansen, Ellis Stevens, Anton Orgren, Max Angelard, Yvan David, and at the back of the grid it is Sofia Kotala. Well, we now know that sadly Maxim Rem is not going any further in the race weekend. I can tell you that the exclusion for James Zagotzi was of a technical non-conformity in nature. He was underweight by the look of it, so he is still able to continue in the weekend. He just has that result from that particular race removed. Are there any more major dramas that we need to bring you up to date on? I'm just checking and updating myself to see if there is anything more that really needs to be taken into account, other than the exclusion from the meeting of Maxim Rem. I think we're pretty much up to date on that one now. So some difficulties, obviously, but the competitors are making good use of the situation out there on the course. Certainly there doesn't seem to be any major concerns from the OK Junior races of that nature. So we're just continuing with the races as they have already played out. But there are 3 races to go in the junior category this afternoon, and after this one there will be 3 races to go in the senior category as well. So once this race plays out, there will be a break in proceedings, and we will come back to the action in the OK Juniors at 3:05 local time. That gives the marshals just a little bit of a breather to get something to eat, because they obviously need it. They've been working very hard over the course of the morning. So now we will get the focus from the drivers back again, and they're all going to be on slick tyres. Now this will be interesting because it is still drizzling a tiny bit. It's what's known in the world of karting as psychological rain, because it's there and you can feel it when it drifts down onto the helmet, but it isn't actually causing much of an issue. But every single driver in the field out there is on slick tyres. Now what you're going to need to see from this race is that yes, they're all on slicks, which is clearly the faster tyre, but there are still going to be damp patches. So it's not perfect yet. Here we go. Up to the first corner, and already a big lunge to the first corner. A big challenge there from Juho Valtonen, trying to get into the lead. Past Arthur Rojon, it didn't quite work out for him. And there's somebody skating off the road in the background, up and over the grass, managing to rejoin at the back of the field. I didn't quite see who that was. I think it might have been Max Angelard. But problems there on the opening tour for a couple of drivers in the field. In fact, it was Fabian Sturdeisen. So Fabian Sturdeisen having a bit of a moment there on the opening lap, but managing to recover it. As Juho Valtonen now runs right in behind Arthur Rojon. And Rojon leads the field around, still very close proximity in terms of the formation of these drivers. But Arthur Rojon looking good for another solid run. Oh, we've got a kart off in the background at the final turn. I think it is Sofia Kotala. So Sofia Kotala has retired from the race before the start. There she is. Her kart is off to the sidelines. So a very disappointing end to the race for the Finn. But into the first corner, Arthur Rojon in front of Valtonen, Gilter, Chu, Ferreira, Toppinen, Bollier, Pedersen, Sinisvara, Albin Stureysen in front of Kivel, Lemberg and Akshay Bora, with Fabian Stureysen down at the back. There is Sofia Kotala's kart. As we see the battle, Gigi is going to try and make his bid to try and come around the outside of Valtonen and dive in for the inside. Gets through. Valtonen wants a little bit of recompense there as Gigi gets through in a second place. So Evan Gilter now in second, trying to charge after his teammate. Arthur Rojon is the race leader, of course, but Evan Gilter into second. So Arthur Rojon and Evan Gilter, the two leaders of the race at the moment. Third place is Juha Valtonen. Chu Yanpu, the Chinese driver, P4. Matthias Ferreira in P5. Malo Bollier is in P6. Then it is the reigning world champion, Tukka Tapanen. 7th place for the Finn. 8th place for Oscar Pedersen. 9th is Alvar Sivasvara. Tapanen has got past Malo Bollier on this lap though, so now that we're on dry tyres, we're really going to see who has the raw pace. Because this is going to be fascinating to see who's going to be able to pick it up together. Rojon and Gilter are obviously going to be on the same bit of racetrack at the same time for the first time all weekend. They've been away from each other all the way through. And now there's no illusions about the fact that these two drivers are the two fastest drivers of the weekend. They've got to stay out of each other's way. But Rojon wants to make a clean sweep and take all 5 heat victories if he can in front of Evan Gilter. So he's obviously going to try and make it happen all the way through to the end of the race. And it's not particularly easy to hang on to, and he's certainly going to be hoping against hope that he can hang on to things here. Evan Gilter really hoping he doesn't add more points to his tally. He wants to get another race victory under his belt. And the only way to do that is to be confident and to really charge his way forward and make a play of it as he continues to move forward. So let's see how it all progresses. Big battles, big challenges and some big races are going to come the way of these drivers as Gilter slowly starts to drop off the pace of Juha Valtonen. He's pulling away from him, and Chu is going to make a big lunge for Valtonen. That's brave, but he's made it stick. And Ferreira is in the mix there as well. So, a big pressure cooker there, trying to tuck up on the inside line and go for the overtaking move. That was brave. So, obviously managed to make it work out. But a very interesting challenge for the competitors as they make more hay while the sun shines. So the battle definitely very intense and very exciting as they continue on their way. And the drivers well and truly joined as they come through. So this is really exciting at the early phase of the dry tyre. So the battle is raging out on the circuit at the moment. Some great battles. Oh, and that's a move on the inside line there. Matthias Ferreira gets his run as Tukka Tapanen tries to come back up the inside, and he gets past Juha Valtonen. So Ferreira through, now Tapanen through. The reigning world champion, Tukka Tapanen, has managed to get through and up into fifth position now, sorry. Because Ferreira's up to 4th, Tapanen up to 5th place, Valtonen down into P6. But what's really going to be fascinating is when the two French teammates of the VDK Racing team, Arthur Rojon and Evan Gilter, when they finally meet for the first time, when they cross swords, this is when things are going to get very interesting. Although Rojon is actually trying to pull away from Gilter at the moment. He's got the gap up again to 0.3 of a second. Chu Yanpu, part of the Mercedes AMG F1 Junior program, the Chinese driver running in 3rd. And then it is Matthias Ferreira, who of course is part of the Alpine Academy program, in 4th position. Arthur Rojon, fastest man on track. Nothing between him and Evan Gilter in terms of first split pace. But Gilter looks like he's going a bit quicker than Arthur Rojon on this second sector. So it's definitely looking pretty tight indeed between these guys as the battle rages and continues. They'll be in for a really fascinating challenge of it as they continue on their way forward. My goodness, it'll be interesting. As the battles rage, we're going to see some very intense battles between the two men up at the front end of the field as Arthur Rojon and Evan Gilter both want to win as badly as the other. 6 laps completed. You can see how much faster the race pace is now that they're on slick tyres. They were going about 10 seconds a lap slower than this on the wets. But now Matthias Ferreira has pressure from Tukka Tapanen. Tapanen wanting to try and take on his opponents around him. So the battles continue on. Fascinating execution of the battles so far. But as they come off the turn, once again, very close-knit battles around the course. Matthias Ferreira trying to close up on the man in front. As Chu Yanpu still runs in third position, the Chinese ace. And definitely a very close proximity of the battle for the competitors thus far. How are we going to see this one play out? Tuukka Tarponen has closed right up on Matthias Ferreira. This is the battle for fourth position, and Tarponen looks like he's got an opportunity lined up here. Grosjean still pulling away little by little to Evan Gilter. The gap opens up to half a second, which doesn't sound like much, but the momentum is definitely with Arthur Grosjean in front of Evan Gilter and Chu Yanpu. But Tuukka Tarponen trying to close up on Ferreira. Matthias Ferreira, the Brazilian driver in the 231 car, part of the Alpine Academy. You can tell by the colour scheme of the car. And then in fifth place, the reigning world champion, Tuukka Tarponen, the man who a lot of people are already considering as the next man in line to the throne of Mika Häkkinen and Kimi Räikkönen. Tuukka Tarponen, definitely a driver to reckon with. Oh, and off the circuit. Whoa, that's a big off for the 283 of Anton Organ. So Anton Organ having a bit of a moment there as he goes off the road and recovers, having missed about 3 corners of the circuit there. So a big moment for Anton Organ, just skating off the grass. And he obviously hit a wet patch at an awkward moment there. Well, Grosjean still stretching away from Gilter. Chu, Ferreira, Tarponen, Valtonen, Pedersen, Simasvara, Bollier and Harley Keeble in the top 10. There's some good deals all the way through. Tarponen's going to make a big lunge on the inside and gets through on Ferreira, and so too does Pedersen on Valtonen. Tarponen and Pedersen make big moves into turn 6 on that occasion. Tarponen into P4, Pedersen into turn 6. Into P6, I should say, sorry. Excellent work. So some great racing. And now Tarponen is right in behind Arthur Grosjean, who has lost ground. How did Grosjean fall back? What's happened to Grosjean? Grosjean's had a problem here. Grosjean has suddenly dropped off the road. I didn't see what happened, but Arthur Grosjean lost a lot of ground in sector 2. Didn't see what happened, but now Gilter is leading from Chu, Tarponen and Grosjean. The race leader has plummeted to 4th position. So Arthur Grosjean clearly making a mistake somewhere down the line. Didn't see what happened. He's trying to get back past Tuukka Tarponen. Grosjean reaching for desperation as he tries to get back into the lead of the race again. But with 4 laps to go, he's surely not going to get back into a position where he can do that. Ferreira's going to make mincemeat of him in the apex. Tugs through. They both go off the road. Grosjean skates over the grass. And suddenly Arthur Grosjean's dominant run vanishes. Big problems for Arthur Grosjean. Well, the Frenchman in dire straits. He has lost so many positions, and now suddenly Arthur Grosjean's stranglehold on the lead of this competition has evaporated. And Evan Gilter is going to take the lead of the race and the lead of the aggregate standings. Grosjean will tumble to 4th in the rankings with a 9th place finish. It's 10th place now for Grosjean. He's in real difficulties out there. But Evan Gilter is the race leader as Ferreira closes right up, or at least tries to close right up on Pedersen, who has already skated away and disappeared. Ferreira in trouble. They haven't quite found the setup to make these slick tyres go the distance. But this is the first time they've run on slick tyres, don't forget today. Oh, over the top, Simasvara tags in behind Ferreira. He goes airborne for a short while. A big moment there, and I'm afraid Simasvara has lost more ground as a result of that. But Arthur Grosjean gets himself back in a 8th position on the back of Malo Bollier, squeaking through on the inside line, slides in. Arthur Grosjean rolls his sleeves back up. And now he's getting back into contention once more. 2 laps to go. Can he get past Matthias Ferreira now? The Brazilian is not going to make it easy for him. Grosjean being absolutely ruthless and gets through on Ferreira. And now Malo Bollier getting back in on Arthur Grosjean. Grosjean sweeping back across alongside him. Bollier determined not to let Grosjean go. Grosjean is absolutely resolute trying to get back into position. He's got his boxing gloves on, never mind his driving gloves. Bollier holds the line. And Matthias Ferreira now has a warning flag. Grosjean gets back in on Malo Bollier. Squeaks through on the double left apex. Bollier trying to come back at him. Not going to happen as Gilter goes into the final lap. So Ferreira loses ground there, and Alva Simasvara has been able to get through. The Ward Racing driver takes on the position. But Evan Gilter out in front, looking so smooth and confident now. The hiccup from yesterday, all done and dusted. As now, Evan Schilter is only looking to carry 5 points into the afternoon session. And Evan Schilter looking so strong, so confident. He is a second clear of the Mercedes AMG F1 young gun, Chu Yanpu of China, ahead of the reigning world karting champion, Tukka Tarpanen. But Evan Schilter lucks into the position. Something went wrong for Arthur Rojon. We don't know what it was, but it was enough to give Schilter the run to the checkered flag. Victory again for Schilter. And now he has 5 points on the board. So that puts him into the lead. Arthur Rojon now has 6 because he fought his way back to 6th position. So a little bit of saving the bacon there for Arthur Rojon. And second place in the race for Chu Yanpu. That keeps him 4th in the interim rankings on 8 points. So it's still very close. All the drivers in junior and senior have got 1 race to go this afternoon. So that's 6 races left in total, 3 for the OK Junior drivers and 3 for the OK Seniors. So this will determine who gets pole position for the Superheats. But with that drive back into position, Arthur Rojon may have just given himself the chance to start in Super Pole for Superheat 2. It all depends on what happens for Evan Schilter in the final race later. But what a battle it's going to be. Schilter from Chu and Tarpanen. Now that they've managed to finally go onto slick tyres, the racing's going to be electric this afternoon, isn't it? Evan Schilter picks up the win from Chu Yanpu and Tukka Tarpanen. Juha Valtonen in 4th place ahead of Oscar Pedersen. Arthur Rojon salvages 6th place after a difficult race. Malo Bollier in front of Alvar Simasvara. And then Matthias Ferreira ahead of Harley Keeble. Akshay Bora is 11th in front of Nico Lemberg. Max Orlov ahead of Albin Sturesen. Ivan David driving well, the Sri Lankan getting up to 15th in the end ahead of Max Angelard. And Oscar Wirtz ahead of Ella Stevens. And then Fabian Sturesen ahead of Marius Christiansen. And the last driver home on this occasion was Anton Organ. There was a non-start for Sofia Kotala. And Maxim Rem, as we know, has been disqualified from the competition for resetting his front fairing to its original position. Wow, I tell you what, that was a brilliant morning session. 12 races have just been and gone. And now we have just 1 heat left for every driver in the competition for the OK Junior and OK Senior contests. So the battles are obviously going to be very impressive indeed as the drivers make progress. So now we are going to be in a strong position going into the afternoon session. And now we will have a great start to the proceedings once again. We will take off and have a little bit of a breather. We will hear once again from the young pretenders Douwe de Decker and Len Nys in the second part of their interview. And we'll have the highlights from last time out at the Champions of the Future in Zuera in Spain that leads us to our title battle. See you in a bit.
So coming into Kristianstad, it's a very difficult circuit compared to what we saw at Zuera and what we saw at Portimao. The challenges are obviously going to be very interesting over the weekend. Douwe, is this an ideal circuit to make your first appearance in OK Senior, or is it going to be particularly hard for you?
Yeah, I know I'm like in junior first year I was always fast. Now I'm already fast. It's now the 5th day that I'm driving OK, so I just swapped, you know. Actually, I don't think it's the speed is there. But I think the racing will be a bit more hard because, like, if you see now older people like Turney and Coluccio, that people are like older, you know, and they need to race against me. I'm 14 now, and they're like in the 20s, so they have more experience in the OK for sure. But I will try my best to find every tent I can and be in the front with the heats and the finals.
So having had the 2 first weekends of the season in OK Junior, Len, obviously Kristianstad, a very different race circuit. How have you adapted to the challenges so far?
It's actually a really pretty nice circuit. It is hard. So it's my first time here. I was a bit surprised because on the video it looked a bit more easy. But it's a nice track. So
tell us about the atmosphere within the Kart Republic Motorsport awning. Obviously, you guys have been in there for quite a while now. When there's issues out on the circuit, whether it's mechanical or whether it's between drivers, how good is it to be able to diffuse the situation? What's the atmosphere like within the squad?
For me, actually, there in Kart Republic is really nice. Like, we all make fun in the tent. Like, sometimes when somebody has a crash or something, or there is like a problem, it's serious, but after that there's also fun, and that's what I like. Also with us two, we bring much fun into the tent, because I already heard of many people, like when us two are together in the tent, they're like on the drivers, there's much fun, you know?
And in terms of atmosphere, Len, I guess with this being your first year in OK Junior, to have that sort of atmosphere, it must make it a lot easier than if you're feeling every time you go out there's a mountain of pressure to climb.
Yeah, the team for me is like a family. It's like we have a lot of friends in there, and it's really nice when you have like a training or bad race. They always come to you and say like it's okay. And when you drive good, they always come to you and say like, oh yeah, that was really good race. So I really like it.
The beautiful ancient Spanish city of Zaragoza in the province of Aragon plays host to many incredible activities, from its folklore to its cuisine and the famous Fiestas del Pilar. But this weekend, it's racing, and of course the world of OK and OK Junior karting on the Circuito Internacional Zuera. It's the third time that Champions of the Future has raced here in as many years, and it's going to be just as exciting as ever. At 1.7 kilometers, the Circuito Internacional Zuera is one of the fastest and longest circuits in Europe, with 10 right-handers, 5 left-handers, and some of the longest and fastest straights in the sport. And of course here, engine power and slipstreaming are crucial to getting good lap times and great race pace. The top speeds here can reach 140 kilometers an hour, and it's obviously going to provide a lot of G-forces and therefore physicality and demand on the body. The first sector is particularly high speed, with the slowest corner on the track at turn 4, resulting in fast straights but also one of the heaviest of braking points that the drivers will ever face in a karting season. The second sector gives the sport one of its toughest corners, with a fast-flowing but very tightening left-hander that puts a lot of demand on the body and the kart chassis. So obviously, drivers are having to balance their setup and their tyre pressures as they go through. In the third sector, the corners open up and are a little bit more dynamic. You've got a lot of overtaking opportunities with a lot of high tyre degradation, which means a lot of hard work from the drivers through the course of the weekend as they balance the speed with the grip. With this being the second round of the Euro Series, it's obviously still very much open season as far as the title fight is concerned. There are 3 drivers covered by just 2 points in the junior category, and it's incredibly even and open in the OK senior category, with many drivers contesting the victory. And obviously, with the weather conditions being beautiful and perfect, it's all going to come down to tyre strategy, gamesmanship, and great racecraft. Who has the best engine and who has the best slipstream skills will be the ones rewarded on the top step of the podium.
I really like this track, yeah, because of really fast corner and long straight. The sprocket is very important, but sometimes even if you are short sprocket, like really big, and you have correct carburation, the engine looks quite okay, yeah. Then the most things for me is the carburation, yeah. For sure it's very important also the sprocket, but the mostly thing is this. If you are so rich, it's difficult on the top, yeah. If you are so lean, it's difficult on the bottom, and because of that we always control the piston, because on the piston, especially in category OK, we see very well how working the engine. We change a little bit things on the carburetor, like pressure, like the membranes and something like that, yeah, for works in a little bit different part of the engine. It's not so easy, yeah, working with the top team, yeah. Then sometimes it's a little bit difficult to find everything correct for everyone, yeah. But like I always say to everyone, we make as soon as possible, and also we want to win the race because it's really good publicity for us.
Yeah, Zuera, it offers many different challenges, with long straights, fast-flowing corners, some technical, little bit more tight technical parts of the track as well. So you have, yeah, it's really quite difficult to find the perfect setup regarding sprocket. The drivers sometimes, you know, they would like to have the grip in the fast corners, but also then you need to have the chassis. So it releases and is free in the tighter stuff, so it's not easy. With the new tyre you can maybe go more long with the sprocket and try to win some advantage in the straights, but it all depends on the position the driver finds himself. It's quite technical, difficult for the drivers to manage. Actually the last few races the chassis worked really well for us, and I think we've found that we have some advantage with the tyre condition when we arrive to the later heats. We've worked really hard at the beginning part of the season, introduced some new upgrades, if you like, and yeah, it all seems to be coming together. The drivers are happy, the engine tuner's happy, so hopefully all going in the right direction.
So let's turn our attention to the OK Junior category with 70 racers from all 6 continents around the world. And let's not forget that after the first round of the championship at Portimao, there are 3 drivers who are separated by just 2 points, with Kirill Dezitiev at the top and Nathan Tai and Alexander Bondarev giving chase. And here at Zuera, there's going to be plenty of opportunities for many more drivers to hit the top spot of the podium. So let's see how it plays out.
Before the second round, I feel confident because I showed that I can win also the race. There are a lot of places for overtake, but still the quality is the most important for this race. So difficult to survive your tires more than free practice because here is so hot. I don't think that it's gonna be very difficult because that what happened in Portimao was the result of my hard job. Everyone in front of me is my rival and it doesn't matter who it is because I can beat them.
The OK Junior battle has been very close between the junior competitors thus far, so we could be in for an exciting conclusion to a tough race battle this weekend. Pole position, Nathan Tai for Sodikart, fastest in timed qualifying, 5 heat wins out of 5 and top 3 in the superheat. He could be about to give Sodikart their first Champions of the Future final win. From France, Jules Caranta for Energy Course, his best performance yet in OKJ, and never lower than the top 5 all weekend. He could be about to upset the established guard at the front. P3, Miguel Costa steps up to the plate for the Sauber Academy. The Brazilian has beaten Tai in a straight fight in the earlier superheat, so the pressure is on to do it again. P4, Anatoly Kavalkin for Parolin Motorsport. He will line up on the outer side of the second row after a tough battle throughout the weekend. Tiziano Monza of Singapore, winner of the Superheat for DPK Racing and the Alonso Kart chassis, in P5 on the grid and the inside of row 3. And for Poland, Jan Brzezowski did exactly the same thing in the second Superheat for the Tony Kart factory team. It'll be fascinating to see if he can get the job done in the race that counts. 7th position on the grid for Dmitry Matveev, who's having a whirlwind 2022 season for the Koski Motorsport team aboard his Tony Kart. What can he do from P7 on the grid? We're racing at Zuera. Good start from Nathan Tai. A little bit of a twitch on the inside line as that is Jules Caranta trying to break into the top 3. He's managed to get tucked in there behind Costa and Monza. And as the field squirts through turn 2, everybody's kept it on the straight and narrow. Nathan Tai in front of Costa, Monza, and then Jules Caranta with Dmitry Matveev lining up in P5. As the field works its way through the hairpin, a couple of drivers running wide. That looked like Jan Brzezowski going wide, and one of the Ward Racing carts has dropped right to the back of the field after running off on the grass. On the inside, that's Matveev going for Jules Caranta. He gets thrown up at a 4th position, and Len Nys, the Belgian, is trying to go with him. Caranta's trying to squeeze him out, which he does. Here comes Matveev on the inside of Monza. He gets him into the inside line. Caranta trying to hold back Nys, but he's lost ground to Nys and Kavalkin. And there's yellow flags down at the hairpin again, I do believe. More problems as we've had somebody go into the barriers at turn 5. Here comes Costa. Miguel Costa takes the lead from Nathan Tai. Dmitry Matveev goes with him. So that is the move from Miguel Costa to take the lead. The Brazilian now leading in front of the Koski Motorsport kart of Dmitry Matveev. Matveev goes for the lead. Nathan Tai tries to squeeze alongside Miguel Costa as well. Costa won't let that happen, but Matveev hits the front. Trying to dive in on the inside. There goes Nathan Tai. Monza's going through on the inside of Costa as well. And there's a couple of drivers kicking up the dust as Jan Brzezowski gets the fastest lap of the race. Now Brzezowski is in 12th position. He had a bit of a moment on the opening lap. Oh, that's one of the Birolart drivers walking away. And I have a feeling that is the 46 that's come off the road, so that is very unfortunate indeed. But we have another retirement, and that is Kirill Kutskov. Nyes is looking very hungry in behind Miguel Costa. Here he goes for the move into third position, and Len Nyes is now looking at a podium spot here at Zuera. Here comes the move on the inside. Nice move from Kavalkin. He gets through on Miguel Costa as Alexander Bondarev sets the fastest lap of the race and gets past Tiziano Monza. Up into P6 then for the young man from Ukraine on the Ricky Flynn Motorsport machine. Meanwhile, Bondarev is going to dive on the inside of Miguel Costa, and this time he does get the overtake. So Alexander Bondarev up into 5th position. Costa is going to have some pressure from Tiziano Monza. Kavalkin going to slide in for a chance to get through on Len Nyes, and he's through. Nice move from the Parolin Motorsport driver. Cardenas is going to try and go for the move on the inside of Bondarev. Yeah, that's not going to work, and Monza's going to lose out to Molnar in the chain reaction. So Costa holds on from Bondarev. Bondarev tries to defend from Cardenas. Cardenas just rubs wheels with Bondarev. That's got Bondarev a little bit offline. So now he's got to slide in to protect the position. Molnar trying to cut in as well. And Bondarev drifts out because there is the move from Andres Cardenas. He gets through in position. Martin Molnar trying to come past as well. So Dmitry Matveev, just as he did in the mini category in Champions of the Future a few years ago, is now going to come through and do it once again here at Zuera in OK Junior. He will cross the line first. Dmitry Matveev takes the checkered flag, pats the Koski Motorsport machine. He is ecstatic. Dmitry Matveev triumphs in Zuera. Well, a great drive, and Matveev is enjoying the moment out there in the lead. What a performance from the Koski Motorsport driver. Dmitry Matveev is going to come through to claim the victory. He wins ahead of Nathan Tai and Anatoly Kavalkin. Len Nyes in 4th position from Miguel Costa, Andres Cardenas and Martin Molnar. Jan Pisodowski and the top 10 completed by Alexander Bondarev and Jules Caranta ahead of Tiziano Monza. In 3rd position, representing the Parolin Motorsport team, Anatoly Kavalkin. It's 2nd position for the United Kingdom and Sony Kart, Nathan Tai. But your race winner for the Koski Motorsport squad, Dmitry Matveev. Your OK Junior podium at Zuera.
It's amazing for me because all the weekend we were struggling with the pace, and for some reasons I couldn't get it. And in the heats just needed to finish as in front as I could to start the superheat and the final in front. So I did that work and started inside in the final, which really helped me from the start. I don't know where I got from the start, but I gained some positions and then just tried to overtake everyone as fast as I could. I wasn't expecting that, but I have no words now because I'm super happy about that, and want to say a big thank you for Koski Motorsport for not giving up and working with me to get the pace, and for sure for One Engines for the power in the engine. Well done, guys. Thank you so much.
So that was the juniors. Now we move on to the OK Seniors, and this is for the category for drivers who are aged 14 and over. After Portugal, there's already a lot of questions unanswered, but things are going to be slightly more aggressive this time out. At Portimao, there were a lot of bumps to contend with, as well as low tyre pressures. Now the pressures are going to increase as the temperature does too. And with this circuit being a little bit flatter, drivers and teams can afford to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of their overall strategy. And with the title fight still wide open, there are a lot of contenders, such as Thomas Stolchemanis, Joe Turney and Luigi Coluccio, who'll be out to get onto the top of the standings. But there's plenty of other drivers in the battle who'll want to get there too.
I think it has been a good year for us from first year in OK Senior. It's a good results also, and I think we can improve that. I think you cannot predict your speed, how is it going to be in future, but you can try your best and then you will see the results.
Multiple race winners across the 15 heats and 2 super heats leading up to this final. Not one driver has been able to maintain their winning streak. Tough to know who will make it happen. From pole position, Joe Turney, the captain of the ship of the Tony Kart Racing team. He's been almost invincible all weekend, and this could be his big chance to dominate here in Zuera. But alongside him on the grid, the reigning vice world champion, Luigi Coluccio, very much carrying on in the mantle of the great Marco Ardigo at the Tony Kart team. The Italian stallion is going to come to conquer here in Spain. But cometh the hour in third position. The Jamaican sensation himself, Alex Powell, lining up third on the grid. The Mercedes F1 Junior lining in the best possible starting position to chase down Joe Turney, the inside of row 2. However, there is a sting in the tail. Ian Eichmans of the Eichmans Grand Prix Racing Team could well be a threat here as he charges his way forward from the second row of the starting grid. Last year's Junior World Champion takes up row 3 of the grid on the inside. That is the youngster from Japan, Kian Nakamura-Berta for the Car Republic Motorsport team. But one of the stars of the weekend for the Koski Motorsport team, Finland's Emili Koivisto, easily for me the driver of the weekend so far in OK Senior. He really has turned his form around, and this could be permanent as far as he is concerned. Engine revs rise. Let's race at Zuera. Up to the first corner and a great start for Joe Turney. Alex Powell's going to go with him. Coluccio's going to hold it round the outside and actually cut between the two of them. So it's Tony Kart's 1 and 2. There's an off in the background. Someone skating onto the grass. Alex Powell has been able to hold third in front of Ian Eichmans. And Emili Koivisto, I think that is getting a good start, unless that's his teammate David Walter. Kian Nakamura-Berta not getting the best of launches. And that is one of the Birolats. Oh, and there's an off around turn 5. Couple of drivers dropping it there. Oh, and that's two karts that have come together. That is the CRG out of action. That is, I'm afraid, a big problem for Victor Gustafsson, and he's gone off there with Marlo Bollier. They come together up at the top end as Powell gets through in a second and Eichmans gets through to third at the expense of Luigi Coluccio, who is now trying to fend off from Kian Nakamura-Berta as Powell protects his position from Eichmans, and there goes Kian Nakamura-Berta on the inside of Luigi Coluccio. So a great start, but Coluccio is going to drop back down the field in this one. Eichmans is already starting to have a go at Powell. Powell chops across. Don't even think about it. As up the inside, Powell goes for the lead. Nakamura-Berta goes for third. And Coluccio's going to get the switcheroo on Ian Eichmans, who drifts wide and drops behind Evan Gilter, with Freddie Slater now hunting for a move of his own. And that means that Alex Powell now takes the lead. The Jamaican is up into first position. So Pedersen trying to get into ninth place. There's Nakamura-Berta. He takes on Joe Turney. So Nakamura-Berta gets into second position. That's not in the script for Joe Turney as Enzo Deligny charges his way forward. Such a tough battle. As up the inside, oh, Coluccio gets wheel to wheel with his teammate Joe Turney. That was almost civil war there between the two Tony Karts, and Evan Gilter splits them. There goes Coluccio, back on the inside of Gilter to get through into fourth place. Here comes Nakamura-Berta, and he takes the lead. Kian Nakamura-Berta through turn 4, and he now leads here in Zuera in the Champions of the Future Euro Series OK Final of 2022. Here comes Deligny going for his move on Coluccio. It's late. Coluccio turns in, and Deligny is going to squeeze him on the exit. Coluccio's not happy about it. So Coluccio holds on for the inside. Deligny trying to drive right round the outside. That was brave. It was never going to work. But Deligny absolutely committed to trying to get past Coluccio. Here he goes again. And this time Deligny makes the move stick. Excellent from the Frenchman. And he now gets through. And he's not the only one. Eichmans gets past as well. But that has definitely dropped them from the leading trio. And on the inside, that's Freddie Slater charging in on Coluccio. Thank you very much, but he drifts out a little too wide. Now he's going to try and keep Coluccio back. Elbows out for Freddie Slater. And there goes Igotzi. He gets the move on Oscar Pedersen. Here comes Deligny. Oh, lovely. Squeezes Turney on the apex. Finds the smallest gap in history and moves up. And now Ian Eichmans is going to do the same move on Joe Turney. Turney's trying to keep him back, but it's too late. Eichmans is through. They are close, and he'll want to get past Powell sooner rather than later. Here he goes on the inside. Lovely from Enzo Deligny. Into second position for the Parolin driver. Here comes Eichmans on the inside as Thomas Stolchamanis has picked up a warning flag. That is controversial. Here comes Turney on the inside of Powell, just to add insult to injury. And Joe Turney gets through into fourth position past the Jamaican. Oh, and that's a spin-off for one of the Koskis. Is that Koivisto? It is. His brilliant weekend has come to nothing in the final.
Poor Emili Koivisto. For me, he's been the driver of the weekend in senior. What a shame. It all comes undone in the last race of the weekend. His third weekend in Champions of the Future as a senior in the Euro Series. It's going to be a fantastic victory for Kian Nakamura-Berta. The Car Republic Motorsport driver comes of age in senior in magnificent fashion. Kian Nakamura-Berta wins at Zuera. Brilliant race. What a drive. Magic. Superb performance. And from 5th on the starting grid, the inside of row 3, Kian Nakamura-Berta has charged his way to the victory with an absolutely emphatic drive. An awesome drive from Kian Nakamura-Berta. He wins from Enzo Deligny and Ian Eichmanns on the podium. Joe Turney is 4th and the new series leader. Alex Parolin 5th from Oscar Pedersen and James Zigotzi. Luigi Coluccio is 8th from Maxim Rem, and rounding out the top 10, Christian Bertucca. In 3rd position, representing Eichmanns Grand Prix and Belgium, Ian Eichmanns. In 2nd position, representing Parolin Motorsport and France, Enzo Deligny. But your race winner, representing Car Republic Motorsport and the United Kingdom, Kian Nakamura-Berta.
I managed to get quite a good start. Managed to slot into 6th. From there, I just slowly picked them one by one. Tried to conserve the tyres as much as I could, as they burn a lot on this warm Zuera circuit. But yeah, I got to thank the team for everything. They did an amazing job. So Yami, Bruno, he did amazing. Alpine Academy and my sponsor Buzz.
A sensational pair of finals here at Zuera. Neither of the drivers starting on pole position in either junior or senior OK classes were able to come through for the win, but we definitely have 2 new championship leaders. So onwards to the next round of the championship next month at Kristianstad in Sweden. It's going to be amazing. Join us there.
Welcome back to Kristianstad. It's been a fantastic day of the races so far. 4 heats completed in both the OK Junior and Senior categories, and we have just got 1 race for each of the drivers across OK Junior and Senior to go. One of the combinations this weekend that's been fascinating to watch is that the Parolin Motorsport team, not only do we have Enzo Deligny as normal, but his mentor, Lorenzo Travasanuto, decided to get behind the wheel this weekend, which definitely makes things particularly interesting on a circuit where he has become a world champion and an International Super Cup winner as well. So it'll be fascinating to see what those two can do when they're out on the circuit together. Here is the schedule for the rest of the day. As you can see, the qualifying heats for Junior OK all the way through to the end of the day. The last heat should go out on the circuit at 16:45 local time. So we managed to catch up with Lorenzo Travasanuto and Enzo Deligny yesterday to talk about the dynamic that they're going to be sharing this weekend.
Catching up with 2 of the stars of the Parolin Motorsport team in the OK category of Champions of the Future, Lorenzo Travasanuto and Enzo Deligny. Turning to you first, Enzo, it's been a very productive start to the season for you in the OK category. Obviously, the racing's been very tight for you in the seniors, but in the first 2 weekends and back at Franciacorta, you've already demonstrated some very strong speed. How would you say the championship has been going from your perspective?
Overall, yeah, this championship has been positive. In the first 2 rounds, we've achieved some good results with some good points in Portimao and both in Zuera. And yeah, now I'm looking forward to this round. It's going to be a very challenging and it's a technical track. So yeah, we'll do our best to try and again score and be at the front for the whole week.
And for you, Lorenzo, this is returning to a happy hunting ground. Your first appearance in the OK category of Champions of the Future this season. But Kristianstad is a circuit that has been very kind to you in the last 4 years.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's been a circuit that I started winning here in 2014, and well, I'm kind of an OK driver, more like a KZ or whatever you want to call me, but no, it's beautiful to be here. I love the track, I love the environment, and I really miss driving the OK. It takes me a little to get used to the braking and get it to the limit, but I'm feeling more and more confident and better with the cars, so no, it's awesome being here.
So this is an interesting dynamic we have coming into the weekend. The Sorcerer and the Apprentice, essentially, are going to be sharing the racetrack together. How is this going to make things more competitive for you, Enzo, considering that you're obviously still in the fight for the title this year?
Yeah, I mean, obviously having my coach race against me, it's going to be quite challenging, but I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully I could beat him. That would mean that he's done a good job to coach me and to make me a better driver today.
And I don't want to be too blunt about things, Lorenzo, but coming back into the OK category, obviously Enzo is a tiny bit lighter than you in terms of his preparation to get down to the weight limit. How physical have you had to be over the last couple of weeks to get yourself back in for the weight limit in the OK category?
It's been tough, and first of all, yeah, I have no pressure. Like, I gotta beat this guy, otherwise we got problems, but no, anyway, it's cool to race with him, and hopefully we can share more and more about the track and the inputs in the track to get better together. And yeah, it's not being easy. Also because last week we were competing in KZ, and so it was hard because I was already starting to lose weight in preparation for this race, and now I'm on the limit both with the weight and also with the energies, but I made it, and I mean, it's an extra motivation to do well.
Great to hear from the 2 men at the Parolin Motorsport team. They've been very strong all the way throughout. We've had some exciting battles already as the battles begin once again this afternoon. But now we're going to see the junior contest kick off, and it's going to be a pair of British drivers on the front row of the starting grid. It'll be Lewis Werrell and Nathan Tye who will share the front row accolades on the grid. The Forza Racing driver on the inside line and the Sodi Kart driver that leads the standings in the juniors in Sodi Kart in the second position of the grid. But it's currently Dimitri Matviv and René Lammers who are tied for points in the aggregate standings at this moment in time, so it's very close. Lewis Werrell and Nathan Tye then on the front row of the grid from Edu Robinson and Alex O'Grady, Miguel Costa and Elliot Kaczynski from Thames Soleil and Guillaume Bouzard, Martin Molnar and Vilma Svan from William Go and Alfie Slater, Stepan Antonov and Jindro Pazel from Harry Arnett and Andy Consani, Jason Bralic and Nicolas Roos, Newman Chi and Alp Hassan Aksoy, Gazi Motlakar and Harry Tigerson from Hampus Vares and Ariman Bansal. Now, it appears to me that there is one car that is not out there on the circuit, and that is the 99, so that is Jason Bralic, the Dutch driver for the Falcon Racing team. For some reason, he has not ventured out onto the circuit. Just want to go through and see if there might be any particular reason why that hasn't come off. We know for a fact that we've had 2 drivers excluded from the race meeting for repositioning their front fairing. One of those was Fred Sarex in the junior competition, and in the senior competition that was Maxime Rem of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. Very unfortunate, but obviously when the emotions and the tensions are running high, you've had yourself a difficult situation. You don't want to be out of the race, you want to be trying to charge your way forward. Sometimes emotion can get the better of a driver, and we've seen it from world champions all the way through to rookies, how the difficulty of the situation can bubble over and the tensions and the emotions can be very, very strong. So Lewis Werrell and Nathan Tye, Forza Racing versus Sodi on the front of the starting grid. Edu Robinson is there in 3rd position. This is going to be a very different afternoon compared to what we saw this morning as well, because obviously now that all of the drivers are on slick tyres following that fantastic performance from Max Garcia, who decided to roll the dice and go for slicks earlier on today in the junior competition, and he dived through everybody, charged from 16th on the grid and took a fabulous victory. Ever since then, it's been slick tyres all the way, and this is going to be the first race where every junior on the grid is going to be slick tyre shod. Certainly the first race of the weekend to be slick shod was yesterday evening, and that first race of the day on Friday actually involved a 6-kart incident, which 4 drivers were out on the spot, but we're green, we're off and away. Not a great start for the even side of the grid as they charge forward round through turn 1. And it's going to be a very interesting challenge as the competitors work their way through. Is there going to be a little jockey for position? Well, yes, there is, but there's no crash. So a little bit of rubbing is all they get out of it. Werrell and Robinson, 1st and 2nd at the moment, as they dive up towards the hairpin. 3rd position, a cracking start from the Brazilian Miguel Costa, who really has ventured forward and done a spectacular job up to the braking zone. Werrell is still keeping it nice and tidy in front of Robinson. As the field quests for position, couple of drivers running a little bit wide. They've got to be careful of doing that at the moment, because even though it's a dry racing line, there are still damp patches off the racing line at the moment. So it's obviously still very tricky in the early phases of racing. Costa is right in behind Edu Robinson now. Robinson is trying to keep as close to his teammate as he possibly can. Dive on the inside from Costa. Goes into 2nd place at the final turn. A nice overtaking move. So he has split the 2 Forzas as Nathan Tye goes wheel to wheel down the straight with Martin Molnar. And Molnar, the Hungarian driver, gets through into position and just in front of William Go. So the Filipino is there in 7th position in front of Alfie Slater. And then we have Elliot Kaczynski, Guillaume Bouzard rounding out the top 10. Vilma Svan is next up in 11th place in front of Harry Arnett and the South African talent Nicolas Roos for the CRG team. But check out the differing lines that drivers are still taking, even on slick tyres in the damp conditions, as Martin Molnar gets crowded out. And now Nathan Tye is up to 5th position and trying to get the move on the German talent Team Soleil. So out in front, still Werrell. And he was absolutely enraged of retiring from the race a little earlier on today. So he cannot afford another DNF, and he knows it. 2nd Costa. Costa's going to try, but Werrell holds the line nicely and protects it through the hairpin on the final bend. Up through the straight once again. Don't spend too long checking over your shoulder, Lewis, because Costa will know you're vulnerable. Robinson's going to try and tighten up as well. Werrell is hoping to back Costa up into his teammate Robinson so that Edu can make the move, but Costa's going to go for the lead, and the door's still wide open for Robinson and for Team Soleil. So Werrell down to 4th position in one fell swoop. From the lead down to P4 in front of Nathan Tye now. So Costa is your leader, Robinson 2nd, 3rd place. Oh, a bit of a challenge there from Soleil. So Robinson had to defend to make sure that move was never going to happen. I think Edu Robinson, the young Spanish driver, lives over in Spain, races under a Spanish license. His father, of course, is English, but they live and race out in Spain most of the time now. Of course, Edu Robinson has finally climbed up to European level and is acquitting himself very well in his first full season of the discipline at OK Junior level. So they come off the turn again and down the straight once more. Team Soleil, the German, looking very strong as he tries to make his bid to go into 2nd place. He's another driver that's had his fair share of difficulties this weekend. It's about consistency at this level, and there are a lot of drivers who want to be up on the sharp end trying to make their gameplay come to them. Up on the inside, that's a nice move from Alfie Slater to get through and up into 5th position past Lewis Werrell now. It's just this weekend that Alfie Slater really has found the rock of confidence to really rest on over the course of the weekend. He seems to have turned a corner development-wise, and now Alfie Slater looking much more confident certainly getting up to pace in much the same sort of guise that his elder brother Freddie did as a junior a couple of seasons ago. It's taking him a little bit longer to get up to speed, but then he's had a much tougher route, having to follow a very quick brother into the sport, but now he is making a name for himself under his own right. Tame Soleil out of the final hairpin, down the straight in the wheel tracks of Robinson, hunted down by the championship leader Nathan Tye. Through to the first corner, and Nathan Tye looking very hungry for success. Good lap from Nicolas Roos, actually. He's come up to 10th position, up 8 places from the start. And Roos, actually, of all the drivers in the field, along with Hampus Varis, is the hard charger as Nathan Tye squeezes in on Robinson, gets the move, and pulls up into 3rd position. So a good run there from Nathan Tye. But the man on the move, without a shadow of a doubt, is the South African Nicolas Roos, who is picking them off one by one like raisins at the moment as Werrell settles it out to get through Robinson in unison with Alfie Slater. So Slater gets through, Werrell gets through, Robinson is down into 6th position as a result. 7th for Buzard, then Kaczynski, Harry Arnett and Nicolas Roos in front of Vilma Svan, then Konsani, Pazel, Go, Varis, Newman Shee and Ghazi Motlakar. So some great battles all the way through the field. Rather unfortunate that Alex O'Grady has tumbled down the order. He was up there in 4th position on the starting grid, and he's rather been had the cards handed to him in this race. Very unfortunate for the young Irishman, but he's still shown flashes of brilliance all the way through the weekend regardless. It's not just about the results, it's about what you learn at this level. So Slater P4 in front of Werrell P5. Guillaume Bouzard sets the fastest lap of the race at the halfway point, and up the inside Nathan Tye going to make his bid to get through on Tame Soleil for 2nd place, and he's through. So Nathan Tye, the series standings leader, is up at a 2nd position. He's currently 4th overall in the interim rankings, so he's looking at a front row starting position on the grid for the super heat tomorrow morning. So this is definitely a good step in the right direction for Nathan Tye. He wants to be as high up the order as he can, and on the inside that is Alfie Slater getting through on Tame Soleil, and so too does Lewis Werrell. So the 2 British drivers going together, having a very solid run of it. Guillaume Bouzard still there in P6 behind Tame Soleil. Eddie Robinson, Elliot Kaczynski, Harry Arnett and Nicolas Roos. Then it is Go, Pazel, Varis and Konsani. Bouzard definitely starting to line up the move on Tame Soleil if he can get a run on the inside line. It's going to be tricky. It's going to be quite tenuous. Oh, a bit of a slide from Bouzard as he tries to come up on the inside, and Werrell gets through on Slater. Soleil is there as well. So Alfie Slater slots back in a 5th position as a result of that little move. Werrell opening the door, and it wasn't shut in time. So Tame Soleil was able to get through on the inside line there as well. Some great battles through the course of this race on lap 7 out of 10. Bouzard starting to line up the move on Alfie Slater now as they go through the double left apex and up to the final hairpin. Couple of drivers pushing hard. Guillaume Bouzard sets the fastest lap of the race last time around. Fastest of all in the first sector is Nathan Tye, and no wonder. He is reeling in Miguel Costa. He wants to win his final heat and finish on a score of 13. Well, he's currently on 13, so if he wins this race, he will end up on 11, and that will put him on a guaranteed front row of the starting grid for the superheats. But it'll be Matt Vivan Lammers who are currently leading the rankings at the moment. So it looks as though that is the way it's going to stay through to the end. An absolutely fantastic battle for all of the competitors. So they continue on their way. Still the battle raging as Nathan Tye eats up the road from Miguel Costa. You do sense that there's an opportunity coming into the final hairpin. Nathan Tye reading the situation nicely, going for the move. He's not going to wait around, and he dives in on Costa. Nathan Tye takes the lead in the final turn. This 2022 season really is coming to the Sony youngster. Everything he touches turns to gold these days. He really is the King Midas of OK Junior. So Miguel Costa down in 2nd. Here comes Tame Soleil. He dives in on Werrell. Bouzard, a very late bid from Guillaume Bouzard. Dives into the apex and manages to slide the kart in. Gets the position nicely taken. And there's a great battle building behind them because we've got Kaczynski, Slater, Arnett and Roos all very close together in the battle for 7th position. So that could still go anybody's way with a lap and a half to go. And side by side, that is a move from Robinson on Werrell. So Robinson gets past his teammate there. Edu Robinson into 5th position. Werrell down to P6 once again as Guillaume Bouzard tries to get 3rd position off of Tame Soleil. But Nathan Tye has built that 0.6 of a second cushion that he needed to keep things going in the final hairpin. Looks like a battle going on for 7th place still as Nicolas Roos has managed to get past the Australian Harry Arnett as we go into the final lap. So Tye has stretched away from Costa and Soleil. But what about Guillaume Bouzard? Bouzard is going to try and make his bid to come through into position. Very solid effort from the drivers so far. But Costa has big pressure from Saleh and Bouzard. Here comes the move from Saleh. He's going to dive in. Bouzard still has a gap to play with as well. And he's going to squeeze Costa to the curb. Costa's not going to let him have it. So Costa hangs on to third position. Bouzard trying to get back alongside as they come off the S's. It's going to be very tight through. But Costa, a little bit of a travel from the back end of the card as he came off the apex. But he's just about corrected it, and Saleh is going to have second place here, no problem at all. But can Bouzard steal third in the final bend? Costa is trying to stop him from happening it, but he gets there anyway, as Nathan Tye takes the checkered flag. Saleh in second, and it's Bouzard in third ahead of Costa, Robinson and Werrell from Kaczynski, Slater, Roos and Arnett. Great racing. That's how good the competition is in the slicks at Kristianstad. 10 karts covered by less than 5 seconds. And that's how exciting the racing can be on this particular circuit when you've got a fully slick-shod circuit and great battles all the way. We seem to have had a problem in the final couple of corners. We've lost Andy Konsani and Harry Tigerson. So Harry Tigerson and Andy Konsani have come together in the penultimate corner of the circuit. So they are out of the race, unfortunately, on the last lap. It was going pretty well up until that point. Jason Bralic not taking the start, but Andy Konsani and Harry Tigerson, unfortunately, out of the race on the final corners of the final lap. But Nathan Tye from Great Britain certainly going about things the right way from his perspective as he gets a brilliant race victory after a fighting drive. Started second, dropped back to P4, worked his magic, got himself back into position once again. So Nathan Tye is guaranteed a front row start on the grid for a superheat, but which one and in which position we don't know yet. Nathan Tye takes the win from Taib Saleh and Guillaume Bouzard, then Miguel Costa and Edu Robinson from Lewis Werrell, Elliot Kaczynski and Alfie Slater ahead of Nicolas Roos and Harry Arnett. William Goh is 11th in front of Jindra Pazel and Chi Newman. And then we have Hampus Vares, the man who made up the most places of anybody, 9, tied with Nicolas Roos. Then Alpassan Aksoy and Vilma Svan, Ghazi Motlakar, Alex O'Grady, Martin Molnar is 19th in front of Stepan Antonov, 2 drivers who really didn't need a difficult result in that one. And Aryaman Bansal, the Indian driver for the Forza Racing team. Just the 2 retirements, and we saw about that on the last lap. Andy Konsani and Harry Tigerson, the French and the Swede. No start for Jason Bralic in that one. So Nathan Tye finishes off his score on 11 points, and that is 3rd at the moment. So that is the worst he is going to be over the course of these races. It all now comes down to what Matt Vivan Lammers will do in front of him. But certainly Nathan Tye is looking to be a guaranteed front row of the starting grid for his heat, his super heat, I should say, tomorrow morning. So fascinating battles for them so far. We've obviously heard from a couple of the drivers at the Parolin Motorsport team. Now we're going to hear from CRG superstar for the nation of Brazil, Gabriel Gomez, and he's in conversation with his rival and colleague, Ian Eichmans of the EGP Racing team.
We're here with 2 of the talents from the senior category in Champions of the Future, with Gabriel Gomez of CRG and Ian Eichmans of EGP Racing. Firstly to you, Gabriel, good to see you back here again. Off to Kristianstad, a very different circuit compared to what we saw at Portimao and Zuera. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, that's my first time here, and it's really different. You have the more short circuit, and the corner is more slow, and it's not easy for the first time, but I think I can do a good job.
And Ian, this is not your first time driving on this particular circuit, but certainly in the OK category it's your first time. So how have you found the challenges of the weekend so far?
It's quite difficult track in OK. It's really, you have to drive really calm here. And try to protect the tires as much as you can. But although it's fun here, this track.
So the 2 of you have come into the OK category of Champions of the Future this season from very different perspectives. Gabriel, you're coming in for the first time in OK this season, having been racing mainly in Brazil and in North America. To come into the European category this year in Champions of the Future, how have you found the level of competition?
Oh, of course, it's a lot more difficult because my races in Brazil, I have a good drivers, but not a lot of good drivers. Here you see all the grid, it's really good, and now it's really fast, and if you miss only 1/10, here I get a bad position, and here the level is really good.
And Ian, you've of course stepped up this year from the junior category into the senior, still one of the youngest drivers in the OK category. So How difficult has the transition been to step up to the seniors?
Yeah, it's quite a bit different because, as Gabriel said, it's a close pack, and in junior it's quite a big gap sometimes. So yeah, this is the only big difference to junior.
Well, both of you have made a very strong start to the Champions of the Future category. Gabriel in particular, the first 2 races, and certainly back in the Winter Cup at Franciacorta, you came out of the blocks fighting in the top 5 for most of the weekend. Are you surprised by how quickly you and CRG have been able to get straight to the front, or is this something that you guys have been working on in the off-season?
Yeah, we do a good work this year. We start a little bit more the rear of the grid, but we do a really good job on the first race, and now we arrive on the top 5, and I think now for the front we can do a good job.
And Ian, again, you've come straight into the OK Senior category and are already mixing it in the top 5, but you have a fantastic crew behind you with the EGP Racing team, with a lot of history behind it as well. So I guess that level of expertise has really given you that push forward to make progress.
Yeah, it has definitely. My dad also with experience with the engines. Also now we work a bit together with Ward to have a bit comparison with other drivers, because before I was alone, that was a bit more difficult, and now we are working a bit together with Ward, and it's make life a bit more easy.
Great to hear from Gabriel Gomez and Ian Eichmans, 2 of the senior OK drivers that have really been giving us plenty of excitement and drama over the course of the weekend so far. Here is the Asmering circuit here in Sweden. You can see that there's still every chance that we could get some more rain over the course of the weekend. The humidity is very high here, 91% humidity here in Sweden. Definitely it's a record for this season in Champions of the Future. 13 degrees Celsius air temperature. It feels a lot more than that, and it was certainly a lot hotter yesterday. This is the thing about this part of the world, that you get the 2 extremes in terms of weather. When it's wet, it's incredibly wet, but when it's dry, it's absolutely roasting. And the wind speed, 5 kilometers, means that it's also even sunburn territory as well. You can easily get caught out when you're out and about, and a lot of the drivers who are visiting here for the first time, I asked them about it. How are you enjoying life at Kristianstad Karting Club? And they said, well, yeah, it's all right, but if it's raining, it's absolutely freezing. If it's sunny, it's absolutely baking. I don't know how to dress. So a lot of the drivers actually really struggling over the course of the weekend. But no, they do really genuinely love the atmosphere and the lifestyle here in Sweden. They've got to know the circuit quite well. And one thing you do have to say about the team here at Kristianstad Karting Club, they will never shy away from a spectacle. They will give us plenty of excitement and a great welcome every time we come here. And the fact that the RGMMC paddock gets to come to Kristianstad twice over the course of 2022, well, for me personally, who always loves coming to this circuit, it's just heaven. To do it twice is absolutely wonderful. So we get into the action once again for the OK category. It's been very busy over the course of the weekend so far, as we know, but in qualifying heat D versus E, it is the last chance saloon for the drivers out there to put on a bit of a show. And we are very grateful for the opportunity to push on. It's been a fantastic battle so far. So the competitors are there in position. So now the drivers are seated into position. And again, this is going to be an interesting spectacle for the afternoon. The sun finally comes out over Kristianstad Karting Club. So for Luigi Coluccio and Rintaro Sato, it's going to be an interesting challenge over the course of the weekend. I've got a feeling that Rintaro Sato changes the colour scheme of his kart over the weekend more times than the drivers change their helmet visors, because I'm fairly sure he's been in his own sponsorship colours of Kart Republic machine over the weekend as well. But he is there in the traditional colours for this particular race. So I wonder if he has the 2 karts that he chooses between, one for dry setup and one for wet, in different colour schemes. Interesting. But Luigi Coluccio is out there in pole position from Rintaro Sato. David Walter and Thomas Stalchimanis on the second row, both needing a break because they've had some difficulties in the build-up to this one. So let's see how it all plays out on the circuit here once again. So the drivers are in position. Luigi Coluccio and Rintaro Sato will be on the front row of the grid. David Walter and Thomas Stalchimanis from Kia Nakamura Berta and Caspian Hagman. Happy birthday, Caspian. Enzo Deligny and Gabriel Gomez from Douwe de Decker and Zachary David, from James Zagotzi and Joel Bergström, Bruno Mulders and Victor Gustafsson, from Nasho Tunion and Axel Saniala, Nathan Schaap, and watch out for Joe Turney, still fighting to keep himself in the game, Ricky Liu, Theodore Odmark, Simone Bianco and Silas Gibson finish off the grid. Now, the drivers are obviously going to find that the circuit's very different to what it was earlier on. They've had half an hour of sunshine in between the pairs of heats. So obviously things have been a little bit more tricky in terms of the racecraft and the race style. So things are obviously very tricky and very, very interesting as far as the battle for positions are going to be concerned. So we'll see how it all plays out. Everybody wanting to put on a great show as the drivers battle away for positions. So we'll see how it all plays out. But the competitors are obviously going to be very, very motivated to finish their weekend, finish their Saturday, I should say, on a high note. And let's not forget that there are only 36 spaces available on the starting grid. So there are 36 spaces available on the starting grid for the final. But we're going to see a very interesting battle for supremacy. Currently at this moment, Evan Gilter has 5 points from Coluccio on 7. Chuyan Pu has 8 and Rojon has 14 at the moment after a penalty that was taken in the last race by the look of it. So that has made things very interesting as we continue on. So now we'll see how things progress as the competitors are battling away at this moment in time. So we'll see if Luigi Coluccio can guarantee himself a pole for a superheat. If he can win this heat, then it is absolutely nailed to the mast. It's guaranteed for Luigi Coluccio. If he can win this heat, he will start Superpole. Let's find out. Up to the first corner. Good start from Coluccio. Walter through to second place as the field nurses its way through the first corner. Big speed and good start from the drivers in the field as they muscle away for position. A couple of drivers jockeying for the inside lines, but through to third position comes Thomas Stolchamanis. So third place for Stolchamanis and up to P4. That is the 232 of Rintaro Sato. So he only lost 2 places on the grid. So Coluccio is having a really solid run in the lead of the race. If it stays like this, then Luigi Coluccio is going to be in Superpole. So we'll see how it all plays out here for the Italian up at the front end of the field. He's certainly in a good position to make it happen as David Walter runs ahead of Thomas Stolchamanis in second and third. Sato in fourth place now, as we know. And Kian Nakamura Berta is in the mix there, trying to close up on his teammate Sato, but he's got a couple of other carts in front of him before that, because you've got Caspian Hagman and Gabriel Gomez who have made great starts. So on his birthday, Hagman is looking to bow out of Saturday on his terms, as Walter and Stolchamanis having a good run in second and third. Sato in fourth, Hagman in fifth, and then sixth place for Gabriel Gomez, then Kian Nakamura Berta and Enzo Deligny. From David, Bergström, Gustafsson, Tunion, Mulders, Schaap, Liu and Joe Turney. See, now that it's dry again, Joe Turney struggling to make the impact. Stolchamanis slides in on David Walter. A good run from the two of them. And it's Stolchamanis that finally gets the place as Walter realises how close he is to losing track to Rintaro Sato. And then you've got Hagman and Gomez lining up as well. This is going to get a little bit tricky. So we'll have to see who is going to get the better of it, as Walter is under real pressure here from Rintaro Sato, the Japanese driver, trying to make his impression and make an overtaking move or two through. We'll see how it all goes on, but it's definitely going to be tricky from the far side. So as they continue. Very tricky continuation of this race as Nakamura Berta is going to make the lead on the inside of Gomez. Gomez tried to keep him back and they banged wheels. Enzo Deligny is now going to try and come the long way around. He can't do it. Oh, up on the inside of both of them. A lovely opportunistic move from Zachary David, but he loses ground to Deligny on the way out of it. So now there is going to be a lot of banter from drivers who have got to try and save their weekend as much as possible. And certainly one man who's going to try and make use of it is Joel Bergström. He actually missed a race earlier. Not entirely sure what the reason for it was. But now Gomez sliding up the inside of David. Zachary David trying to hang on to it. As they come down the straight, that is Caspian Hagman still hanging on in front of Rintaro Sato. Having got into fourth place, Sato back on the inside of the Swede. Hagman's going to try and fend off from Kian Nakamura Berta. Nakamura Berta trying to get through. Hagman will not relent. So good work from the birthday boy to keep Nakamura Berta at bay. And he holds on again through turn 5. as they come up to the big braking zone for 6. This is where Nakamura Berta is going to make his move. And there's not a lot of resistance Hagman can give as Deligny tries to get through as well. No, you don't, says Caspian Hagman. Hangs on to the position, and the Ward Racing youngster still making good work out there. So it's been very interesting to see how the drivers have continued all the way through this race day, but with 10 laps to go, this is the last 10 laps for the drivers to book themselves a decent place on the grid for the superheat as Deligny slides it now on Hagman, and Gomez is going to try and get there as well. Down the main straight. Gomez saw it happening and saw his opportunity. Now he storms through and takes the position as well. Watch out for Bergstrom and David. They're going to try exactly the same thing. But Caspian Hagman's going to get through on Gomez. Bergstrom's going to try and get both of them, but he can't. He only gets Gomez in the end. Now he's going to go for Hagman. Oh! Up and over the curbs. And Hagman is squeezed out. Bergstrom has caused problems. Oh! And a contact with David. Oh! And there's nowhere for the 207 of Victor Gustafsson to go but into David. Well, that all started a little bit heated there with Joel Bergstrom. I'm afraid Bergstrom was just a little bit too tight on the curbs there to try and get the move on the inside of Caspian Hagman. And as a result, there's now damage. I'm fairly sure there's damage to both Zachary David's kart and to Victor Gustafsson's kart as well, as on the inside there goes Silas Gibson. And it's going to be 3 wide further back as Axel Sardiana and Theodor Rodmark are going to try and come through. So Zachary David lives to fight another day, but he's lost a lot of ground, as has Victor Gustafsson. Caspian Hagman really come off that worse than anybody because he ended up dropping all the way back to 13th place. So that got a little bit hectic for the birthday boy and for several others in the field as well. There is second place Thomas Stolchimanis, 2.4 seconds now away from Luigi Coluccio. And this is the thing, the tyres can go a little bit further now into the weekend because they haven't used these slick tyres very often in this weekend now, as a warning flag goes to Joel Bergstrom, and with that of course comes the 5-second time penalty. So Joel Bergstrom gets a warning flag for his manoeuvre. Clearly the stewards saw it in a similar way to the way I saw it. But that's going to be a 5-second penalty for Bergstrom on that occasion. 14.6 is going to be the deficit for him now. If you add 5 seconds to his tally, that will drop Joel Bergstrom down into about 15th position behind James Zagotzi. On the inside goes Sato. So Sato gets the move on David Walter. That's for 3rd position with Nakamura Berta P5 and then Enzo Deligny in P6. Joe Turney has stayed out of the trouble and managed to get himself up into 11th position. But he still doesn't have a lot of raw pace in the dry. But just to come back to the point I made earlier, because they've obviously had 2 races this morning, where they were on wet tyres for the majority of it. They haven't used the slick tyres as much as they normally would, so they can actually afford to push a little bit harder than they normally would under the circumstances, because the tyres will go a little bit further into the race weekend. So obviously they've had to change to wet tyres for this morning's sessions, and the final heat of this afternoon, the final heat of the first morning rotation, of course, was on slicks, but everything else was on wet tyres all the way. So the wet tyres definitely haven't been punished as much as they usually would be in the same circumstances. So we'll have to see how the competition continues to flow. It's definitely going to be an interesting and intriguing battle as we continue moving forward. But the battles and the gaggles in the field obviously working very hard indeed out there. So the battle's still raging and going very indeed. So still the battle continuing on their way. Luigi Coluccio 3 seconds clear of Thomas Stolchimanis. From Rintaro Sato, David Walter and Enzo Deligny. Nakamura Berta 6th, Nacho Tunion 7th from Gomez, Bergstrom and Bruno Mulders. And then Joe Turney in 11th position. But this man, Luigi Coluccio, is about to guarantee himself a Super Pole. So very interesting if they continue their challenge forward. A really exciting battle. What an exciting battle it will be for the competitors as they continue to roll forward. Walter still trying to shake off the intentions of Enzo Deligny is up the inside. That is the battle further back between Victor Gustafsson, who is currently dueling away with the 270 of James Zagotzi. So James Zagotzi getting through on Victor Gustafsson, and it looks as though Ricky Liu is lining up an opportunity to get by as well. David Walter having a very solid... Oh, and that's a game over for Theodor Rodmark, the Lando Norris chassis. I'm afraid he's out of the race for Theodor Rodmark and the Nerd Racing team. So very unfortunate there for Theodor Odmark to be walking away from the scene of his wrecked machine. At least that means that he can have an early bath this evening, because his day is now over. Hopefully his weekend isn't quite over yet, as Deligny gets the move on Walter. So Enzo Deligny up to 4th position in the dry. He has so much pure speed. Great to see just how much work he is able to put into the kart. So Deligny having a very solid effort of things at the moment. But what a solid run this has been so far, as the battles continue for Enzo Deligny out in front of David Walter. So a really exciting battle continues. The drivers are really working hard out there. And so still, they put on an excellent show for us. We're going to have a really exciting run. A really exciting run. Time to see what the competitors are going to make of this in terms of their final positions now, because we're very much in the business end of the day's racing. And now the drivers are obviously going to be working very close in sequence now, trying to get themselves the best possible finish to end on the lowest amount of points possible. As you want to carry no more than a dozen points really out of the heats is the best place to be, but it looks as though all but 2 drivers, really, potentially 3, are going to walk away with less than a dozen points from the heats. Evan Gilter, Luigi Coluccio and Chuyan Pu all under 12 points. Rojon has 14, Slater has 14, Morgato has 14, Valtonen has 15 and Alex Powell has 16. And that's before they've come out for their final heats as well. So Thomas Stolchemanis running in 2nd place, hoping that a few of the other drivers around him will have a difficult final heat, because that will give him a little bit more momentum and put him into a higher position out there on the circuit. So we'll have to see how it all plays out. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one. And we'll see how far Thomas Stolchemanis is going to be battling away for position. And there is Luigi Coluccio on his final lap of the day. And this is going to guarantee him a win in the final heat of the day, and that is also going to guarantee him with Super Pole 2 at the absolute minimum. He'll get one of the Super Poles. We don't know whether it's Super Pole 1 or Super Pole 2, but he'll definitely get one or the other. So it's absolutely perfect as far as he is concerned, and he's in exactly the position he wants to be in, Luigi Coluccio. He's absolutely dominated. Joe Turney gets the fastest lap of the race in under his belt in the top 10. So a good fight back for the British driver. But his teammate is the one who picks up the spoils after a supreme drive. And Luigi Coluccio will come through to take the victory in this final heat of the day. And with it comes the Super Pole for tomorrow. Guaranteed now for Luigi Coluccio. We don't know if it's going to be Super Pole 1 or if it's going to be Super Pole 2. If Gilter has a difficult final heat, then it will be Super Pole 1. But for the moment at least, Luigi Coluccio is guaranteed a Super Pole. He looks back, figures out where everybody else is, realises they're over 4 seconds back. And that's the perfect drive from Luigi Coluccio, who's having the season of his life so far. The Italian really has been working his craft up the ladder. And here he is for the Tony Kart Factory team as a very passionate and patriotic Italian. And this is his opportunity to step forward and take on the accolades of some of the best young Italian racers in the Tony Kart fold over the years. There's been a lot of great Italians to come through the world of karting and win multiple titles for the Tony Kart brand from Italy. Marco Ardigo, Flavio Campaneschi. There's been a lot of Italians in general that have taken titles obviously over the years. Davide Fore has to be in that list as well. So Luigi Coluccio definitely hoping to continue that trend. Thomas Stolchemanis second in front of Rintaro Sato. Enzo Deligny, David Walter, Nacho Tunion and Gabriel Gomez. From Kia Nakamura Berta, Joel Bergstrom and Joe Turney. From Bruno Mulders and Due de Decker. James Igotzi, Victor Gustafsson, Caspian Hagman and Zachary David. From Rick Gilliu and Silas Gibson. 19th over the line was Axel Saniala in front of Nathan Sharp. And then Simone Bianco was the last man home in the end for the Koski Motorsport team. The one retirement from the race was the Swede Theodor Odmark for the Nerd Racing team in the Lando Norris chassis. So whatever happens now, Luigi Coluccio is going to be on a Super Pole. Whether it's Super Pole 1 or Super Pole 2, we don't yet know, but we know that he's definitely going to be in one of those Super Poles. So it's a good start from his perspective. That's the battle in seniors sorted for a little bit, but they're going to come back to us in a little while. Let's talk to the title contenders coming into this weekend. The two men that are at the top of the table, separated by 25 points. Nathan Tye of Great Britain and Dimitri Matveev of the Koski Motorsport team in the OK Junior category.
Great to catch up with the points leaders in the OK Junior category of Champions of the Future 2022, Dimitri Matveev and Nathan Tye. It's been a very interesting start to the season in the first two rounds. Coming to you, Dimitri, obviously the two of you are locked in battle for the title, but you guys have kept the respect between you both on and off the track. It's been very exciting so far. How would you assess the first half of the season?
The first part of the season was quite okay for me because now I'm second in the points, which bring me a lot of confidence for the last two rounds. And Portimao was a bit tough because I was lacking the space in the final and pre-final, but I really liked Zuera and the track just fitted me and I had perfect pace. So did really great job in the final. Tried to overtake as fast as I can and then went for the lead and won the race. That gave me a lot of points, so I went up from the ratings from the back to second place, and now I'm behind Nathan, so I will try to fight for the lead now.
Well, you're behind Nathan, but obviously, Nathan, it's been a very tough start to the season. You had difficulties in Portimao, you came back from them in Zuera, so the two of you have had your turn, I guess, on the top of the podium. So from the first half of the season, how would you guys feel things have been?
Yeah, Portimao, it's a very consistent result. In the final, maybe a little bit of a problem. But yeah, we moved on from that, went into Zuera, managed to win all of our heats and managed to stop pole for the final. Shame I came P2, of course, behind Dimitri in the final, but good points, so I was happy with how that weekend went.
So obviously it's been an interesting start in Champions of the Future for you two. Very close in OK Junior, as we always knew it was going to be. We come to Kristianstad, the weather could be very interesting, the circuit is completely different. How are you guys likely to find it? Dimitri, from your point of view, with Koski Motorsport being a local team, is there an advantage?
I think if you do correct work, it always can be the best result for us. And for me, it doesn't really matter which track we do. So we just need to find the setup, and my driving style need to a bit correct it. So if we do it, every time we get really good pace, and after just about the fight in the final and just going in front. So I'm not. It's like coming to this round is same as before. Nothing really different. Just try to finish as in front as I can and be stable during the race to get as much points as I can.
Well, it sounds simple, Nathan. Is that about the same sort of reaction that you would have to it?
Yeah, of course the track's a little bit more twisted than Zuera. But yeah, I think it's the same like Dimitri said. With their points, I think it's a huge focus to stay at the front and not have any problems. I think the racing will be very tough around here. It's a bit more tight and twisty. But yeah, I'm excited to see how it goes. Hopefully get good points and stay towards the front of the championship.
So a fascinating title battle continues all the way through between these two competitors, Dimitri Matveev and Nathan Tye. We're definitely in for a really exciting end to the day. 4 races to go here at Kristianstad. You can see that it is now much sunnier than it was earlier in the day. We had wind, rain, and all sorts of problems for the drivers in terms of maximising grip on the tyres. Now it is sunny and dry, and you can see that while there are still some patches of water around, we have dry tyres all the way. So it will definitely be an interesting and intriguing battle for all the competitors as we continue on their way forward. So now we have 4 races to go, and this is where Dimitri Matveev can secure his place on the Super Pole grid. If he wins this race, then it is done, and he will be in Super Pole for tomorrow's Super Heat. So obviously this is a very important race for him to win. He wants to make sure he gets the job done in very keen fashion, but it is going to be very difficult for all of the competitors out there on the circuit. I say that it's sunny and dry out here on the circuit at Kristianstad Karting Club, but stage right, there is the mother of all rain clouds heading this way. So I don't think it's going to get here before the end of the day. However, overnight, well, I hope everybody's battened down the hatches, because it's definitely going to get interesting overnight. And that could make things interesting heading into tomorrow morning's Super Heats as well. Dimitri Matveev and Leo Nielsen on the front row of the grid. Tobias Clausen and Adam Hideg from Maxon Verbruge and Zach Drummond. Then Enzo Tarnvanichkul and Andres Cardenas from Emanuele Olivieri and Tiziano Monza. Ludwig Franzen and Marcus Saita from Jensen Burnett and Kirill Kutskov. Giacomo Pedrini and Nicolas Schaufler from Mario Giamononito and Dante Vinci. Louis Leveau and Marcel Kaspritsky. Scott Lindblom, Nico Lanalati, Victor Smith and Kian Fardin, as the Indian driver Mohan Abai is not taking part in the meeting any further. So the battles really are raging over the course of the circuit. We know how tight it's going to be. We know how even it's going to be over the circuit as well. But that doesn't mean it's any less predictable than normal. So we're in for a very interesting situation for the competitors as they run in proximity. We're going to have a really exciting battle for the contenders as they run in formation. Absolutely extraordinary scenes over the course of the week. But we are in a very solid position as the drivers get ready to go to battle. We've had some exciting contests from the drivers so far. And now we are battling away in position. So the contenders are having a great race of it as we battle for position. So now the drivers are having a really exciting battle of it as the contenders continue on their way forward. Dimitri Matveev, Leo Nielsen, Tobias Clausen and Adam Hideg from Maxon Verbruge and Zach Drummond, Enzo Tarnvanichkul and Andres Cardenas from Emanuele Olivieri and Tiziano Monza, Ludwig Franzen, Marcus Saita, then Burnett, Kutskov, Pedrini, Schaufler, Nato and Vinci from Leveau, Kaspritsky, Lindblom, Lanalati, Smith and Fardin. So let's see how the competitors will fare as they go up to the first corner. Lights out and let's go racing for Dimitri Matveev. This is the race that counts. He needs to keep in front of the rest of the pack in order to hold on to the Super Pole. He's got a good start, a cracking start as well from Leo Nielsen and Adam Hideg. They've made way forwards and several karts off the road. We've had about 3 or 4 karts go off the road completely. Matveev is out in front. Oops, and a bit of a drift off the road from Dante Vinci in the Parolin. So Dante Vinci continues on his way, but he's lost a lot of ground. Meanwhile, out in front, Dimitri Matveev leads the way. So now we know Tiziano Monza drifted off the road in the opening couple of moments of the race. So it's been the top 3 already having broken clear of the rest. Look at that, a big gap back to the 64. Leo Nielsen, who's down in 4th place now, as Emanuele Olivieri gets his move on Zach Drummond. Zach Drummond really needs a decent result after his crash earlier on in the day. So he wants to try and make sure he can get as much out of this heat as humanly possible. He's going to try and attack Emanuele Olivieri, who is holding onto the inside line in the final hairpin. They come back onto the main straight and up and over the top of the crest. Matveev, Verbruge and Tarnvanichkul. Those 3 have broken clear of the rest. Bit of a wobble into turn 1 from Adam Hideg as he lets Marcus Saita go by. Zach Drummond had already got past him, of course. So some big battles all the way through this field. But the top 3 really have stretched away. Matveev, Verbruge and Tarnvanichkul. So Verbruge will want to try and get a little bit more out of this race than Dimitri Matveev, but Matveev is basically trying to keep himself in that comfortable position of the race lead, because if he can keep it there, then he will get pole position for Super Pole 1 tomorrow, and that puts him in the best possible position to go into the final at the front. So Matveev wanting to just control the pace, just wanting to keep his position. Verbruge is all over him, and that is a retirement for Adam Hideg. The Hungarian appears to be in trouble there for the Sony Kart team. Not sure what happened, but certainly his race is over. And the marshals are going to have to remove him from the scene there, which they now do. So Adam Hideg is very much done for the day, I'm afraid. And it'll be touch and go as to whether the Hungarian will be in a decent position on the starting grid for the Superheats tomorrow. Don't forget there are only 36 spaces on the grid available to the drivers who are trying to make it into the final. And only 72 spaces available for the 2 Superheats. They will be whittled down to just the remaining 36 at the end of that. So this is now the time when drivers are really starting to worry about their chances. So for Dimitri Matveev, out in front of Maxon Verbruge and Enzo Tarnvanichkul, this is their chance to shine. But Leo Nielsen has dropped the rest of the train. Olivieri in 5th place ahead of Drummond, Clausen, Franzen, who's doing a great job actually on home soil. Oh, we've got a spin. We've got a spin further back. That is Victor Smith. So Victor Smith, the Danish driver, who was having a great race in this one, it actually made up 8 places. But I'm afraid Victor Smith, the Academy youngster, I say the Young Talent Academy youngster, has unfortunately spun off the road and retired from the race. So Victor Smith is out of it. There he is trying to recover. And it was a good start for him, actually. He'd made up 8 places, but he's not going to get moving again. So I'm afraid Victor Smith is out of this one. The adrenaline's still pumping. But Dimitri Matveev leads the way from Verbruch and Tarvanichkul, half a second back from the race leader. There is Zach Drummond battling away as we watch Victor Smith walking away from the scene. But there are the 3 leaders. And that's Tarvanichkul in second. He's got past Verbruch. So Enzo Tarvanichkul, the young man from Thailand, has got into second position now. And he really is a fantastic young prodigy, Enzo Tarvanichkul. He's made a big impact in his first season at OK Junior level. No matter what he races in, he seems to be up in the top 5 these days. He's come straight in, competitive, dictatorial, with a great chance to go for the victory every time. And he's turning into yet another Alex Albon, and look what happened to him. He went all the way to the top. So third position, Maxime Verbruch, having a very solid day at the office himself at the moment, as the battles continue all around the course. So what are we going to see from the drivers as they continue to give us more entertainment, more drama, more activity out there on the course? So we'll see how the drivers are able to continue racing up at the sharp end of the dais. But certainly it's been an intense squabble up until this point. We go off the final turn and onto the main straight. Tarvanichkul actually making big inroads into Dimitri Matveev. He's not done yet, is he? 5 laps done and 5 to go, and he's actually really closing him down rapidly. There could be a really exciting challenge. So let's see what Enzo Tarvanichkul can do about the race leader. Now, obviously, the pressure is on Dimitri Matveev here because he wants to win the race and secure Super Pole. Enzo Tarvanichkul doesn't have anything quite as much pressure on him. He just wants to put on a show to finish off in good style here after a reasonable day. It's not quite been as positive as he would like it to be, I'm sure, because he always wants to be in the top 3. So Enzo Tarvanichkul currently in second place ahead of Maxime Verbruch, another man who's put on a very good effort over the course of this weekend. Not always had it go his way, but when he has been in a strong position, he has made good use of it. So Maxime Verbruch going well. Adam Hideg out of the race already, but he adds insult to injury with a warning flag there. It won't make a blind bit of difference to his position, as Giacomo Pedrini, I believe, is out of the race. So Giacomo Pedrini has dropped out of the rankings now in the Tony Kart. He's right down at the back of the field and having come into the pits to retire. So that is unfortunate for the Italian. But Giacomo Pedrini now joins the retirements. Victor Smith, Nicolas Schaufler and Adam Hideg. I didn't actually see what happened to Nicolas Schaufler, but I do believe that he ended up out of the race on the same lap as Victor Smith. There might have been damage taken from a clash between the two, but I couldn't quite tell you without having the backup. So 4 karts now in the mix for the victory. Matveev, Tarvanichkul, Verbruch and Leo Nilsson. Down the main straight. Matveev trying to get well clear of Tarvanichkul, but it's not happening. He's got plenty of support. Verbruch and Nilsson are not far away. So there's always going to be a little bit of a hunter instinct once you get the drivers in the gaggle like this. Very interesting to see who's going to pop up with the goods. All it takes is one driver to decide, enough of this waiting around, I'm going to make the overtaking move. And it'll be Leo Nilsson who blinks first. So Nilsson gets the move on Verbruch. And that's now 3rd position for him, so he can be happy with his lot there. A very good start to proceedings as far as he's concerned. He's been able to keep it going and make sure that he's still in a competitive position throughout. So some really exciting battles as we continue in fine Vettel out on the course. But Matveev still has pressure from Enzo Tarvanichkul. There's going to be an interesting run to turn 1. That is for sure. Tarvanichkul closing up on Matveev. The back end kicking out a little bit for the Koski Motorsport driver. He's got to be so careful. He can't afford to do that too many times. 3 different teams in the top 3 places, all of them on Tony Kart chassis. Koski Motorsport, the Tony Kart factory team, and Ward Racing. So Tarvanichkul knows that he's going to have pressure from Nilsson. He lets him go. I think he realised that move was on before it had even happened. Tarvanichkul lets Leo Nilsson through to 2nd place pretty much there. A 3rd position finish will still be a good end for it for Tarvanichkul, but once he knew that Nilsson was on the charge, there wasn't a lot of worth putting up a fight. especially when Nilsson might just be fast enough to put up a challenge to Dmitry Matveev before the end of this race. They've only got one lap to go, so it's up to Matveev to pull off a perfect final lap and shake off the attentions of Leo Nilsson. If he does that, then he will secure Superpole for tomorrow's race. But Dmitry Matveev is pushing. He's got the tension underneath him. He has got the balance of the car. So Matveev has just got to hold off Nilsson, Tarvanitschkel and Verbruge, who have all had their turn in second place. But it looks like it's going to be Nilsson who goes it all the way to the line. Dmitry Matveev is just putting out a qualifying lap in this last lap, or as much as he can get out of the tyres to make it a qualifying lap in order to stretch away from Leo Nilsson. Kirill Kutskov sets the fastest lap of the race. But after his performance in time qualifying, Dmitry Matveev was always going to be a contender up at the top spot. He is the second position in the standings after Zuera, and now he has made himself in a big way a claim to the front row of the starting grid for the final. Dmitry Matveev takes the win, and with it comes Superpole 1. So a great job from Dmitry Matveev, a very strong race from him. Even though it looked as though there was going to be some pressure, he never let the pressure get to him. He just kept it neatly in position. So Dmitry Matveev secures the top spot. He now cannot be beaten in the run for Superpole 1. René Lammers is likely to take Superpole 2 as he has 4 points compared to Nathan Tye, who finishes on 11. So unless René Lammers has the mother of all nightmares in the last race of the day for the OK Juniors, it looks pretty good for the Dutchman to secure Superpole 2. But certainly Dmitry Matveev has done the job in fine style in Superpole 1. So Dmitry Matveev will come through in fantastic fashion and gets the job done. And that will give him the start of the grid of dreams tomorrow morning. He'll be from the front. So a fabulous end to what has already been a very exciting day of racing for Dmitry Matveev. He wins it in style ahead of Leo Nilsson and Enzo Tarvanitschkel. Maxon Verbruge is fourth ahead of Ludwig Franzen and Kirill Kutskov. Then Marcus Saita, Zach Drummond, Marcel Kaspricki and Tiziano Monza. Tobias Clausen in 11th in front of Jensen Burnett. Louis Leveau ahead of Scott Lindblom and Mario Giamoronito. Andres Cardenas ahead of Dante Vinci and Kian Fardin in 18th place. 19th and last was Nico Lanalati. There was a long list of retirements in this one. Emanuele Olivieri crashed out on the last lap of the race. Giacomo Pedrini and Victor Smith also had problems. Niklas Schaufler out of the race, and Adam Hideg also retiring in the early stages. He was out on lap 2. So it's getting pretty tense in the OK Juniors, as the drivers know, of course, that this is their last chance to make a play for the best result they can possibly get out of this one. So they want to end it in fine style. Speaking of ending in fine style, for Lorenzo Travasanuto and Enzo Deligny, their battle for the Parolin Motorsport team has been pretty interesting. They had more things to say about their run-up this weekend and how things have been progressing with those two. So the Sorcerer and his apprentice will continue their conversation from earlier in the weekend.
So Enzo, this is going to be a real challenge for you, obviously, in the fight with the title against some serious competition. You're obviously there mixing against the likes of Joe Turney and Kian Nakamura-Berta. What is it about this circuit so far that you've learnt that is going to really play to your strengths as a racer?
Don't say too much.
Don't give too many secrets away.
Yeah, of course, the drivers I'm competing against are among the best of the world, so the competition is very high. But on the track, it's been my first day here, and so far I quite like it. It's a very technical circuit, and you always have to be very concentrated, otherwise you can make some mistakes. It's a track where also the driving can make a big difference, so happy about that. And it looks like a good track for overtakes and racing overall, so yeah, looking forward to the weekend.
And what we saw from you back at Zuera, Enzo, obviously you were still learning the circuit, and the speed really came to you towards the end of the weekend, and you really started to shine in the final. How are you going to be able to adapt to a new circuit to learn a little bit quicker so that you're fighting for the victory a little earlier in the weekend?
Yeah, well, you know, I'm always trying my best to learn the track as fast as possible. Last time out, I just made a mistake in quali, which compromised my lap, so I was starting behind the whole time. But the pace was good the whole time, and so hopefully this time I can have a clean qualifying and try to qualify in the top so I can stay in the front throughout the whole week and be in a good position to fight for the win in the final.
And I hope I can help.
Well, I was going to come to that, Lorenzo, because he's obviously answering the questions quite well. You've trained him very well in interviews, clearly. What is he like as a mentee? What is he like as a driver to learn from?
You mean him?
Absolutely.
No, he's very, very talented. So with him, I really try to work on understanding the things that he's doing, because everything comes very natural for him, and he has a really good feeling in the car. And so I try to translate that into feedbacks also to give back to the team. But it's awesome to communicate with him, to speak with him, and to learn together. And this time we also share the room, so hopefully we'll have both a good week, so there's going to be a good atmosphere in the hotel.
And the thing is going to be really interesting as well, coming into a weekend like this with the changing of weather, the dynamic elements of one race to the next, not knowing whether it'll be wet or dry. You've been through it before, so just how tough is it going to be to win here this weekend in Champions of the Future?
Yeah, it's pretty much what happened to me at the World Championship in 2018 here. We had conditions of wet and dry throughout the heats, so I was starting in the front, luckily, and that helps a lot. And then you have to really keep calm, and you can't afford a mistake. So at the end, in this kind of competition with so many good drivers, you just cannot afford a mistake. Then it's not important to win a heat or if you can finish second or third and so on, but you always got to be in the top to start in the front. So that's probably going to be the approach of the week.
So Champions of the Future has gone very well for you so far, Enzo, and obviously Lorenzo, you have a good reputation here. I'm going to throw a scenario towards you both. Let's say come the final, you're on the front row of the grid together, the race goes very well for you both, and you're in the penultimate lap, and you're both fighting for the victory. Is there a plan? Is there a strategy? Or have you not even dared to think about that yet?
Not yet.
I'm hoping he would just let me pass for the win, but...
Yeah, you've met Lorenzo, haven't you?
Yeah. And then he can just defend from the drivers behind me, and that'd be great. But, yeah.
We'll talk about that.
I have a feeling the conversation in the hotel room this evening is going to be an interesting one.
It might be interesting, yes indeed.
Lorenzo, Enzo, thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, I have a feeling that it's probably for the best, I guess, that that's actually not now going to be the case of those two battling for position, because it could have got interesting. Let's put it that way. It could have got very interesting between them. Fortunately now, they are going to be able to stay away from each other for a short period of time, so that's good. They're not quite going to be on the front row of the grid together in that particular circumstances, but if they race against each other again, I have a feeling it could happen. So we are going to continue on into the next race battle, which is going to be the final race heat for the drivers in groups A versus F in the OK category. So obviously there's a lot of pride at stake in this one as well for the OK seniors, and that's going to put Arthur Rougeon and Freddie Slater on the front row of the starting grid. So we know that Coluccio is going to be in a Super Pole. We know that Arthur Rougeon has kind of let that slip away, but he can certainly get a race victory under his belt to finish off the day and give himself another good chance of ending up towards the sharp end of the dais. After a difficult previous heat when the wet conditions really fell away from the Ricky Flynn Motorsport Lando Norris chassis, Freddie Slater could really use a top 3 finish at this point to really maximise his chances of getting a strong position on the starting grid for the super heats tomorrow. It kind of fell away from him in the previous heat, falling all the way down to 12th position in the end, but he certainly had the pace to run at the top 3 when the tyres were working well. So this has been a bit of a turning point of a weekend for young Freddie Slater, still one of the youngest in the OK category. And he's up against drivers who are, on some cases, about 5 or 6 years his senior. So he's been doing an incredible job coming into the OK this year. But obviously, this is the toughest category he's ever raced in. And we'll have to see whether Freddie Slater can bag himself. He's still looking good, actually, for 3rd position on the grid for a superheat in tomorrow's battles. So he's still right in contention to win the title here this weekend of the King of Kristianstad. But obviously, he's got to work very hard for it. And that's what Freddie does for breakfast. He works very hard and he keeps it going all the way through the weekend. So Arthur Rougeon and Freddie Slater now have the same amount of points, 14 apiece. Whoever beats the other will start ahead of the other in terms of the interim rankings coming out of this weekend. So there's a lot at stake. There's a lot of battles to come. And it's definitely going to make things particularly entertaining for all of the drivers as they work their craft around the circuit. It will be very interesting to see how it all plays out as the battles continue here at Kristianstad. This is the penultimate heat of the day for the OK Senior category. It's definitely been very exciting. And we're going to see how it all plays out. Arthur Rojon and Freddie Slater with Juho Valtonen and Ian Eichmans on the second row. Maxim Rem and Karol Pazovic from Malo Bollier and Dion Gauda. Oscar Pedersen and Jacob Rashki from Fabian Stureisen and Max Popov. Harley Kiebel and Richard Olsen from Akshay Bora and Rafael Modanese, Oscar Wirtz and Emil Tangard. Ella Stevens and Ada Tepinen from Max Angelard and Wilgard Leek. And at the back of the grid, it is Sofia Kotala. So as the rest of the field makes their way around, there's obviously one name missing from the fray, and that is the German talent Maxim Rem, who was due to start from 5th on the starting grid, but after repositioning his front fairing, he has been excluded from the race weekend, so he will take no further part in the race battle. So Arthur Rojon and Freddie Slater on the front row of the starting grid for the VDK Racing team on the inside line and the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team on the outside line. Both of them satellite operations. Some of the most successful satellite operations there has been in the last couple of seasons. You've got to remember that both of these teams have won World Championship titles in the last few seasons. Ricky Flynn has a bit of a reputation of taking a junior talent and turning them into a world champion. You've only got to look back to Thomas Temperinka at Alejaima 2019. A year later, Freddie Slater himself actually got the job done in the junior world title. Prior to that, you had some great performances for the likes of Inam Ahmed and, of course, Lando Norris, who became world champion back in 2014. The VDK Racing team have had their moments as well. Let's not forget the fact that they took the junior world title on this very circuit 4 years ago. They managed to get the job done in fantastic fashion with their young talent, Victor Bernier. So it'll be interesting to see what they can produce as they continue to add more titles to their silverware collection. And of course, the squad that's there, third position on the grid, Juho Valtonen, the factory Tony Kart operation, I should say. One of the most successful brands of the 90s and 2000s. They really have been absolutely amazing as they have continued to make massive progress in the world of junior and senior karting. They have turned out some amazing drivers over the years. So Rojon and Slater, Valtonen and Eichmans, Rem and Pazovic, although Rem is not there, of course, as we know. The drivers are going to get up to speed, and we're racing to the first corner. Great start from Arthur Rojon, and into second comes Juho Valtonen. Bit of a challenge through the first hairpin. 2-3 carts going off the road then. Bit of a problem for several drivers as they go off the road there, and one of them is Max Angelard. And we had a couple of other drivers going off the road there as well. Couldn't quite see who it was, but I'm sure we'll pick them up as the race continues. I think it was Eichmans and Pazovic. Ian Eichmans and Karol Pazovic, so big names to fall down the order then. Not a great situation for them as they continue in position. My goodness, that rain cloud is hurtling over the circuit pretty rapidly now. It's obviously on dry tyres, and that rain cloud's coming over quickly. We may get a bit of a nasty surprise before the end of this race. Rojon in front of Valtonen. Third position, that is the Kart Republic. That is Malo Bollier, and then Slater is in fourth position in front of the Ward Racing Machine. That has got to be Oscar Pedersen. And then in sixth position, it is the Birolart, and I think that one is Harley Kiebels. Akshay Bora up to 7th, Popov up to 8th place, then Gauda, Modanese, Stureisen, Wirtz, Rashki, Olsen, Eichmans and Ada Tepinen in front of Ella Stevens and Karol Pazovic. Up the inside, that is Pedersen making his bid on Freddie Slater. So he gets the overtaking move done then in fine style as the battle is just going to continue. Up to the inside line, another big challenge from the energy course. As up the inside, that is Akshay Bora going wheel to wheel with Harley Kiebel. Kiebel has to give best. So Akshay Bora through into P6. Good overtaking move there from the youngster. Akshay Bora flitting between Britain and European karting these days. He's doing an awful lot of testing in Britain of various different disciplines, but Akshay Bora getting himself up to speed again in international karting. And this weekend, he and the Energy Course team are clicking in this final race of the day. As he closes in on Freddie Slater, he'll want to challenge the former junior world champion. Arthur Rojon trying to get the best as he can out of this race. It'll be enough to get him on the front row of the grid for a Super Heat, but it's going to be Super Heat 2 rather than Super Heat 1, the way things are currently looking. But that rain cloud might have a part to play in this race because it's coming over thick and fast, and suddenly the wind has picked up as well. So this could change things rather dramatically. But Rojon is your leader. Valtonen second. Bollier is third. Fourth is Pedersen. Fifth is Slater. Pedersen having got past Bollier now. And Slater is now about to make his bid to make the move on Malo Bollier. They come up to the final hairpin. Bollier protecting. Max Popov is in behind Akshay Bora, having got past Ali Keeble, and then you've got Gauda and Modenese in the top 10. Still a lot of battles to come as we go into lap 4. 3 completed, 10 to go. But the battles are definitely getting pretty heated out there, up at the front end of the field. The top 3 have broken clear. Bollier still has Freddie Slater all over the back of him for company as they go up and over the top of the jump. And Slater trying to get his move on Bollier. Bollier keeping his cart very firm. And on the inside, that's Pedersen. Takes on Valtonen. Oscar Pedersen moves up into second place. The Swedish talent really does go well around here. It's been a fascinating duel so far, and it just keeps getting stronger. But certainly the battles are getting very racy once again, as Oscar Pedersen runs in second place in front of Juho Valtonen. 4th place for Bollier, 5th for Slater, 6th for Bora, 7th for Keeble, 8th for Popov, 9th for Gauda, 10th for Studesen. So Fabian Studesen in 10th position now in front of Rafael Modenese, and in 12th position, well, it is now 12th because Modenese has lost out to Wirtz and Eichmanns. So Oscar Wirtz and Ian Eichmanns have both managed to make their overtaking moves now on the move. Up to the far side of the course, and the wind is really picking up strong. The flags are blowing in the breeze as there is Freddie Slater trying to tuck in behind Malo Bollier one more time and try and go for the overtake. Now he's just got to go for it. Squeezes through. Keeble dives in on Akshay Bora. Can't quite finish it off on the exit because Akshay Bora manages to get the undercut and takes back the position. So a nice bit of dueling there, but a big dive from Freddie Slater. Proof that he doesn't want to wait around behind Bollier for long. And Akshay Bora and Harley Keeble are going to have the same problem by the look of it. As here comes the move from Harley Keeble. Dives in on Akshay Bora. And Max Popov is going to get a run here. So is Dion Gauda. Side by side, Keeble moving right across the road. As Bora comes in round the outside, Popov gets a little bit of pressure from Gauda. Harley Keeble absolutely adamant that no one's going to make the overtaking move on him there. There was no contact, but that was about as forceful as it gets. So now Oscar Wirtz is battling away in position there with Ian Eichmanns as they come through in position. Dion Gauda moving across to try and go right round the outside to protect the position, but he's going to lose ground there. As Oscar Wirtz has got through, Ian Eichmanns is going right round the outside. Ian Eichmanns, how did he do that? 2 drivers round the outside in the S's. Oh, that is one of the moves of the weekend, if not the move of the weekend from the Belgian Ian Eichmanns. What a comeback! As Ian Eichmanns plants himself into position there. That is absolutely extraordinary. 8th place for the Belgian now. Well, you don't get an overtaking move like that every day. As Eichmanns bets 2 into 1 round the outside. They were dawdling with each other on the inside, so Eichmanns just floored it on the throttle, guided it round on the slipstream, on the slingshot, kept it nice and tight round the outside, held the kart on the outside of the apex, and got the move. Beautifully read by Ian Eichmanns. So now Keeble and Bora are battling for 6th position, and there's a bit of a gap back to Bollier in front. So Rojon, Pedersen, Valtonen, that's the top 3. Then 4th is Slater, 5th is Bollier. And the sky has suddenly become incredibly dark over the circuit as this big rain cloud now seeks to come and join us once again over the circuit. We were bright sunshine, now it's all changed again. As Akshay Bora has a go into turn 1. Harley Keeble, P6. Akshay Bora 7th, through the chicane and up towards turn 4. Keeble running well ahead of Akshay Bora. Eichmanns in 8th, Wirtz is 9th, and Popov in 10th position as the battles continue around the course. But it's kind of stalemate in that little gaggle as Akshay Bora is going to have a look at Keeble. He's not quite close enough to make the risk yet. Lap 7 of 13, 6 to go including this one, but certainly for Arthur Roujon, he's under some pressure because Oscar Pedersen is breathing down his neck. He's chipping away. Oscar Pedersen, fastest of all in the second split, having been quicker than Arthur Roujon by 0.2 of a second on the previous lap. So Pedersen is about to close up on the race leader, Arthur Roujon, and go for the lead. As they go into turn 1 once again. Battle's going to get really interesting between those two. Valtonen in 3rd, Slater 4th, Bollier 5th, and then these two, Keeble and Bora, 6th and 7th. Ian Eichmanns is 8th, Wirtz is 9th, Popov is 10th, and then Karo Pasovic 11th ahead of Richard Olsen and Ada Tupinen in her best performance in Champions of the Future so far. Great to see Ada Tupinen getting massive progress. And the young Finnish lady now in 13th ahead of Max Angelard and Rafael Modenese. Looks as though Emil Tangard is battling away with Ella Stevens. Those two having an interesting squabble Dion Gouda has dropped all the way back to 18th, I'm afraid, after another off. Fabian Sturesen in front of Vilgot Leek, Jacob Raschke and Sofia Kotala. But they are all still running. They're all still circulating. As they complete lap 9, Pedersen is still raining down on Grosjean's parade as Keeble continues to run in front of Akshay Bora. Over the line once more. And down they go again, up towards turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, up through the left, and then up towards the long flowing right-hander. You take that a lot faster than you first give it credit for. Up and over the jump. Some drivers swear they're going to get airborne once they go over that jump, particularly in the senior category. But this is where things are going to get really tight once again between Keeble and Bora. They're running out of laps, and now they know that they've got Ian Eichmans raining on their parade. So Ian Eichmans is closing up on both men, and he'll want to get past both of them before they even know what's hit them. Keeble and Bora, 6th and 7th. They've got to get on with this because Ian Eichmans is absolutely rapid around this place. He's rapid everywhere we go, to be fair. But Pedersen is still just hustling in behind Arthur Grosjean. There's Valtonen being caught by Slater. So Valtonen and Slater could be about to exchange positions here. Freddie Slater looking for a run for 3rd position. Looks like that's all he's going to get from this one. I don't think he can get any more. But certainly Freddie Slater wants to be there in the position to move forward. So an interesting move. There he goes! Freddie Slater launches in. Absolutely fantastic. Great opportunity and a great move. Wow, excellent stuff. Got a really good battle for all of the competitors as they run for position. So we'll have to see how things battle. But Freddie Slater, having worked his way into 3rd position, now he's going to watch in the distance as Pedersen gets within 0.3 of a second of Arthur Grosjean with 2 laps to go. For the moment, the rain is held off. It's definitely moving over the circuit pretty quickly now. We'll have to see if it does actually become an issue as Arda Tapinen gets past Richard Olsen for 12th place. And they're still battling. Arda Tapinen holding her own in the battle with Richard Olsen and holds on to 12th position for the time being. Great battles all around the course. Some great duels. And I'm actually watching this midfield battle. Tapinen has not only held her own, but actually given the opportunity for Rafael Modenese to charge in on the inside of Richard Olsen. Or is that Max Angelard? There's some good battles everywhere you look. All 4 of those drivers having a great run. And some good battles in the midfield. But Freddie Slater securing 3rd position for the moment as the leaders are going to come across the line one more time. Grosjean doing everything he can to hold on in front of Oscar Pedersen. He's actually pulled out the gap another 0.3 of a second with the fastest lap of the race in this one. Arda Tapinen is actually getting a warning flag. That's unfortunate for her, as she will take a 5-second penalty with that. But certainly her racecraft has been a lot stronger in this race as she's got her elbows out and really started to duel for position with people. So unfortunate that it's ended up going into battle. So the battle is going to be really intense tomorrow. So let's see how it's going to go for Arthur Grosjean as he comes off the final turn and up to the final hairpin. It's been a great race for Arthur Grosjean, and he's timed it to perfection as he comes through for the victory. He ends in style. Arthur Grosjean finishes his day 4th position outright, and that is going to be good enough for a front row start in the Superheat tomorrow. It'll be on the outside of the front row, but he'll still be there regardless, and that's as good a position as he could have hoped for after the difficulties of earlier on. So let's see if it works out. So a great battle for the competitors as they continue to charge forward. But this is a tough one for Grosjean to win. Is that rain coming down on the circuit again now? I think it is. I think the rain has finally decided to come down on the cool-down lap. So the rain does not affect the race itself, but it comes down on the cool-down lap. Now this could be interesting because obviously there's a race coming straight after this. So it depends on how heavy the rain gets. At the moment, it's not particularly heavy. It's, again, just psychological rain. We'll have to see how it plays out because there is an OK Junior race straight after this one and then the OK Senior race that concludes today. So it's definitely looking pretty tricky out there as the rain suddenly starts to come down and hammer down on the commentary box windows. So Arthur Grosjean, Oscar Pedersen and Freddie Slater, your top 3 from Juha Valtonen, and then it is Malo Bollier from Akshay Bora, Ian Eichmans, Oscar Wirth and Harley Keeble. The top 10 rounded out by Max Popov with Karol Pazovic ahead of Max Angelard, Richard Olsen, Rafael Montanese and Arda Tapinen, then Dion Gauda, Emil Tangard from Ella Stevens and Fabian Sturesen, Jacob Raschke, Wilgert Leek, and then at the very back of the grid it is going to be Sofia Kotala. And I'm delighted to say that all 22 of the drivers that started the race are still there in position. So a fabulous battle and a really exciting challenge from the competitors as they continue to put on a great display. So the drivers are going to battle for the last race of the day in both the junior and senior categories. We don't quite know yet who is going to be on the top of the pile for that, but certainly we're gearing ourselves up for the battle in the last OK Junior race of the day. Let's hear from, one more time, Gabriel Gomez and Ian Eichmans as they conclude on their chances for the battles ahead.
Well, we've spoken to a lot of the teams and drivers. They talk about how much they like racing in Champions of the Future, how it's a very relaxed and very exciting weekend. Gabriel, from your perspective, what is it like to be in the paddock trying to fight for victory in Champions of the Future?
Well, it's good. For me, the championship is really good and the level is good of the championship. The organization of the championship is really good, and for me, it's a good championship for we prepare for the race and more relaxed to do a good job on the next race.
And Ian, obviously from your side, you have a lot of drivers that you enjoy racing against and a lot of friends within the paddock as well. It's very laid back and exciting, so it must be really enjoyable from your perspective to race at this level.
Yeah, it's really enjoyable, but when we're on the track, we're like rivals, and then off the track, we are friends, so this is how it works, but yeah, it's fun.
You wouldn't be referring to Gabriel when you're talking about that, would you?
No.
To be fair, you two have actually kept it very clean all season, despite how close you have fought. And you have fought with each other a couple of times already in the start of the season. What is the guy sitting next to you like to go wheel to wheel with?
Oh, me? Oh, for me it's good. He of course is a clean driver. Every time we battle, it's a beautiful battle and not so dirty movies, and really cool.
What is Gabriel like to go wheel to wheel with? He's obviously very hardened but very fair. What's he like when you're in the middle of the battle?
Yeah, it's fun to battle with him. Sometimes we touch a bit wheels, but this is racing, and yeah, it's fun to battle with him.
Now, obviously, both of you are working incredibly hard to get one of the trophies behind you to take home on the flight when you go off to the next event. But this is obviously very, very hard work on a circuit like this when the weather's going to be changing, possibly session to session, never mind day to day. So how are you guys adapting to the challenges that the weekend are going to prepare you for?
Yeah, it's really difficult here because the temperature changes a lot. In the morning it's so cold, after it's a lot hot, and we need to work like this. It's difficult, but we need to prepare. We need to do like this.
And Ian, obviously you've got a great team behind you. You've got a lot of data to carry from your time here previously. So just what are the tasks ahead that you guys are going to be working the most on heading into the finals?
We will test a lot during the heats, during the warm-up. Yeah, and then we will see in the final what is the best, and then we put this on.
Well, things have changed dramatically since we last had the drivers on the starting grid. They're obviously all there on slicks because they had to get onto the starting grid, but the OK Juniors are out on the circuit and they're about to go out onto the racetrack with the rain coming down hard here. So you can see that for yourself on the live stream. Now, I would suspect that what is likely to happen here is what we have seen happen in the past before, in the sense that what will happen is obviously the drivers are all on slick tyres at the moment, so you can't turn them around officially because obviously there is a time they have to go out on the circuit. What they will do is they will head out onto the circuit. We will see what the conditions are like on the rolling lap, and if they are not drivable, then obviously the race director Martin Bean can decide to red flag the race, bring them back in, and then they can obviously change to wet tyres. It's all obviously dependent on how severe the conditions are. It could change dramatically again, of course, in the next few seconds. We have to obviously wait and see what happens. But the one thing you can't really send the juniors into is a heavy rainstorm when they've all got slick tyres on. That's the difficulty. And I'm sure that Martin Bean, the race director, will have that in the forefront of his mind. So obviously it is a very likely course of action that what will happen is the drivers could get sent out and then they will obviously come straight back into the pits again in order to change the tyres. So obviously it depends on how long the rain shower does go on for. But it looks to me as though we've had a fairly sizable rain shower on the commentary box window. But obviously the circuit is getting quite sodden quite quickly. So the next race goes out onto the circuit. That is OK Junior Qualifying Heat B versus C. So for the moment, the drivers are heading out onto the circuit, and the last race of the day for the OK Juniors will be in this order. René Lammers and Lukas Flusha from Jan Pisadowski and Anatoly Kivalkin, Thomas Strovan and Kirill Ditiev, Jimmy Helias and Renaud Franco, Salim Hanna and Luna Flusha from Aaron Garcia and Maciek Ledij. Then Augustin Sepulveda and Jules Caranta, Oliver Kinmark and Max Garcia from Arta Dorisson and Enea Frey, Jens Strua and Romeo Haag from Matthias Orweiler. And then Alvin Ekberg from Fred Sarex, who is out of the weekend, Len Nice and Zoe Florescu. Now, we are red flags. Red flags. You can see that around the course already. In a few different places, they have obviously decided to send them out to see what the conditions are, and the rain has actually got worse rather than better. So the race is being red flagged, and the drivers are being brought out onto the... now, the question is going to be here that the red flags are out. You can see that on the start line. Martin Bean is out there on the start-finish straight. And the red flags are being shown. The red lights are being shown around the course as well. So what is going to happen, I'm sure, is that the drivers will be given the chance to go into the holding area and they will change tyres. So obviously they cannot race under these conditions because they're all on slicks and the rain is getting heavier all the time. So you cannot endanger the lives of the juniors like this. So there you go. The red flag is out. The drivers will come into the pits and they will head down to their positions in the holding area, and they will be relatively in position as they come in. And obviously the drivers will get straight out of the carts. Their one mechanic will put the carts on the trolleys. They've obviously got to make sure they are careful as they come into the pits. And the drivers will get out of the carts, and obviously they will now be in a position to get out onto the circuit for their race after they have made the wet weather adjustments, because it's not just the tyres that need to be changed here. If it is raining, then obviously they also need to put the covers on the air boxes so that the engine doesn't get flooded, and the drivers themselves may need to change helmets because of the difference between a clear visor and a tinted one, because obviously they're not allowed to run tinted visors in the wet conditions. They have to run clear visors. And drivers may also need to don wetsuits, of course, because obviously in the wet conditions they will have to have wetsuits, which are special polythene coverings for their race overalls to make sure that their race suits don't soak through. That is the complicated issue, of course, that they have in the world of karting, because you're exposed to the elements far more than you would be in car racing, for example. So the race director, Martin Bean, is gathering them all together so that they can understand what the procedure is going to be. And obviously all the drivers will know perfectly well that they cannot start the race with slick tyres on. So they're obviously going to change tyres. There you go. You can see how heavy the rain is now on the grandstands. It's got very heavy very quickly. And unfortunately, we were all hoping to finish the day in dry conditions. That has not been the case now. So it's been a very difficult situation for the drivers to cope with all the way through the day in terms of the battle for the race positions. So it's a very difficult one, but obviously with the rain coming down, the drivers have had to come into the pits. They have race has been red flagged, and so obviously the situation will be that the drivers can change their tyres from the slicks to the wets, and obviously they will have the mechanics' assistance to do that. They can only have one mechanic to assist them, but the rain is absolutely pelting it down now in the pits. So obviously they have to take their time. They've got to be calm. They've got to make sure that they do the necessary adjustments to their karts. They've obviously got to help. They'll have the help of their mechanics who will come over with the trolleys. They'll place the kart on the trolley, and they'll be able to bring the karts into the dummy grid once again, so that they can bring the karts to the dummy grid. And then obviously once they're in the dummy grid, there will be some frantic activity while the drivers will obviously potentially change visors or change helmets entirely for a wet condition helmet. So that is all fine and dandy. And then obviously they will change their helmets. They will change into their wetsuits, which will go over the top of their normal race overalls. Some of them will even have wet gloves and wet boots that they will use in the wet conditions as well, because they don't want to ruin their dry ones. So a lot of things have to change. Plus on the karts themselves, they will have a kart, I'm guessing, already set up for wet conditions. So there's the potential for them to use their spare kart because they obviously, each driver has 2 karts, one that they usually use a setup for wet and one that they use for dry. So they will probably swap karts, provided that their karts are already there in the holding area to change over to. So that will swap over, and then they'll be able to put wet tyres on their old kart, and they can obviously change over. So that is exactly how it's going to be in terms of the positions. It looks like somebody's forgotten their trolley. Well, Selim Hada's mechanic having to drag his kart back into the dummy grid. Someone doesn't know where they park their trolley in between races. Obviously Selim Hada was just walking. Oh, I could have helped him. But no, they bring themselves back to the dummy grid. So obviously now there's going to be a bit of a frantic dash as they all try and get themselves ready for the restart. So while we're waiting, we've obviously got a little bit of time in between heats now, because obviously the drivers are going to be making sure they can get their karts set up and ready. Goodness me. Just looking at the rain out of the commentary box window now. That is pretty darn tootin' torrential, I'm afraid now. We thought we'd had a pretty dry end to the day, but unfortunately the rain cloud that's now swept over the circuit, it's going to be quite a wet circuit once again, I think, by the time we get back out there on the circuit. I don't know how quickly we think we're going to get rooster tails behind the tyres of the karts, but it's certainly pretty strong out there at the moment. So obviously red flags come out. We don't want a situation like we had in the European Championships last year at Genk, when the drivers were all on slick tyres on the first lap, and we had about 15 of them skating off into cafe corners, barriers, and that was a very nasty moment. Fortunately, we have all learned from that, and so that's why we're in the position we're in now. Red flags, and the drivers are getting their wetsuits on, changing their helmets or visors, possibly both, and obviously getting on their wet boots and their wet gloves. Goodness me. It's a very different day at the office now. I thought we'd have got away from all of the rain we were going to have, but unfortunately, Lady Luck has come and hit us one final time with one final little nasty twist, ready for us to go racing again in a few short minutes. So while we're waiting for the race to get under starters' orders once again, obviously the rain is going to come down and the teams are going to be frantic and frenetic to get the wet kart setup sorted. Let's hear once again from 2 men who know the circuit situation and know how difficult it is at the top level. Alexander Dahlberg and Joachim Ward, team managers of their own outfits in the OK Junior and Senior categories here in Sweden.
Well, obviously this particular circuit has many different aspects that challenge the chassis, the engines, the tyres. How easy is it to get the delicate balance between everything working in harmony, Joachim, so that the qualifying lap can come together, the heats run rhythmically, and then of course the tyres go the distance in that more than double distance of a final?
Yeah, it's particular for every driver. Every driver have their own needs, and it's practically impossible to nail it for everybody. But once in a while somebody gets it all together and it runs smoothly and good. But during the practice sessions and so on, you need to do some, let's say, unnecessary changes to find your way. And then for some people they take a big loop to come to the point, and somebody they are already there from the beginning. But it's just like in any other track, but this is maybe a little bit more difficult, just to look on that you only have 2 laps on the tires to make the time, then you are done. So, well, there is not an easy answer to that question.
Well, let me put something similar to that to you, Alex. Obviously, this is a circuit that has a lot of dynamic complexity to it. We talk about circuits in the sense of this is an engine circuit, this is a chassis circuit, this is a tyre circuit. What would you say is the key element to get right on this particular circuit?
I reckon it's a driver circuit. It's all about where you put the tires on the track, how hard you push the tires. For me, it's everything.
Okay, and obviously looking into this weekend, Champions of the Future is getting more and more competitive every weekend. Over at Ward Racing, you have some incredible racers racing at the front end of both categories. How confident are you guys that the material is going to be in the right position for, first of all, qualifying and then come the heats and final?
For the moment, it's difficult to say. We are practically reasonably okay in both categories, but we need to achieve more to be competitive, to be in the front. That is the situation right now. We need a little bit more, especially in OK category. We struggle a little bit more. The junior, it looks reasonably fine. It's not perfect, but it's reasonably fine. But in seniors, we need to improve. And we don't have so many shots more, but we need to improve.
Well, obviously for you guys, Alex, it's a slightly smaller operation that you guys have, but the talent that you have in your awning obviously has the ability to be as comparable in terms of one lap pace as the established guards. So how confident are you guys that you can get things together to put a bit of a show for us against the established teams?
Yeah, we come into this weekend pretty confident, but we don't put any pressure on the guys. We just want to improve, show that we can be up the front. I'm confident with the material we have, and I know that the drivers can do well. But it's like we say, it's a hard circuit. It's a hard competition, so everything has to be perfect. So that's what we're working on.
So as you can see, there are chaotic scenes down here on the dummy grid, as the drivers have obviously had a red flag period where the karts were all in dry conditions, and now we have had a red flag because the rain has come down very heavily, very quickly. And so obviously now the need is to change the strategy completely for a wet kart and wet tyres, obviously. And obviously they also need to make sure that they've got wetsuits on. The visors on their helmets are not allowed to be tinted, so they have to change visors. Some of them will change the type of driving glove that they are wearing and the boots that they are wearing. But you can see now that the rain is coming down constantly, so that's obviously going to saturate the racetrack. And you can't really send them out onto the race circuit like this one on slicks, because there is a lot of places where you can skate off and have a very nasty moment indeed. So wet tyres have to be the procedure under these circumstances. So obviously we are still waiting for the go-ahead when we can start the last heat of the day for the OK Juniors. After that will come the last heat of the day for the OK Seniors, and then we will know the identity of the other drivers that will get the Super Pole. We know that in Junior, Dimitri Matveev definitely has one, and in the OK Senior category, Luigi Coluccio definitely has one. But we need to figure out if René Lammers can get the job done in the OK Junior, or if it's going to go the way of Nathan Tye. And in Senior, we need to know if it is going to be Evan Gilter that gets the job done. Because if it isn't Evan Gilter that gets the job done, in the end of the day, that is going to go the way of either Chu Yanpu or Arthur Rojon. One of the three drivers there will get the second Super Pole. But it all comes down to what happens essentially in the last heat, because obviously we've got Gilter, Chu, and we've got Gilter and Zhu in the final race of the day. So that's obviously going to be a determining factor. René Lammers has to finish in the top 6 to stay ahead of Nathan Tye in the rankings. So that seems fairly straightforward, and on paper it certainly seems pretty easy going, but it's never as easy as that. So obviously we'll have to see how that actually fares and plays out. And seeing as how we've got Dimitri Matveev and Nathan Tye battling away for OK Juniors supremacy as we gear ourselves up for an interesting battle, why not hear from them for the final time today, after what we have seen to be a fantastic battle from them as we continue proceedings. It's been an interesting battle between Nathan Tye and Dimitri Matveev for this season. Let's hear what they have to say ahead of a fair fight in tomorrow's final.
What's been really nice to observe about the battle between you two in Champions of the Future so far is the respect that you guys have been able to show each other on track and off track at all times. Is that something that you guys are, really proud of, that you can absolutely have that kind of opportunity and that kind of battle in this paddock?
I actually really like to battle, to overtake each other, but you need to pay respect for sure to everyone, and that's important. That's the key, because if you not pay respect to one driver, in my opinion, he will give back. So you always need to do clean racing, basically, and be as clean for you and be fair. That's the thing.
Nathan, you've got a bit of a reputation of being very hard on the track, but also being very fair. And I guess that's something that you've always brought to the races. In Champions of the Future, you've stepped it up another gear compared to last year. Is that something that we're likely to see not just here, but also at Franciacorta at the season finale?
Yeah, I definitely think it's one of my strong points, being more of an aggressive driver. But I think, like Dimitri said, I think the main part of racing is to be fair. Because of course it might not only put other drivers in problems, but also put yourself in problems, causing people to almost have, not so much want to have you back or have problems with you. But I think it's just not nice being known that you are one of them drivers that people don't like racing and don't like racing, of course, with. But yeah, I definitely think it's definitely a huge confidence booster knowing that being a more aggressive driver helps you out in the racing.
So fascinating to see what these two drivers are going to give us when we go to the final tomorrow. And we could have a new points leader. You never know. And let's not forget the fact that even though he's currently not in the top 2 of the overall standings, Kirill Ditiev still has a role to play here, having been the winner of the final back in Portimao at the first round of the series. He still has every chance of being involved in this title battle. And anybody who forgets his involvement in this points battle really is going to look silly when he turns up in the top 3 of the points standings as we get into the rankings at Franciacorta. So we are told that we are going to go racing at exactly 16:45, which is in 4 minutes' time. So the drivers are now getting themselves to the starting grid one more time. And we will have a fascinating continuation of the battles out there on the course. But what a sensational battle it would be to see what these guys can give us. A truly extraordinary run for the competition. And a fascinating battle is set to ensue from the competitors out there on the course. But we will go racing at 16:45. And this is going to be a bit of a tough one for the drivers involved. For René Lammers, the pressure is on him now. Pole position for him once again. But if he finishes in the top 6, then he will be in the top spot for Super Pole 2. And all he has to do then essentially is finish in the top 6. I mean, I say that, but of course, that is still a tall order. It's very difficult to hang on to that kind of advantage. So we are about to head out onto the starting grid. The drivers have been given the command as they will have 1 minute board, I believe, has already gone up onto the circuit. So the competitors are going to be sent out onto the circuit now to go racing after a short delay to the proceedings after a heavy rain shower has hit the circuit. It is still raining, but it's definitely not as heavy as it once was. But of course, in those situations where the circuit has been saturated for a decent period of time, you still have to do the responsible thing and send the drivers out on the wet conditions out on the circuit. So they are now in position with wetsuits and wet tyres. The drivers are pushed out and we are ready to give this another go. So René Lammers and Lukas Flusha from Jan Bezadovski and Anatoly Kivalkin, Thomas Stroven and Kirill Ditiev from Jimmy Elias and Renaud Frankot, and then Salim Hana and Luna Flusha from Aaron Garcia and Maciek Gladish, Augustin Sepulveda and Jules Caranta from Oliver Kinmark and Max Garcia, Arthur Dorisson and Enea Frey, Jens Trua and Romeo Haag from Matthias Orduela, Alvin Ekberg, Len Nyes and Zoe Florescu. Drivers getting themselves up to speed once again. It'll be a fascinating battle. So we'll see how the competitors continue on in formation. But what a sensational run for the drivers as they continue to put on an excellent display out there. And we've had some sensational performances through the years. What a terrific performance we've had from the drivers. And so now we're going to see what the competitors are able to give us. We will have an astonishing run from the drivers out there as they continue to give us plenty of excitement in this last race of the day. We're definitely in for an exceptional run now. So let's see how the drivers are in position as they continue to duel around the course. We will see some absolutely spectacular performances from drivers at the sharp end of the fray. But now the competitors are going to be treating us to some pretty exciting battles out there on the course, and we will see just what these guys can do. So now the drivers are up to speed once again. So let's see how everybody is prepared to go to battle again, and we will have a spectacular run from everybody as the battle continues. But we are definitely going to have a terrific tussle from everybody in this final race of the day for the OK Juniors. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we do. Lights out. Good start from René Lammers. Pretty good start from Flusha as well, actually. He's managed to slot into second place early doors, tiptoeing their way through the first hairpin. Has everybody got through? Little bit of toing and froing, a bit frantic. Oh, and somebody's lost a side pod there in the middle of all of that. Or is that a chain guard? I think that might be a chain guard that's come off one of the carts there. So somebody is about to get a technical flag, unfortunately. Either that or it's a section of somebody's rear bumper. It is a chain guard. It is a chain guard that's come off the cart there, unfortunately. Oh, and a spin! That is Jimmy Helias. So Jimmy Helias has gone off the road there, up at turn 5. So I'm afraid that's Jimmy Helias' race over. And somebody, as I mentioned before, has already lost a chain guard. So a very tough situation now for the competitors as they obviously try to get themselves into position. But Jimmy Helias is walking away. So now it will be a very tough race battle for everybody up at the sharp end of the field, especially if anybody wants to beat René Lammers. Side by side over the line, nearly for third position. That's Kavalkin and Pisarovsky. Straven in fifth from Franco. The Garcias, Aaron and Max, no relation. Having a really exciting battle in 7th and 8th place. Then Kirill Ditiev and Jules Caranta ahead of Maciek Gladish and Ene Afray, the teammates at Ricky Flynn. So some good battles in the early doors already. As drivers are continuing to put on a bit of a spectacle here. Now what's interesting is that the rain has actually stopped. So the rain has now actually stopped out on the circuit again. So they're all on wet tyres, having had to make the transition. But how wet is the circuit? Well, it's damp in places, but it's not exactly torrential. So a very interesting situation. I wonder if anybody's going to be a gambler once again and go for a move in the final situation many times ago. So a really interesting battle. So still the battles rage. So René Lammers battling away in front of Lucas Flusha, and the technical problem is for Renault Francote. So it's a Birolart that's missing its chain guard, and it's Renault Francote on this occasion. Very unfortunate that his race has come to nothing. But there is the 25, battling away for position. 39 is Lucas Flusha, having a solid run. A terrific battle so far. And Lucas Flusha is right there, trying to get himself back into the lead of the race again. Jan Pisarovsky having fought his way past Anatoly Kavalkin to move up into third. But René Lammers hanging on in front of Lucas Flusha. Trying to come around the outside. René Lammers trying to hold on to it, and that little twitch from Flusha around the outside. Oh, contact between the two drivers. Flusha's going to get back on right in behind René Lammers. So nearly a big accident between those two as Pisarovsky now comes up at a second position as a result of that. But that was Lammers and Flusha absolutely at loggerheads as they come through. Very close indeed. Wow, this was absolutely astonishing. Anatoly Kavalkin going wheel to wheel with Lucas Flusha around the outside as Jens Truer is now the fastest man on track in a 1:06. So in the wet conditions, obviously, the track has slowed down dramatically. But now Lammers in front of Pisarovsky, Flusha and Kavalkin. Kavalkin trying to get one over on the Spaniard in third position. Fifth place is Aaron Garcia in front of Tom Straven. Max Garcia and Kirill Ditiev over the curbs. Flusha gets a little bit crossed up, and that's enough for Kavalkin to squeak through on the inside and get into third position. Just a little hop on the curbs, and that was all it took. Very close battles at the moment as the drivers continue on their way forward. So very interesting battles for supremacy. 24, Anatoly Kavalkin battling away with Lucas Flusha, and there is Renaud Franco come into the pits with the chain guard having come off the kart. He is bitterly angry about it. You can see that from his body language. But René Lammers continues the pace in front of Pisarovsky, Kavalkin and Flusha. Down up towards turn 4 once again, in through the hairpin. Lammers getting a little bit crossed up. Pisarovsky, Kavalkin and Flusha, all very similar in terms of raw pace. But looking at the sector times, the circuit is quite significantly slow, even for wet tyres, because you'd have expected them on wets to be in the 102s and 103s, but the circuit, just again, it's that same situation. It just isn't quite damp enough. It hasn't enough water on the circuit. Kavalkin squeezes through on the inside of Pisarovsky, holds on a second place. We've had a rain shower, but obviously the rain has stopped, so it dries quickly here. So despite the heavy rain, there isn't actually a massive amount of water on the circuit. You can't see any rooster tails coming off the carts at all. And the sector times are very slow for everybody. So it's another one of those bizarre and crazy situations then for the drivers. So very interesting all the way through as the competitors continue to battle their way through. Absolutely sensational. So very interesting situation for all of the competitors as they continue on their way. So now the battles continue on their way through. René Lammers in front of Anatoly Kavalkin, Jan Pisarovsky and Lucas Flusha. Then Aaron Garcia and Max Garcia. Then Thomas Straven, Kirill Ditiev, Arthur Dorisson and Jens Truer. The drivers continuing to put up a bit of a show. But a really exciting gaggle of competitors as the drivers went through. So through the position once again, René Lammers in front of Anatoly Kavalkin, Jan Pisarovsky in third from Lucas Flusha in fourth position. Fifth place was Aaron Garcia. And then Max Garcia in sixth position. Then it is Tom Straven, Arthur Dorisson, Truer, Ditiev, Nyes, Caranta, Hanna, Orhuela, Gladic and Luna Flusha. Very tricky race by the look of things as Anatoly Kavalkin is now going to try and take on his teammate René Lammers. Lammers doesn't need to stay in front of Anatoly Kavalkin here. He can let him go if he gets the opportunity up the inside. And if I was René Lammers, I'd let him go because pole position for the Super Pole number 2 is way more precious than a win in the heat. So it is a really exciting battle. And so it's going to be an interesting one. René Lammers has got a warning flag. Hang on a minute. René Lammers has got a warning flag for something out there on the course. Now, that takes it out of his hands anyway. Kavalkin's going to go for the inside line regardless. Takes the lead away from René Lammers, who's going to bounce back with him. They're going to go side by side. The teammates are actually going to battle for the victory here. Lammers has to concede in the end to Kavalkin, who drives right round the outside on the faster trajectory. But René Lammers has got a 5-second time penalty. Because if you get a warning flag, then you get a 5-second penalty that comes with it. So that is big drama. And I'm afraid that is absolutely catastrophic for René Lammers. Now, we've got to hope from his point of view that 5 seconds isn't going to cost him a place on the Super Pole, because at the moment he's in second place. If he adds 5 seconds to his race time, well, looking at where he's going to be now, he's going to drop to 6th position. But if he loses any more time than this, he's going to drop to 7th, and that will cost him pole position for the Super Pole. That is absolutely catastrophic for René Lammers. Now, Jan Pisarovsky is going to try and take him on, and he might go for him in the final turn. Well, just a little bit too risky for Pisarovsky on this occasion, so he's going to wait for another opportunity. He's trying to cool the engine down or open it up and get it a little bit hotter. They go through turn 1, and Lammers is already a second away from the pace of Anatoly Kavalkin. If he does take the 5-second penalty, which we know he's going to drop to 6th position, and that's going to put him
on 10 points. Now that should just still be enough, but he cannot afford to lose too many more places than that. He certainly can't afford to lose any more than that, because if he slips behind Tom Strauven in the rankings, then he will be tied on points with Nathan Tye, and then I think it could well be the British driver that ends up with the Super Pole for Superheat 2. So this is big drama for René Lammers. He cannot afford to get into any more issues here, because he's got a 5-second penalty from that warning flag, and that means that he could cost himself Super Pole after all. He's got to stay as far ahead of Tom Strauven in the rankings as possible. Now, at the moment, he is pulling away enough to make that work out, because if you add 5 seconds to his time, he's going to just finish in 5th place ahead of Max Garcia. Now that should be enough. Final lap begins. Kavalkin's going to take the win, and that will secure him in 4th position in the rankings with that victory. But for René Lammers, who has got a 5-second penalty for the warning flag, he's got to be so careful on this final lap. He cannot afford to lose too much time. Fortunately for him, Max Garcia is losing time as well, but it's going to be tight. There is no two ways about it. It's going to be tight to see whether René Lammers is going to be on the Super Pole or not. If you add the 5-second penalty to his tally, he's either going to be 5th or 6th. If it stays like that, he'll just secure it. But this is drama. If he has anything happen on this last lap, like say for example Jan Pesadovski make the overtake, which he is threatening to do, then that could jeopardize it. But Anatoly Kavalkin is leading the way. Watch for Pesadovski behind René Lammers. He's really going for him. Pesadovski wants to take a position away from him in the final turn. Pesadovski's going to try and sprint out ahead of Lammers. Kavalkin's going to take the checkered flag. What about Lammers? He finishes 2nd, 1.7 back from Kavalkin. But how far ahead of Max Garcia is he going to be? 7.3. It's okay. It's okay. René Lammers is going to drop to 5th position, and that will secure him Super Pole. So it was a nasty scare, but he has managed to get the job done. Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. You don't need stress like that at the end of the day. So, despite getting a warning flag and a 5-second penalty, René Lammers will drop back eventually to 5th position. But he is so, so fortunate. He'll add 5 points to his tally, and that means he'll drop to 9 points. Well, that was close for René Lammers. He could very, very nearly have fallen out of Super Pole there, but he has just managed to hang on to it. So Anatoly Kavalkin will take the win. It'll be Pesadovski promoted to 2nd, Flusha promoted to 3rd place, and Aaron Garcia will be promoted to 4th, with Lammers demoted to 5th position, but it will still classify him as Super Pole 2 for tomorrow. Thank goodness for that as far as he's concerned. Max Garcia is 6th, ahead of Arthur Dorisson from Tom Strauven, Kirill Ditiev, Jens Trua in the top 10 from Len Nyes, who fought his way through from the back of the grid again. Jules Caranta, and then Matthias Orwela ahead of Salim Hanna and Luna Flusha. Maciek Gladish, a very disappointing end to the day for him. Romeo Haag and Ene Affray. And then 19th place for Augustin Sepulveda ahead of Oliver Kinmark and Zoe Florescu. And then the last driver home was Alvin Ekberg. Retirement for Renaud Franco and a spin on the first lap from Jimmy Helias. There is the number 25, René Lammers. And is he the luckiest kid in town or what? So, so lucky that he was able to continue in such a fantastic fashion right to the end of the day. He's lucky, but you make your own luck in this sport, as they say. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one as the drivers are getting themselves to the grid. They are coming late to the grid, I note, because they obviously wanted to see if the sunshine would push a little bit more of the surface moisture off the circuit. And there are karts coming out onto the circuit with wet tyres on. So clearly the circuit is still wet enough for wets, but is it dry enough for slicks? That's the big consideration. Is anybody going to take a gamble, Max Garcia style, in this last race of the day? We'll have to figure that one out. But certainly this is the race that will determine who is going to be on the other Super Pole of the grid, because we know that Coluccio has guaranteed it. But this is all on Evan Gilter. He needs to finish 1st or 2nd. If he finishes 3rd and Jan Puchu finishes ahead of him,
then it is going to be Chu that gets the super pole. If neither of them have a good race, then it will all come back to Arthur Rojon. So this is very much the toughest and most tense race of the day. And we'll have to see how it all plays out for the competitors, but it is very, very close indeed, that is for sure. So, tension, drama, suspense, intrigue, it all adds up to the OK Junior Battle. We've had plenty of it over the course of this weekend. So now we're going to get ourselves ready for the last race of the day. So we are going to get ourselves ready for the last race of the day. We know how close it's going to be between Matviv and Tai. We have one final word from them as they gear themselves up, ready for the title battle here this weekend.
So with this circuit being completely different, Dimitri, just what is it like to get the setup right on this circuit? It's a lot of fast straights into big braking zones, a very different challenge from what we saw at Portimao and Zuera. How big a difference is it from a driver's perspective?
For the driver, it's like you need to stay always more focused, for sure, because the straights are shorter, everything is quite smaller, and you need to feel like confident in every braking more, as for me, because this track is more sliding, and the mistake costs more than in Zuera. But Zuera is different, is more large than in this track. This track, as for me, is more kind of old style. So I like it, and for me, it doesn't really matter which track I like. I just need to go fast in it. I feel that.
Obviously, you're the kind of person who likes to go for a big overtake, Nathan. This is the kind of circuit that lends itself to that. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, of course, the track's a bit more tight. I think it's important to get the set right, of course, with the tighter corners, but also the corners that are quite wide. I think it's a huge pressure on the team to get everything right, but I'm sure Sodi will do an amazing job of that. And yeah, like you said, I always love a cheeky move, but yeah, let's see what happens this week.
Hasn't pulled off too many cheeky moves on you yet, Dimitri.
On me?
Yeah. A few?
He did some. I think in Portimao, some of them were quite good.
But he's had a few back on you, hasn't he?
Exactly. Let's see what happens. I think at the minute we're quite even, but let's see what happens this week.
So where do you think the key factor is going to be? Who's going to have the edge this weekend, Dimitri? And what is a driver going to need to have right to get the victory at Kristianstad? Is it down to tyres? Is it down to mechanical grip? What is really going to be the main factor?
Is the, for sure, confidence of the pilot. And you need to just put everything together, basically. As for me, keeping calm is really important. And just be as confident as you can during all the heats and races. Don't go too much back, and just fight for the final, not for one single race like heat. You need to think about going as good in the final, so just prepare the start in the final, and also not forget about points. So that's my point.
Sodikart's got really good at looking after its tyres of late, Nathan, particularly in the finals. Is that going to be the secret weapon you guys will unleash on Sunday?
Yeah, I think the track's quite tight, which will be very pressuring on the tyres. But I think, like Dimitri said, it comes down definitely to the driver. Well, of course, for the team as well. But just managing to have the confidence to stay smooth, stay on the track, not make any mistakes. I think will also help in the tyre situation. But of course, the setup and how the kart works is going to make a huge difference.
So now the last race of the day is upon us, and it's going to be an exciting one because we have Alex Powell and Evan Gilter on the front row of the starting grid from Matthias Morgato and Chuyan Pu from Christian Bertucca and Matthias Ferreira, Lucas Samalisto and Tuukka Taapanen from Lorenzo Travasanuto and Albin Stureysen, Menahert Kroja and Alva Simasvara from Adrian Mariero and Nico Lemberg, Rashid Aldeheri and Maxim Orlov from Josh Erpen and Marius Christensen, then Luca Griggs, Anton Orgren, Kevin Lantinga and Yavan David. So, fascinating situations to continue on the day. And it's definitely going to be a very intriguing tussle with all of the competitors as they race for a very interesting battle ahead of us. We'll see some truly spectacular competitors make their way out onto the circuit. So the drivers are putting on an excellent display. Alex Powell ahead of Evan Gilter, Matthias Morgado and Chuyan Pu. Christian Bertucca and Matthias Ferreira in the mix there with Samalisto and Tarpanen. Lorenzo Travasanuto and Albin Storeisen from Menahead Crozier, Alva Simasvara and Adrian Mariero. But this is all about the pressure now for Evan Gilter. He has to finish in the top 2 in order to be on the Super Pole for tomorrow. First or second would do. Anything else is going to put it at jeopardy. Chuyan Pu needs to get the win if he's got any chance at all, and hope that Gilter has a bad race. Rojon on the sidelines is waiting to see how it unfolds. Here we go. Alex Powell leads. Morgado second. Gilter trying to get back into second. Round the outside. Has to filter into third place for now. The rest of the field tiptoe their way through the course in the first couple of corners. And Gilter's trying to get the undercut manoeuvre to go side by side with Matthias Morgado as Powell is away and clear up front. Morgado trying desperately to slow the cart down. And watch for Bertucca. Bertucca's going to squeeze past Gilter. This is not good news for Evan Gilter. He doesn't really want to be down this far, but the only consolation he's got is that Chu is also having a difficult race. So it looks like Luigi Coluccio could end up on Super Pole 1, never mind Super Pole 2. Bertucca's now going to get through on Morgado. Brilliant run from the Burilat. And Christian Bertucca finally having an epic race of it as he continues on his way. Absolutely terrific battle so far. And still the contest is very open. And an absolutely sensational contest as Gilter now gets himself back in front of Morgado. So that's third position. And so Gilter at the moment is still on Super Pole, but this time it's Super Pole 2 rather than Super Pole 1. A big dive up the inside from Travasanuto as he makes his bid on the inside of Adrian Mariero. So Travasanuto makes the place up, and here comes Luca Samalisto on the inside of Chu. Travasanuto's going to try and get on the inside as well. But Chu holds him off for the moment. Travasanuto's going to go the long way round to the hairpin. Can he hold it? No, he has to let Chu go. And now Travasanuto's going to make the big dive in for the inside of the next hairpin, but Chu is already there to cover it. So a big battle already ensuing for Chu. It's not looking likely that he will get the Super Pole. And certainly for Gilter, as long as he stays in front of Chu, then it's pretty much job done. But he's not going to get the overall pole unless he gets past that man, Christian Bertucca. But Alex Powell is long gone up in front. He's almost the length of the whole straight in front of the rest of the field. That's the advantage of being in pole position, I guess. And he's in the 1 minute flats compared to Bertucca and Gilter, who are in 1 minute 2s and 1 minute 1s. So Powell is already stretching well clear of the rest of the field. Here comes Gilter up alongside Bertucca, side by side, and Gilter is through. So Evan Gilter gets himself back into second position, and that will put him back in Super Pole 1. So Gilter will get himself on a level points tally with Coluccio, and so then it will go on countback as Matthias Ferreira battles away for position there with Adrian Mariero. So if Rojon and Coluccio are tied for points, then obviously it will be Gilter that gets Super Pole 1 based on how much better in qualifying he was than Luigi Coluccio. So Gilter would get Super Pole 1 if it stays like this. And he's in second place, 4.5 seconds back now from Alex Powell. But up on the inside, that's a lunge from Samalisto to get past Bertucca. There's Powell, there's Gilter, and there's Samalisto. He's now in third, in front of Bertucca, Morgado, and Chuyan Pu. Menahead Crozier 7th in front of Travasanuto, Mariero and Matthias Ferreira ahead of Tukka. And Marius Christiansen in 12th ahead of Briggs, Aldeheri, Urfan, Lantinga, Orlov, Simasvara, Ivan, David and Lemberg. And there goes Morgado on the move on Bertucca. Now Chu is going to try and get his own bid to get through. And Chuyan Pu can't quite make the overtaking move as Alex Powell gets into the 59s. He's absolutely charging out in front. So Chuyan Pu still trying to hustle his way in front of the rest of the pack because he's got Menahead Crozier having got through now past Christian Bertucca. So Chu's got through, Crozier's got through. And Christian Bertucca finds himself down in 7th in front of Travasanuto now. Oh, big slide from Bertucca. Travasanuto's going to get a chance to get through here on the inside. Up and over the curbs! Travasanuto gets through. So does Mariero, so does Ferreira. Easily done. And I'm afraid Bertucka allowed that one to go away from him. And oh, up in the background, Marius Kristianstad going off the road there. So Marius Kristianstad having a problem with Luca Griggs. Griggs comes across the line in 15th, and I'm afraid Marius Kristianstad has dropped to 18th as a result of that little banter. But Alex Powell is still out in front. 9 laps to go in this heat. And he is 4 seconds clear of Evan Gilter. For the moment at least, it is Gilter that is going to get the top spot. And Superpole won by staying in second place. First or second would do it. So Alex Powell having a very solid run in the lead of the race from Gilter, Samalisto, Morgato and Chu. Then it is Menahert Crozier. 7th place is Travis Anuto in front of Maliero, Ferreira, Tarpanen, Bertucka, Erfen and Orlov. Rashid Al-Daheri running in 14th place in front of Maxim Orlov and Luca Griggs. Ferreira trying to get his move on the inside of Adrian Maliero. And a dive on the inside. Oh, a bit of a run wide from Maliero. That's enough. And Ferreira's going to squeak by. So is Tuka Tarpanen. If Maliero doesn't shut the door, which he does. Bertucka's going to struggle to keep a hold in front of Josh Erfen. Erfen gets through. Nice overtake from the World Racing driver. And there goes Orlov. So Orlov gets past Bertucka as well. After a brilliant start, Christian Bertucka is now just dropping like a stone through the field as Morgato gets the move on Samalisto again for 3rd. So Matthias Morgato back into P3 ahead of the Finn Luca Samalisto. So some brilliant driving and some great performances. Still the competition is running very neatly indeed. But the battles are raging, well and truly joined in the mix. So fascinating battles for the competitors so far. Wow, absolutely extraordinary. And still, Matthias Morgato, 2nd position to Evan Gilter in the race battle, but he's 3rd overall, of course. Gilter in 2nd is getting that gap down to Alex Powell. The gap is down to 2.6 seconds as Gilter attacks every apex with pure conviction and confidence. He knows now that 2nd place would do, so he's just enjoying himself out there. And he is chipping away at Alex Powell's advantage. Morgato sets the fastest lap of the race as Samalisto now comes under increasing pressure from the Chinese driver Chu Yanpu. Here comes Chu on the inside line, and there's not a lot Samalisto can do about it. So Samalisto comes through. And oh, a bit of a moment from Matthias Ferreira. There's the move on the inside too from Max Orlov. And the 252 of Menahert Crozier comes through around the outside of Matthias Ferreira. So some great battles and more exciting drama. But Alex Powell is losing his lead to Gilter. Gilter is chipping away. And he's closing in at the tune of about 1/4 second per sector. There goes Ferreira past Crozier. Al-Daheri gets through as well. And Josh Erfen is going to line his teammate up next up as well. Meanwhile, Adrian Maliero battling away with Rashid Al-Daheri into turn 1. Oh no, that's Yavan David. Where's Yavan David come from? The Sri Lankan is right back. This is why we always love watching Yavan David. He's never really away from the drama and the action. Up on the inside comes Orlov, back on the inside of Tuka Tarpanen, gets the place. They go wheel to wheel. But once again, Yavan David may have had another difficult weekend at the office, but when he's got the chance to showcase himself, my goodness, does he come to play. Orlov, Ferreira, Al-Daheri, Erfen, Crozier, and then it's David in front of Maliero. Some great battles in the midfield as much as there is up front. There's Alex Powell, and there's Gilter. That gap is coming down big time now. 2.2 seconds is now the gap. So it's definitely running very well indeed as the battles continue. And gracefully, this race is really starting to come alive now. Wow, this is going to be an interesting end to the race for Alex Powell. He's got to try and hold on to this. A win would give him no points to add to his score. So that would definitely help him in terms of his main challenge forward. So from his point of view, he really wants to put on a bit of a spectacle and a bit of a display here. But Evan Gilter has got his backs to the ropes. And there is the battle further back. This is Kevin Lantinga battling away with Nico Lemberg. And in front of them, that is Adrian Maliero. So still some good battles all the way through. But what a terrific battle. Still they battle on. And there's the move on the inside from Lemberg. He gets the run on Kevin Lantinga. So he times it well at the end there. We are in for some truly spectacular squabbles all the way to the get-go. So let's see how it all plays out at the end here. I think we're in for a spectacular run. So let's see if it all finishes up in style, because, oh, Matthias Morgato's caught up to Evan Gilter. Now, this is interesting. I'm not sure how quickly there's going to be a move from Morgato. Well, there's the answer. I was about to say, I wonder if Morgato's going to go for Gilter before Gilter catches Powell. And there's the proof. Morgato's got Gilter. That spoiled the plans. So Gilter is still going to be in the Super Pole, but it's going to be Super Pole 2 now, not Super Pole 1. Because Morgato has got through in a second place, and that means that Coluccio is now going to be the interim leader. Well, I don't think he saw that one coming. So fascinating, but that's the way it's going to play out. And a really exciting tussle. Great racing so far. And an absolutely sensational battle for all of the competitors as they continue on their way forward. So they will continue and give us plenty of excitement. So let's see if it's going to be. How is it going to continue on the way through? We'll see if it all goes for. We'll see if it all goes the way. So let's see. Because Morgato is chipping away big time, and Alex Powell, actually, I think he could snatch this one. So I think this is where it's going to end up being here, actually. Down the straight once again, chipping away ever so gradually. Evan Gilter just having to watch it unfold. There's not a lot he can really do about this now. He's just got to let it happen, essentially. So still, they battle away. So the battle continues. We're going to see some extraordinary tussles around the course for this battle in front of us. And still, the battles rage on. Alex Powell in front of Matthias Morgato and Evan Gilter, but Matthias Morgato is caught right up to Alex Powell. Gilter's dropped off the pace, so Matthias Morgato, the Brazilian, is going to try and make his bid. Alex Powell chops across. They're about to go into the last lap. Can Morgato get through on Powell before that even happens? Morgato makes the bid and gets into the lead. So Matthias Morgato gets the position done. And that is perfect as far as Matthias Morgato is concerned. He has worked his magic, gone very hard over the course of the last couple of laps, and he has managed to catch and pass the talented Jamaican. So the Brazilian star, Matthias Morgato, is going to finish up in 5th position in the rankings the way this goes. So that's going to put him P3 on the grid for the Superheat tomorrow. Essentially, the only thing you need to know about that is that it's going to be action stations for him from the start. So absolutely sensational battles there for the competitors. They've given us a really exciting show all day long. But now we are ready to wrap it up in style as Matthias Morgato has taken the last race of the day by the throat. Excellent work and a great performance. He takes the checkered flag. Matthias Morgato in for the win. A great performance and a really wonderful battle. So excellent work. 2nd place for Alex Powell and 3rd position for Evan Gilter, and that confirms him in Super Pole 2 as opposed to Super Pole 1. So there is the pair of Super Poles now confirmed. In junior, it is Dimitri Matviv and René Lammers. In senior, it is Luigi Coluccio and Evan Gilter. What a battle. So we're really in for an exciting battle in the OK Seniors. I've got a feeling that the next time we go to battle at Franciacorta next month, there's going to be a 3rd different championship leader in both categories, potentially. Because Dimitri Matviv has not led the series points in Champions of the Future yet. And nor, of course, have we had Luigi Coluccio take the lead in the standings. So we could get 3 different championship leaders from 3 meetings. That's going to make things spicy at Franciacorta. Matthias Mogato takes the final win of the day then from Alex Powell and Evan Gilter, from Chuyan Pu and Maxim Orlov, who charged back to 5th place. Lorenzo Travazanuto ahead of Lucas Samalisto and Tuka Tapanen, Matthias Ferreira and Rashid Aldeheri. Josh Erfan and Adrian Mariero from Menahert Crozier, and Yavan David, another charging drive. Kevin Lantinga did well to get up to 15th ahead of Nico Lemberg. Christian Bertucca tumbled all the way to 17th ahead of Luca Griggs. 19th for Alva Simasvara. Marius Christiansen in P20. Albin Storesen ahead of Anton Orgren. And all 22 drivers that started the race were able to take the checkered flag. Well, it's had its topsy-turvy moments over the course of the day here at Kristianstad Karting Club, but we have finished in style, and we have 4 Super Poles ready for tomorrow. Dimitri Matviv and René Lammers in junior, and in senior it is Luigi Coluccio and Evan Gilter. We could end tomorrow with two completely different championship leaders from the 2 categories, and considering that we had a different championship leader after round 1, and then a completely different one after round 2. Round 3, it could open up the ball game again. We're going to have a fantastic battle at Champions of the Future tomorrow with 6 races left in the action. 2 super heats in junior and senior. And then, of course, we will have the finals. And that could give us 3 very different battles over the course of proceedings. The super heats will obviously be in addition to the qualifying heats. And then the 2 finals will give us an amazing array. Who's going to be the championship leader in Champions of the Future by this time tomorrow? Well, your guess is as good as mine.